scoring in the paint?
No,
he was a no-show again, and he got posterized from one of our own.
Yeah, one of Oakland's finest. But I'm saying I'm going to print out the little shot chart, and that should be put in front of Trajan Langdon this summer. 2 shots outside the paint in the second half that you made. And by the way, 5 minutes to close the game without a field goal. It's gross.
It's rebounds, it's turnovers, it's free throws. Like, you're getting outperformed in all of the things. Like, take away the fact that, hey, you're not hitting threes, you're not shooting and making things outside the paint. You're getting out-hustled because rebounding is hustle. Turnovers. I don't necessarily know that that's hustle, but it's
focus.
Mental toughness and focus. And then free throws, like, you got to have opportunities. You've got to be aggressive and create those opportunities, and they're not at all. All the things that through 82 games we thought we could count on in the Pistons in the postseason, gone.
I guess I'd ask you what was the worst part. You have no shortage of things to pull from. 248-539-9797. We'll invite the phone calls in the first 5 minutes of the show. What was the worst part? Because you could spotlight our star, Cade Cunningham, leading away with those turnovers. He had more turnovers than made shots. Look, maybe he has an excuse because everybody around him stinks, but at the same time, that's not good enough. I mean, I could pull up Uncle T, who we can't entertain trading, who's now 3 of 21 from 3 in the series. If he makes one of the open looks last night, does it give them some breathing room? And maybe it all just comes back to Jalen Duren, because if this is going to be one of those physical in-the-paint kind of series, he can't be getting dunked on and shots blocked and playing himself off the floor. Maybe it's JB because somehow Duren played north of 30 minutes. What the hell's going on? Why is Beef Stew playing half the minutes of Jalen Duren? What more do you need to see? If you're JB Bickerstaff, you got the closest front row seat in the building. If we can see it from the couch, why is Stewart playing 17 minutes and Duren's pushing 35? So you take your pick.
The turnovers for Cade. Now, you would think that if you're talked about in the same sentence as, say, Larry Bird, like that should be a positive, right?
What stat do you have?
Cade's turnovers in the last 3 games, 24 turnovers in the last 3 games. It's the most in a 3-game span in the postseason since turnovers were first tracked in 77 and 78. He just surpassed 2 guys. One of them, Larry Bird, who had 22 in a 3-game span in 1984, and James Harden had 22 in 2015 in a 3-game span. Cade Cunningham now owns the record. He surpassed, he beat out Larry Bird. Got to be good, right?
I said we always said we wanted to have a Larry Bird-like player, right? And Harden, too, MVPs. Look at that. Great stat.
That's that stat, like when people talk about, Brett Favre and,
picks.
And all the touchdowns in the Super Bowl and all that stuff. And it's the interceptions is one of the things he's most well known for. Right now, Cade is known for turnovers. And throughout the regular season, it felt like this year those were minimized to where he was in the beginning of his career. Yeah. The Orlando Magic has turned back the clock.
Take a look over there. You see what we got?
A full bank of calls.
People are up. They're angry.
Did you even ask the question? I think maybe you did. What's the worst part?
What's the worst part?
I'm going to let the people talk, and I'll save my worst part until we can get to it. Let's get to the phones.
I was going to tell you, man, like today just might be one of those days. We have a couple fun things planned to break up what's going to be a pretty angry day. But that's offensive what they did last night. Let's get to George on a cell. George, good morning. George.
It's a lot of blame to go around, especially with Cade's 8 turnovers, as you pointed out, John. But all series long, I've been watching this, and the roster construction, I lay most of the blame at Trajan Langdon's feet because of the trade deadline lack thereof of the acquisition. I don't know if he could have made any better. I mean, we were all had our hopes for something better, but I mean, and just I know I was laying some blame at Cade's feet, but he's now been here. This is 5 years, and he's had no shooting around him. So basically, Langdon is been part of the turnaround as well as JB Bickerstaff. But it seems like we just have more athletic versions of what Troy Weaver was building, and yet there's no shooting here. So and of course, just seething watching the game in some moments. If I were Cade, I would go into Langdon's office this summer saying, get me some guys who can help me win here, or you can get me out of here, because it maybe for me, because it's deeper than just the Pistons, but it seems going on for the past decade or so. Whenever we get a decent star here, we waste them. We waste them because these GMs are too afraid to be a little bit aggressive and gut the roster a little bit more to get a guy that can help them out because for hashtag reasons or whatever, and some fans buy into that, other fans don't, but we are wasting our star talent here.
You know what it comes down to? I think for Trajan versus us on the outside, he viewed this as a free roll, and we viewed this as a golden opportunity. He viewed this as, I want to see what it looks like.
On his part,
right, and we looked at it going, Tatum's coming back from an Achilles. Halliburton's not playing. You are the 1 seed. We viewed this as a golden opportunity. He says, we'll see what happens.
Well, if that's his perspective, then seeing that what you had here and seeing how it was turning around, why not push the button and try to amplify it even more? But if that's how he really felt and that's true, then why is he the GM here then?
Well, I think some of it's they were ahead of schedule, so he maybe felt that he had the luxury, I'll call it a luxury, to do it, but it doesn't feel right today because this feels entirely predictable. Is it a shock that the Pistons don't have enough shooting in the playoffs? Did we maybe mention it on one of the radio shows on this radio station over the last 6 months? 6 years?
The shock is that Jalen Duren doesn't deserve anywhere near the max. Right. That in 4 basketball games, we've gotten that answer. If you would have said before the series that nobody in this city would give him the max, I dare somebody to call and says to give him the max.
Right.
If you would have said that a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, you
could have had some argument.
Yeah.
And you could have
gotten that. That's the number one thing that's come out of the series is they don't have anything close to a 2. And that's why, and I'll take the bullets this morning, I'll defend Langdon for not trading anything of magnitude at the deadline because there was nothing available that would have gotten this team to the finals. I told you guys, when we went into this, I thought they'd be a great regular season team. Did I think this would happen this round? No. But I didn't think they were getting to the East Final. I'm one of the narrative guys that they were a great regular season team that took advantage of an NBA that doesn't try every night.
And that I'm going to go ahead and jump the gun and tell you my worst part because it's about that. The worst part is you can't trust anything that happens in the regular season because there are too many teams that have the veteran experience that just say, we don't care if we win our division. We don't care if we're the 1 seed. All we want to do is be healthy in the playoffs. We want to be well-rested, healthy, get into the playoffs, and then we're going to start playing basketball. I know we're going to use the fraud term today, and we'll use it eventually when they're eliminated, but it's not, to me, it's not necessarily that this team is a fraud because fraud... There's some intentionality to it. And I don't think they're intentionally looking good and then looking bad. But the intentionality is the entire regular season for the NBA is the fraud. It's embarrassing that this is the basketball you get in the playoffs versus the basketball that you get through 82 games in the regular season.
The Magic are taking away everything else and making Cade try to beat him.
Yep.
And he's not Michael Jordan.
Hey,
he's not Kobe.
No, he's not. Let's get to Omar. Omar, if you guys are on hold, we don't have news with Heather today. We'll get as many of these as we can in to start the show. Omar, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Man, let me tell you something. This has been very atrocious. Number one, like I said, Orlando is looking like the number 1 seed, and we're looking like the number 8 seed. The Pistons 60-win season, technically if they preseason and the season just officially started, and they looking terrible with that. And then my wife thinks that something is up with Duren because She think that Wendell Carter is outplaying him, and she think that he's whispering in Jalen Duren's ear that he's happy that he broke up with Andrew Reese because he's probably having a time in his life, and that just throwing Jalen Duren's game all off.
Yeah, John.
From getting posterized, he can't catch passes. I mean, it just looks so terrible right now. And I'm kind of happy they're playing like this because I will agree that Tom Gore's probably got a more open checkbook than a lot of the rest of the owners in this city, so they may try to do something. But other than that, yeah, like I said, this is going to go down as one of the worst 60-win teams in NBA history if they lose to Wednesday night.
If Jalen Duren is playing this way because his opponent is now with his ex-girlfriend, and that's the reason, like there's no way to prove it, but if that's the reason, I don't want him around at all. Don't even tell me about a max contract. If somebody gets in your head like that because they're now with your ex, it should motivate him to want to crush his heart and soul.
My favorite part is they got you to take your hat off.
Oh my!
You're so hot over this.
Goodness, it's just it drives. I hate it that you guys even made this a part of the discussion. It drives me absolutely nuts because it in my mind it can't possibly be even a minuscule factor.
He's been so bad. We're looking for reasons because it's got to the point. Forget a max. I started wondering last night: has an NBA player ever had to pay to be on a team? Because, I mean, I think I might need him to pay me to be on my basketball team. He's actively sabotaging them. Amongst the other problems, 248-539-9797. We want to hear your biggest gripe. I mean, what's the worst part of what's going on right now? It's 97.1. Want to tell you about Brightside Dental. Let's take care of your chompers. Spring cleaning for your mouth. Get ahead of that summer wedding season, graduations. Brightside Dental is the spot. Flexible online scheduling. They can meet with you after work, get you in for weekend appointments. And if you have a dental emergency, you don't wait. They've got emergency same-day care. We're notorious as guys for putting off doctor's appointments. Dentist appointments are no different. But at Brightside, there's nothing to feel leery about. They're not going to lecture you or judge you. And if you have a couple cavities that need to get filled, they'll make it painless. I went through that process myself. New patients always welcome. $35 new patient special. So what do? You call 1-800-PAINLESS or you visit brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Want to see a dead body? As the Twitch comment puts it, Duran's got a broken heart. And another says, Angel Reese over here acting like the aliens from Space Jam, giving Duran's talent to Wendell Carter.
It's some voodoo at work because, I mean, he doesn't have a broken heart. He's got a broken soul.
Text coming in, and I'm stunned. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be. Everybody's worked up. But the call volume at 6:05 this morning, we're going to get to all of you. 248-539-9797. The worst part of this. A lot of blame to go around, boys. Duran getting blocked, posterized, and made to be a G League player. Cade turnover ham. Tobias missing open shots. Duncan no defensive skills. And JB not playing Holland or Reed. I'd throw in playing Duran twice as much as Stu. Says the Pistons are fraud, Jordan in a shop. Cade's the best player in the series, but 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all on the Magic. That's Anthony in Ann Arbor. Beef Stew played 17 minutes, had 8 blocks, affected 15 shots, and Boncaro was afraid to go to the rim. Why was he not playing more? Coaching malpractice. Well, we may be starting to see what Cleveland realized. There's a reason JB's 10-22 in the postseason.
It's hard to put into words what we've witnessed over the last 4 games.
To me, you said the worst part.
The worst to me is that the regular season's a fraud. You can't believe anything that happens in the regular season, and from here on out, it's I don't care what happens, just get in, and it's 0-0 as soon as and we heard it from Tom Gores. Hey, the Pistons season going into that first game started on Sunday at 6:30. And this is not the future we envisioned.
The worst part might be that this guy was right. And anybody that called them frauds and they weren't real and they're paper tigers and regular season tryhards, maybe that's the worst part, is that the haters were right. To me, the worst part is they made 2 shots outside the paint in the second half of a basketball game. They played 2 quarters to close the game out and made 2 shots outside the paint. Unfathomable. Let's get to Stu. You're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I think they got to remix that song to the Pistons Lost Again.
Oh, no.
But my main gripe is Orlando went to the hole, and like you said, you want to see a dead body? The Pistons went to the hole and shot floaters and laid the ball up and then missed free throws. So you didn't even get your and one. And now you're missing a free throw and only getting 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the Pistons was on vacation in Orlando, and Orlando came to work. I thought we was the going to work team.
Yeah, that's a great point. If this series is going to be, that of, hey, back alley brawl and low scoring, that was a gross game for both sides last night. Orlando shot 33%. It wasn't their finest hour. But if it's a test of physicality and wills, to see this team wilt, yeah, you could put that on the board as the thing that's the worst. You want me to get back to people?
Yeah, let's let them talk.
All right, Red, you're up. You're with us. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't care about the regular season. I don't care about the 8th or the 1 seed. I don't care if it was the first round, second round, third round. The effort isn't there. The standing around, not boxing out is diabolical. Like, they're getting killed on offensive rebounds. There's no way. I coach basketball. And little kids. I'm teaching little kids how to do plays. 8 and 9 year olds. There's no way I would allow that to not be able to do the basic things. It will. The fundamentals of basketball is boxing out, put a body on a man. Their effort is not there at all. They're not diving for the ball. They're not.
Red.
It looks like they don't even know how to play basketball. This is so frustrating because Bickerstaff. How is Ron Howard getting a DNP and Jordan Reed getting a DNP? Jaden Duren is looking like he don't even know how to play basketball. This is so frustrating. Why? They only played 1 quarter of good basketball,
right.
And it was game 2. That was game 2 of the series of third quarter. Like it's so frustrating, and I don't understand why Bickerstaff is allowing this to happen. Like, you're tarnishing your career. You get out-coached by another coach. Your branch of coaching staff is out-coaching you. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Red, when you brought up the offensive rebounds, I think you're probably like me. There's a stretch in the fourth quarter where they must have had 3 or 4 offensive rebounds in the same possession, and I'm pulling my hair out going, this is the game. It's on the line right now. It's 1-2 possessions, and it's guys for Orlando crashing, nobody boxing out. Look, to win that game, they had to do a couple little things right. Don't turn it over 20 times. Box out. Make a shot outside the paint. It's not that Orlando came in and was like, wow, this team is a juggernaut. Right, John? It's not like Orlando last night was some behemoth. We could say, hey, they're not your typical 8 seed. It's not about them. It's about us.
And Red brought up some great points about getting after loose balls and, boxing out, doing all the little things that they did through the regular season. We're not seeing it now. And it goes to, like, you've got to be able to get to the line. You've got to force the issue. Mm-hmm. You've got to drive the lane. You've got to, draw that contact. And they're not doing any of it. They've got out-rebounded. They had too many turnovers, and they're not getting to the line.
Back to the phones we go. It's Kevin in St. Clair. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I am extremely frustrated with how the series is going, but the way I see it is when Cade is trying to be the one-man band, I understand his turnovers, and you can just see it in Duren's face. Like, his confidence is absolutely shot, and what's probably going through his mind is, well, I'm not the number 2, and I'm going to be losing tens of millions of dollars based off how I'm playing. But then you have Cade. I give him props because, Orlando went to the line again, and they zoomed in on Cade's face, and he doesn't look defeated in his eyes. What you're seeing is, how am I going to do this by myself? I have nobody else that I can rely on. And I'm aware this is my extremely emotional hot take right now, and I'll probably feel different in a few weeks. But if you're not going to do Cade justice and get him a true number 2, if you got to love it, let it go. Let him go. I understand my emotions are going to be different in a few weeks, and I'm going to want him to be here. But it's like we need to get him help.
Yeah, that's the takeaways. You need to get this dude help. Not that we're entertaining moving the guy. I mean, he's the one thing you have to build from. The Duren thing. Has anybody had a worse playoff series in NBA history in terms of
what they were in the regular season to what they are now?
He was getting most improved player consideration. He was an all-star. So on some level, you had something. He's getting punked at the rim on both ends. He's on posters, getting emasculated. He's hemorrhaging millions. It's not just having a bad series, it's at a bad time. So when I ask, has anybody had a worse series, has anybody else cost themselves hundreds of millions of dollars in the span of a week?
I'll give you one, and some of it was off the field. Malik Beasley.
Yeah, but Duren was staring down the max.
Beasley he hit more threes than anybody else in Pistons history. and then he wrote the letter to Pistons fans, and then he was a no-show in the postseason. And then as soon as the postseason ended, everything fell apart off the court. Like, and he's not even in the NBA anymore.
No, I know, and he was facing like federal prison time. Like, yeah, okay,
right.
that's fair. I'm just saying, from Duran's standpoint, he's
back years.
But this is like a humiliation thing
It
for
is.
Duran. You got your girl clowning you with her new guy. You're losing hundreds of millions. You're getting dunked on at the rim and embarrassed. This is as bad a playoff series as a player's maybe gone through.
I don't think you're overstating either, because I just can't understand why the rebounding's disappeared. It's one thing to understand the offensive game disappearing and the Magic's game plan and all that, and forcing him you take away the lobs and all that. There's no reason to not have the rebounding there. He doesn't have a double-digit rebound game yet this series,
and it's not because they're benching him. He played almost 35 minutes last night. He was in the 30s and
why do you
at
think it's
17
gone away?
minutes.
At this
because
point,
he wasn't that good.
It's in his head too. Part of it is, and I'm not going to sit there and say it's the Angel Reese thing. That to me, that's dumb. But there's something going on that he has zero confidence to be even able to box somebody out.
Hey, we'll keep it going. 248-539-9797. 2 Grand Slam at 725. We might be talking Pistons until then, the way you guys are worked up today. Let's keep talking. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and I want to let you know right now that the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And we'll start with the competition with power. Ram has 2 options. You could choose from their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, and I have no idea why you would even try this, but any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine, those 2 things shouldn't even be in the same sentence. You can't work with it. You can't pass. You can't tow. You can't do anything. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. And when you walk through the door, tell them I sent you.
That's Tobias Harris. Uncle T, who is now 3 of 21 from 3 in this series. An unmovable, critical chemistry piece of this basketball team. Was that too smarmy? I'm not suggesting he's been their biggest issue, but the idea that we were mean jerks for bringing him up in trade proposals and the fact that the Pistons didn't even entertain it. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. He had open looks all night on a night where they needed just a little bit of offense. He has been a bricklayer from 3 in this series.
Yeah.
And I don't
do anything to help out.
And I know you can't say, I'm not saying he's the number 1, 2, or 3 reason that they're down 3-1 in this, but everybody's getting scorched today. Everybody's getting ripped today. Nobody's safe.
Oh, right. Yeah. It goes, it starts and ends with JB. Trajan Langdon's taking shots right now, as he should. It's Cade with the turnovers. It's
Duren.
Tobias Harris with, unable to hit anything. Jalen Duren has absolutely disappeared.
As the text points out, he has yet to collect double-digit rebounds in a game in this series.
Right. And Duncan Robinson, brought in to be an assassin, 1 of 6.
John, he was a minus 18 in a game they lost by 6. They picked on him. And again, their defense was good enough. Orlando shot 33%, but they got nothing on offense. 20-plus turnovers, missed free throws down the stretch. Just a lack of jump shooting in general. 2 made jump shots, 2 shots outside the paint in the entire second half. That to me is your headline. You want to know why this team's broken, why they're going to lose as the 1 seed? It's because they have 2 made jump shots outside the paint in the second half of an NBA playoff game. That is your bold red sign, red lettering. That's a problem. That's their biggest problem.
Yeah, and it's as if everything that could go wrong or the worst traits of every player, coach, from the entire organization, has happened in the 4 games that we've witnessed this postseason.
They're well on their way to fraud status. Will go down as one of the worst 1 seeds of all time. Tex says Pistons are frauds. Trash team. Outworked in the paint all series. No dog in that team. You can only win like that in the NBA regular season when no one's playing hard. We have 60 wins. We're the biggest fraudulent number 1 seed the NBA has ever seen. Mike on the couch says if Cade scores 30 and Tobias gets 20, that's still only 50. Where's the rest of the points coming from? Thompson's a waste of space on offense. Green sucks. Robinson sucks. Jenkins sucks. The whole team sucks. That's verbatim. Let's get to Aaron in Muskegon. Good morning.
James, my friend.
What's
Long
up?
Time
Yeah.
No hear from oh my goodness. Dude, these Pistons looked horrible last night, and this whole series looked like complete garbage. Here's the thing. Trajan Langdon, you need to get Cade a Robin or do something nice for the man. You paid him what, $240 million, something like that? Man, come on. Step up, get him a Robin so he doesn't have to go out there and look all like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. How am I going to win to get us back? How am I going to do it by myself with these scrubs? And that's a shot at all of them.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. In Cleveland, good job of getting rid of J.B. Biggerstaff because clearly he's a regular season coach, and that's it.
10-22 in the playoffs, and
that's just.
And this would be the most damning. This is as a 1 seed.
Here's what I'm also thinking. Maybe the stink from the Red Wings collapse is also hitting them too.
They didn't fumigate the building.
Not to poke fun at you, my friend.
No. I got to be able to laugh at it. Otherwise, it just would eat me alive. Yeah, maybe there's like a fumigation that needed to take place. 248-539-9797.
Or a seance. God. I mean, the voodoo in that building right now, at least they have a win at home.
There you go. It feels like there's a Cade conversation happening kind of underneath our main topic of what was the worst part. There is the fact that Cade wasn't good enough. He had more turnovers than made shots, and I don't want to make excuses for him. He needs to play better than that. At the same time, there's a ready-made built-in excuse for him. They can't hit a single shot outside of the paint, so it's him trying to unclog a toilet every possession. The lane's all congested, and he's got the plunger. Yeah, it's going to be a messy job. There's going to be some mess. There's going to be some turnovers.
I can't believe if we talked about game one. That's the worst they had played. And we thought, okay, it's a one-off. It can't possibly continue.
Worst
and then
they
followed
yet.
up. They followed up with a really good defensive performance, and we thought, okay, hey, whether it was rust, whatever caused them to have that issue in game one, and now twice in Orlando, it has been the same thing over and over and over.
Yep. Rubbing our nose in it. This team's just not built for the postseason.
Nope.
How about the Twitch comment? Detroit asset ball. They're getting clowned, man. They deserve it. That was a disgrace. Let's get back to JC in Westland. You're on the phones. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing this morning?
All right.
Been better?
all of us in the city of Detroit have been better. So this really just piggyback off a lot of things that's being said this morning. I mean, a couple of things. First and foremost, we do need a number 2 guy. We need another facilitator. We need a point guard. Get the ball out of K's hand. Let someone else distribute. Bench rotation has been terrible. I've never seen guys get more play during the regular season than the postseason. And guys that actually produced when K went down, those guys took that opportunity to show, hey, coach, we can play. We can play, and we can take advantage of the situation. We have not used those key role players. Durham has taken – I've never seen a guy turn the ball over more than an 8-year-old in my life. Duncan Robinson, worst on-ball defender I've ever seen. Whenever he gets the ball, they are sending double and triple teams at him. They're not even chasing anyone else because they know Duncan Robinson's going to turn the ball over. You guys have paid this dude $50 million in 3 years. That's what we're giving this guy, $50 million in 3 years, and yet has not produced. And, I can't put all the pressure on K. The only thing I can say about K right now is between 9 to 12 turnovers a game. That is something that can happen. But again, when you don't have a facilitator, every team in the league has a primary facilitator. The stars of stars on their team has a person who can distribute the ball. I'm not saying to take away from K touches. It's again, we need someone that's not going to turn the ball over. Rim protector, like you said, Stu not getting played. This now then comes down to coaching. I can get to the GM at another point with the trade deadline, but this then now comes down to coaching. Hey, man, you went through the regular season trying to find out what type of dogs you have. They proved it to you, and you're using none of your dogs. Right now, we have nothing to lose. Hey, man, you might as well throw in the kitchen sink right now because you're down 3-1, and we have a lot of fight to go in us.
JC, appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, there should be a lot of fight there because they haven't used any of it.
Should be plenty in reserve then. Text says Duran's personal life has affected his professional life. Lost love and lost confidence. It pains me to see this tragedy. Can we all agree Duran is the softest athlete in Detroit sports, signed to Dylan in Royal Oak? This is DeVell
frequent texter.
Yes. DeVell in Madison Heights, who's a frequent caller, can't even get in today. We're so jammed up. He says, it seems to me that Jalen Duran has been bought off by someone to take a dive. There's no reason for him to be playing this terrible, shaking my damn head. Enough is enough. Start Paul Reed on Wednesday. I'm starting to see why JB was fired in Cleveland. Everything starts with coaching. Cade better have a long look in the mirror because he's absolutely not absolved of criticism himself. Mark at home.
No, we talked about the turnovers in Game 3. It was a 1-to-1 ratio. 9 assists and 9 turnovers. And now it's got worse. 6 assists and 8 turnovers.
A stunning development. Packed on the phones. Might have one spot open. We'll knock out more phone calls coming up next. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Hey, one thing you can count on if you want a great lawn is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They've been working on my lawn since I've been here, well over 5 years, and every single season, I don't have to worry about weeds. I don't have to worry about thinning grass. I don't have to worry about anything. They just fix the problems, and I go out there and I've got a great lawn all summer long. You can find them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com, and you can call them at 888-GET-GREEN. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount, and for a limited time right now, if you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And you need the company that's just going to fix the problems. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And they've been serving Southeast Michigan since 1990. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Well done, Greg. To the phones we go, 248-539-9797. The worst part of what's happening to the Pistons, because you got a lot to choose from today. It's a smorgasbord,
to say the least.
You could say, why didn't the GM do something at the deadline? A texter says, sure could use Michael Porter Jr. You could ask about JB Bickerstaff. Are we seeing what they saw in Cleveland? Now 10-22 as a head coach in the postseason. Why is Duren playing double the minutes of Beef Stew? Among other rotational questions. You could say the most frustrating thing is Duren, although I'm kind of just getting numb to the fact that he's Andre Drummond. But the fact that you thought you had something and now it's all but confirmed, he ain't a playoff player. Is it Cade? I know he's our guy and we don't want to direct ire towards him, but it's just not good enough to turn the ball over like this.
And we mentioned Trajan Langdon and the fact that when he was on with us, he talked about the unknown. And you mentioned it. Hey, this is kind of, they're playing with house money. It's a free space. This is what he told us when we asked him about the postseason. Certainly. And they checked one of the boxes. They got a home playoff win. Mm-hmm. And that was, to give context, that was right after the trade deadline.
Yeah. Well, then the question would be then if you didn't feel like you could feel confident in making a deep run, why not do more? And I think the answer is they wanted to see how this team would fare and treated it like a free roll evaluation.
They've learned.
I think they have a painful lesson in roster construction. And I would make sure that Trajan Langdon sees the shot chart from the second half last night where they made 2 shots outside the paint. That is my biggest frustration. Not that it's the number one issue, but Tobias Harris, make a shot. Make a shot. I mean, there's so many guys you could point to and be upset with, from the general manager to the head coach to your star player to your starters to your bench guy. You take your pick. And, John, you didn't even pick from that listing. You brought up
the regular season's a fraud. Nothing that happens in the regular season matters at all.
And that's what bothers you the most, is that it was this mirage of a regular season.
Yeah. From everyone. It's not just the Pistons that were a 60-win team, and we thought, earned the 1 seed. And they found ways to win without Cade, even before the deflated low. And then it was all the other teams that, for whatever reason, whether it was load management, guys being hurt, you just have to be 100% by the time the playoffs start, and you're 0-0 and nothing else matters.
Yeah. They were a 44-win team last year because they outworked people last year, in my mind. I think they were doing the same thing last year. And then you apply that to this season in an East without Halliburton and Tatum. And then they also had the fortune of when they played some teams, their best players weren't playing. It's just so sitting there staring you in the eye. It's obvious. They're not as good as their record is.
They're not that good. Look,
and you came out of last year's postseason with the optimism that, okay, hey, the arrow's pointing up. Yeah. And they didn't beat New York. And we had disdain for Brunson and everything that if we rewind the clock, we talk about. But we're excited about the future. Right now, it is completely opposite.
Yeah, I feel like there's some big-time roadblocks in the way this roster's built, and it's getting confirmed in a big way in a big spot. And maybe that's what hurts, is that the people who had been saying this from the national media, not respecting, I mean, Detroit's the most disrespected one. Maybe they just were right. And maybe that hurts the most, is you got these annoying dudes in New York.
Yeah, but let's not let them off the hook here in terms nobody thought this was happening.
No.
Those people, me included, thought they were a second-round team. Mm-hmm. For this to happen.
At a minimum.
Yeah.
Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, when you look at the playoff rosters from last year to this year, last year's playoff roster was 5 times better than this one. I mean, you have no offensive production coming off your bench, let alone, your starters.
Like Hardaway, Schroeder.
Correct. And you had a facilitator, like the one caller was going with Schroeder. We don't have that. You have Jenkins, who it seems like the lights are too bright for him in the playoffs right now. he's just not letting the game come to him, is what it's looking like. He's playing a little too fast for his own well-being. But yeah, the playoff roster from last year was 5 times better than this year. I mean, Bickerstaff, yes, he has not made adjustments on offense because Magic, all they're doing is collapsing that paint. Whenever Duren or Stu or anyone's getting the ball, especially Duren, I mean, you're seeing the whole time when Asar's in the short corner and Suggs is on him.
Yeah,
they're trying to get that little post. They're trying to get that little post up with Duren, but Suggs is immediately going over to Duren, and he has not. They've been doing it all series. Bickerstaff has not adjusted, and to be fair, Cade with the turnovers. I mean, I kind of expect. Maybe like 5-6 turnovers, but like
he killed them.
9 or 10 turnovers. I mean, that's fatigue right there. The dude's coming off a collapsed lung. He's not going to give that an excuse, but he has no other facilitator, more ball-dominant guard to help him in any way.
Well, that's the key, Adam. He's not playing with a collapsed lung anymore. He's playing with a collapsed roster.
Correct, and that's the point at the GM and the roster construction. And if you want to point fingers, I mean, you can blame Beasley in the offseason because they were going to sign him and then build around that, and that went away. So they had to go in a different direction. But I mean, with this, I've given Bickerstaff kind of like a pass because he has no one to go to on offense to even adjust the offense.
Yeah, I get it to an extent. I get it to. Stoney was making this point last night on Twitter. It's like, well, with the roster, and I agree there's some limitations with the roster. At the same time, you can't explain to me why Duren's playing 30 minutes anymore. You got a front row seat to what we're all seeing from the couch. Bench his ass. I'm done. I don't need to see it. Play Stu. Stu defends the rim. Stu can shoot a little bit. He can switch out on the perimeter. I mean, it just gives you more of the ability to play in space. The worst part is losing to Angel Reese. Did Angel Reese leave Duren at the altar? He's heartbroken. It's all over his face. I'm kind of pissed. I bought tickets to Game 5 thinking it'd be a closeout, but not this. I might be going to the funeral. Jalen Duren is just a jersey. Todd in Detroit.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's Wednesday, 7 o'clock at the LCA, and it could be all she wrote.
The Magic are exposing the Pistons in a blacklight motel room that charges by the hour. It's absolutely gross to watch this, Patrick in Grand Rapids. Your phone calls next, 97.1. $725. It's the $2,000 slam. A chance to win some money, at least brighten somebody's day. Everybody's hot and bothered over the Pistons. Get to the phones. Let's get to Sheldon in Highland Park. Sheldon, good morning.
Good morning. I got a bright side to everything because everything seems gloomy with the Pistons. I wanted to say it was a player that was available that we should have looked at, but I think he wanted a shooter and Herder, and he wanted a draft pick. We should have got Ayo Dosunmu. And right now, he's a unrestricted free agent. See how he's playing great for Minnesota in the playoffs. We need to get him. He's like Jaden Ivey, just a little less athletic, and he would be helping Cade. He would be helping this series right now. I want to say if the Pistons, we're going to start the big man next game, and we probably shouldn't. And soon as we see that he's not in his right mindset, pull him out for Stu, but already have Stu prepared because Orlando's going after Stu. They're trying to get him mad. They're trying to get him riled up. And the coach needs to be talking to him right now and saying, no matter what, we need you out there. And then bring B-Ball Paul in. Maybe bring Sasser in. We need to try something different. This is elimination. We got to win 3 straight games. This is elimination now. So now coach got to say, I'm coach of the year. I really got to make some drastic changes. And last thing I really want to say, I remember when we were down to Orlando 3-1, and coach Larry Brown started Tayshaun Prince. He had to get drastic to stop Tracy McGrady.
Yeah, in 03, I think.
The Pistons came back. They came back.
Yeah,
and
they won that series, and I think it was
something drastic.
Yeah,
with Duran.
It was a 1 seed and 8 seed too, if I've seen that and remember that correctly.
Yes.
Now the difference is, I don't know. I mean, look, I guess you try. I don't think there is a Tayshaun waiting on the bench here.
There isn't. That's the difference in the argument. He's making a great argument, but you don't have the answer.
Right.
No. Who would it be?
Ron Holland. But the problem is you don't need another non-shooter who can't dribble. Like I just don't think how's that solve the issue right now. It doesn't make their half court any better. They didn't lose last night because their defense. Orlando shot 33%. Pistons defense was buttoned up and played well enough to win that game on the road. Problem is 20 turnovers, issues with shot creation, and they couldn't bear any jumpers. So I don't know that Ron Holland fixes that. But if you just want to try something, I get it. You're down 3-1. You're backed into a corner. He brought up Ayo Dosunmu, just so people maybe aren't paying attention outside of our city here. He's with Minnesota. Mm-hmm. He had 43 points in a playoff game this season, 25 and 9 assists in another playoff game this season. He's shooting 50% from 3. I would also point out C.J. McCollum has been a good addition to Atlanta that was added. Another one of these guards who can score and create at the trade deadline. I know Tom's point is if you weren't going to win an NBA title, you don't make those moves, but I just hate the idea that like you throw your hands up and go, well, I'm going to lose because I just don't see a point in trying to make my team better.
Who was available at the deadline that would have got him to the finals based on what you've seen this series?
So that's the only barometer to make deals.
Look, why would you give up stuff in the future if you don't think Langdon said it? I don't know. He basically said, I don't know what I have here.
Right.
And I think he had a little doubt in what they were doing. I think he thought it was probably, that's a strong word, but a little fraudulent, that they were taking advantage of what the NBA is today in the regular season.
But isn't it kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy if you say, hey, we don't have enough shooting and shot creation to win in the playoffs, so I'm going to confirm that we don't have enough shooting and shot creation and submarine the season so that I can see it rather than I already know it. Like, this wasn't a secret. He's not like a top secret CIA operative with classified information. This was publicly known information.
They have valuable assets still remaining that he didn't sacrifice. And now you see what you really have, which means you go to a way bigger move than the names you just mentioned. You go after Devin Booker.
Well, the way bigger move should happen this offseason then.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to.
Yeah.
If you choose at the trade deadline to do nothing, and Kevin Huerter is the equivalent of doing nothing, they improved their first-round pick. That's all they did. Now, I don't know that you go into the draft and say, well, we're going to get a three-point assassin that's going to help us. That's not the big addition. That can be an addition, but it needs to be a monster move. You've got to move pieces. You've got to move assets, whether it's future picks, guys on the roster, that you have to do something to make this team better because you chose not to do it at the deadline.
Who's their most valuable asset that they can move?
Well, it's not Duren anymore.
It's a hard. Is it Thompson?
Yeah,
Probably.
So it starts with Thompson and 4 picks.
Yeah, but then you're going to take the teeth away from the one thing that you built your franchise on is defense. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just telling you what it's going to cost. The other thing is you could throw Ron Holland, a former top 5 pick, Jalen Duren, and 4 first-round picks and start cooking, right?
Yeah.
I mean Orlando had a Desmond Bain for 4 ones. It's not like you can't make those kind of moves.
It's so bad with Duren right now. I'm really questioning if other teams want him.
Well, that's why I said it's not Duren.
Yeah. Hey, was it PJ? You've been waiting a minute. Let's get to you. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I just want to say, hey, I don't agree with anything being said right now. I do think that this is the worst possible matchup that we could have when we talk about us being built for the regular season and not the playoffs. I think that if we play a Cleveland, we're better off. If we play a New York, we're better off. Even if we play a Boston, we're better off. We match up with those teams better. We have 2 guys. You're going against 2 6'10" guys that can shoot and put it on the floor, and we didn't go out and get one. And I think that's the main difference in this series. I get all the turnovers. I get, what's going on with Duren and whatnot, but I also think that the team has been put in a situation. And that's pretty much all I got to say.
So, PJ, let me ask this question. If you believe that this is a worse matchup than Boston or Cleveland, how far do you think Orlando goes? Because if they're a better team than the Pistons, you think that they're better than Cleveland, they're better than Boston, they're going to be playing in the NBA Finals?
I can't say that. I can say that those teams might have rosters that better match up with Banchero and Wagner.
Well, let me ask you this then, PJ. Are you of the belief they don't need wholesale changes because this is just a bad matchup?
I think that the team is going in the right direction and that we held off on getting another stretch 4 and some more shooting.
Right, but what I'm saying is you feel like they aren't going to need to make any big moves this summer. Some small moves to match up better with a team like the Magic, and they're right back into the championship picture?
I think that they need to make a big move. This summer and bring in a counter to these 2 players.
Appreciate it, PJ.
I find it hard to believe that this is a worse matchup than playing Boston.
Or Cleveland, who also has 2 bigs who can clog the paint and have given the Pistons problems this season. Text says Pistons fans should fill LCA and boo this team start to finish on Wednesday. That's from Jim. Text says, I think Cunningham might be an issue as well, guys. Turnover machine last night. Every time we mounted a comeback, Cade was off the floor. One of the most, by far most frustrating professional series I've ever watched.
And I brought up the stat earlier. The amount of turnovers in 3 games, it's the most turnovers in 3 games since they started keeping track of the stat in the 77-78 season.
Yeah.
He passed Larry Bird, who had 22 in 84, and he passed James Harden, who had 22 in 2015.
Silver lining, and I'm a huge Pistons fan. I'm sick about Duren potentially getting a max deal, but now that won't happen, right? Could that be a good thing? They don't make that kind of commitment now and lock themselves in?
Are you looking for the blessing in disguise?
That's, I think, what he's looking for. Bring back Larry Brown if he's still alive. I think he's still alive, right?
Yeah, he's still kicking. Yeah.
What do you think Larry Brown's doing these days? DJ Harper Woods, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So a few things that I just wanted to touch on was, number one, like with Cade with the turnovers. I mean, you guys, I've been waiting for a while, but a couple people called in and touched on what I was gonna say. Like, I mean, he's literally the only guy on this roster that can create offense for himself or someone else.
Yeah.
There's nobody on the roster that, can create shots for themselves and offense for others. So I feel like he has to be over aggressive, to even give us a chance to win. So that's where a lot of the turnovers coming in. Not trying to make an excuse for him, but
no, but I get it. Yeah.
And then it's like with Jalen Duren, like, oh my God, like guys, I know if you guys was watching the game, so I was watching the game before I was leaving out for work, and the Pistons was going on like a little run, and then he did like a little behind the back pass, tried to get Sweet. I was on fire because it's like
Yep.
I was waiting for Bickerstaff to have a coaching moment because he would have had to come sit over there on the bench with me in that moment right there.
Yep.
For sure. Like, not to include how terrible he's been throughout the series, but I mean, and I just feel like going forward, people keep saying like, hey, a number two, we need a number two. This roster needs more than just a number two. You look at other teams real quick, not to get long-winded, but like the OKCs and Boston, like they have shooting and scoring throughout the whole roster. Like even, like 6 guys deep when they come off the bench. Like it's a multitude of guys that can shoot and offensively skilled guys. So it's like people keep saying like, it's like even if we got Devin Booker, that's just not the answer itself. It's you got to fill out this roster with more shooting and more shot creation, So it's like you said, Jim, you had mentioned about C.J. McCullough. I mean, I feel like they could have made a move like that, a subtle, savvy move to help this team because you don't want to not make a move due to, like you said, you kind of trying to see what you got because anything can happen in the playoff. Say, for instance, that's just like right now in Minnesota, you got
the injury to Ant.
Edwards,
yeah.
And players go down. So, I mean,
you're supposed to prepare yourself for the best possible outcome. And that would be the criticism is while the move probably doesn't turn them into a finals champion team
this year,
did they make all the moves possible to give themselves the best chance in this postseason where they were the 1 seed?
No. I mean, to answer your question, no.
Calls to get to. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. We're going to talk a lot of Pistons today, but it's not the only thing we're going to do today. John has a great Mike Vrabel topic. The story that just keeps on giving. And at some point, and it may be near the end of the show, depending on how this goes, Heather's not here.
Why?
Heather was supposed to be here.
Extended vacation?
Suspicion. It's 97.1.
Hey, think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. Retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins. They can't afford fire damage, and they certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. Security cameras, fire protection, access control, live local monitoring backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Pistons final 5 minutes of the game didn't make a field goal until Stewart's meaningless putback.
Mm-hmm.
A brutal night for the Pistons, down 3-1 now to the series with the Orlando Magic. Got the 2 Grand Slam coming up in 5 minutes. Got phone calls, got feedback, got texts. Text says Duran's playing like 2021 DeAndre Ayton. It's a great comp. Played himself out of a huge contract.
Yeah.
Says Duran deserves no contract, single-handedly causing the Pistons' meltdown. Time to look in the offseason and find someone who can shoot the ball, Zach and Gaylord. Next called it the blessing in disguise. If he had a monster playoff, we'd have to give him a max. Now he's making a hard decision easy for us, Dave in Detroit. Matt in West Bloomfield said, I've been telling my 2 buddies all season he's Andre Drummond 2.0, and they laughed at me. They finally agreed last night.
Yeah, but at least with Drummond, you get rebounds.
Yeah, Drummond led the league in rebounding several seasons. He also, at 22 years old, was an all-star, like Duran, but had more blocks and more steals. Now, wasn't a shooter, couldn't make free throws, but it's not like I'm getting shooting out of Jalen Duran.
No.
People got really offended when we made that comparison this week. I said you can't max Drummond twice. I mean, they're not carbon copies of each other, but the principle is this. A center who does not shoot, who clogs the paint, who can't play in the playoffs, can't be making max money.
No.
You can replicate the skill set in the aggregate. Little money ball. Get a guy who can catch oops and rebound and b-ball Paul it. Yeah. You got beef stew.
In 10 days, have you ever seen something swing this big in Detroit sports?
No.
I think people were leaning to give him the max.
Yes.
The majority wanted to give him the max. And I don't think there's a person out there that will give him the max.
Not for witnessing this.
Maybe the blessing here is that he's playing so bad that the Pistons keep him on the cheap. And they go get their true number 2, and then he plays as a 3.
Right.
If Cade had a true number 2, it would open things up for everybody. Duran's a good player, but the Magic know he's the only help Cade has. If we had another shooter, it would open the floor. That's the big issue. Well, yeah, they can switch and drop pick and rolls. Like the pick and roll with Cade and Duran is a non-starter because they just drop off of it.
Right.
Cade's legs haven't been there to make threes anyway. They don't have to respect Duran. And then the caller earlier referenced they can sag off Asar. Like everybody just gravity pulls them to the paint. And if you don't make shots outside of the paint, you got no chance. 3 consecutive top 5 picks following Cade Cunningham. What have they amounted to, boys? Ivy, Asar, and Holland. Chris and Howell. Boy, on paper, you tell me I get a franchise guy, all-NBA MVP candidate, and I get 3 more top 5 picks.
And
this is the result?
Right. If you want to get into 2 Grand Slam, we'll get to it at 7:25. Give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Today is your chance to win $2,000.
Let somebody win something. Couple quick Piston calls. Terry, get your thoughts. You're on 97.1. Terry, what's up?
How's it going, guys? Love the show. Love calling in. Love the Pistons. My heart's kind of broken, though. I do think that the Duran-Drummond comparison's kind of unfair on Drummond's side. I mean, Drummond had a young prime. He had a really young prime. I would say that 2014 to 2016 was the best years you're probably going to get out of him. And the best guard we matched him up with was Reggie Jackson and a dying Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
So I don't think at all that's a great comparison. I think Duran on this team right now is a major liability. Yeah, he's great when Cade's out. Yeah, he's great in the regular season when nobody cares. Towards the end of the season, nobody's caring at that point. That is not playoff basketball. Duran is not a player for playoff basketball. In my opinion, I think something that's going to work out for both teams. I think you get rid of Duren and you go for a player like Lauri Markkanen, and then you let Big Ball Paul and Stu take up that center role. And that can really be dangerous.
Sure. And I think you talk about it as a detriment. They started the game force feeding during the ball.
Yeah.
And it led to a bunch of turnovers. Like, I'm sorry.
If you know that you got to get him involved and you're forcing him the ball, but that in and of itself is causing you to, get behind and turn the ball over, take him out.
I go back to it. There are
why have him on the floor?
So many things that you could choose to focus your ire and frustration. And one of the many to me is the fact that Beef Stew plays 17 minutes in a game where he's blocking shots, playing tough at the rim. He was a plus player on a night where they were hard pressed to have, good stretches. And yet Duren plays 31, 32 minutes. JB, you're watching this up close, dude.
Isaiah Stewart had 8 blocks.
8 blocks, and he played 17 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Explain why he didn't play Duren's minutes.
There's no explanation.
You're afraid to hurt Duren's ego? I think that's out the window, man.
Yeah.
All right, time for the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, as we do every Tuesday and Thursday, 7:25, we try and give away $2,000. Here's the rules of the 2 Grand Slam. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions. Answer as many right as you can. If you get all 10, you get $2,000. However many you get right, if it's less than 10, it's $25 per correct answer. If you don't know, pass. And if there is time, we will get back. And if you answer one wrong, we're not going to tell you right or wrong.
Just play on.
Yeah, 60 seconds. So who do we got today?
Boy, do I want it bad for somebody today. Today is a tough day.
Someone's got to win.
Jason, hanging out in Oxford. Good morning.
How you doing, Jason?
Good. I'm okay. How about you guys?
We're doing all right. We're hoping that you brighten our spirits just a little bit.
We'll try.
All right. So you know the rules. Again, it's 60 seconds, 10 questions. Pass if you don't know. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. The clock is going to start as soon as I begin. The Lions drafted this player in the second round of the NFL draft last Friday.
Derek Moore.
Where did the Lions draft pick Blake Miller play in college?
Clemson.
Washington Township is located in this Michigan county.
Macomb.
Who are the Vegas Golden Knights currently playing in the playoffs?
Pass.
Monroe Freeling was drafted by this NFL team.
Oh, pass.
This band had the 1992 hit Friday, I'm in Love.
Pass.
Who currently leads the Detroit Tigers in home runs?
McGonigal.
Who played James Bond in Casino Royale?
I can see his face. Pass.
Jalen Suggs played at this college.
Jalen Suggs. Oh my gosh, pass.
You started off on fire,
you
man.
Were rolling too.
You had 3. And
I can see. I know all these, and man, you did them if I wasn't on the air, I probably did all 10.
It's how it always works.
Yeah, that clock is it's ticking in the background.
I could feel you knowing the answers. But the damn clock, you had to pass. You couldn't pull it out of your, it's a fine, okay.
I know. That was rough. I'm sorry, guys.
We'll put you on hold. That's $75, and we'll go through the 9 questions we got to.
All right, so we got a debate going on. We might actually have 4.
Well, he passed and then said the cure.
All right, I was reading, so I did not hear that. Are we giving him that one? Okay.
We're in a good mood today.
I think
the
it's
Pistons
generous.
lost last night. Let's brighten everybody's days and be
Right.
kind.
I was going to say.
So we're going to give you 4.
If that was the 9th and he needed it for 10, I don't think we would have given it to him.
Yeah.
I think we're showing some grace and leniency here to get the guy $100.
All right. Well, the 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays brought to you by Feminine Neolog. Get David, get paid. Let's go through these.
And if the Pistons would have won last night, then we wouldn't have given that to him.
Correct.
Okay, the Lions drafted this player in the second round of the NFL draft last Friday. He got that one right, Derek Moore. Where did the Lions draft pick Blake Miller play in college? He said Clemson. That is also correct. Washington Township is located in this Michigan county. He nailed that one. Macomb. All right, we're on a roll. And then the wheels fell off.
We asked a hockey question, a late night West Coast hockey question.
Vegas Golden Knights currently playing. Who are they playing in the playoffs?
The Hocktua Club.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
Mammoth.
All tied
Monroe
up, by the
Freely
way.
was drafted by this NFL team.
Panthers. See, once it's out of sight, out of mind, he's not our guy. People just move on.
Yeah.
John, who had the hit? Friday, I'm in Love.
Well, he originally said pass, but then while I was reading the next one, he said The Cure. So we're going to give him that one. That's 4.
McGonigal does not lead the Tigers in home runs.
No. He leads about everything else, but that is Kerry Carpenter.
It's also not Torkelson, although he's got 5 in 5 games.
Yeah, we'll see what he does tonight.
Bond, who played Bond at Casino Royale.
Oh, I can see his face.
There he is. That's it.
He's walking out of the water. It's Daniel Craig.
And Jalen Suggs played at this college.
Oh, man, I know this one too. Oh, pass. Gonzaga.
He's kicking himself. Your next chance to win. Thursday, 7:25, 97.1. Shaner Roofing, because when you need to make a big decision, especially when it comes to your roof, you want a company that you can trust and count on. Over 30 years, that's Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star quality to windows and siding. Truly a family-owned company and local. And when I say local, committed. You got other companies that are being bought out by outside investment firms, but Shaner stays local, they stay committed, and it's to Michigan customers. Peace of mind. Every roof installed comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And you know you're getting a company that's legit when they're not going to pressure you. They have a no-pressure promise. So if you go ahead and get your quote, mymichiganroof.com, and you're not sure, they're not going to pressure you. There's no high-pressured sales pitch. You get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. The track record, I mentioned it, 4.9-star Google rating. Google it and see what I'm talking about. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners and a reputation that's earned through doing the job right. So get ready. Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. prophetic from Jaden Ivey. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Gov and Greg behind the class.
That's brutal.
One more time. All right, let's get to Chuck in a truck. We're talking about what took place last night. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
All right.
Good. Listen, I got three things, man. J.B. Bickerstaff throughout this whole season and last season, to me, his strategic part of his coaching is just not there. Now, if you want to fire your team up and you want to get at the referees, that's okay at certain points, but it's too much of that, in my opinion, and not enough actual X's and O's going on that, and not enough strategy and working in the guys in the rotation on your team on the floor. It's just not enough of that. So I'm pointing a lot of my finger at him. The second thing is what got you there was this all this talent that you got on the bench with B-Ball Paul, you got Ron Holland, and you got all these guys on the bench that's not playing. And a lot of you guys already stole my thunder with this. You see Duren's in a slump, or whatever the case is. You see that he's got to come off the floor.
Yep.
You can't let him run. You can't let him run for 38 minutes and or whatever the case is. And he's just walking guys, just ball after ball after ball after ball. You got to bring him out. So, and then the third thing, why is it that Duncan Robinson and Tobias Harris are still on this team? Can anybody explain that to me?
Because in theory, they're two of the only guys that can hit a jump shot.
Yeah, but they were 1 of 11.
I know. That's why I say in theory.
Behind the arc.
Yeah.
I mean, we had guys last year, and Tim Hardaway, I enjoyed him being here. I enjoyed him being here that whole year. And we let him walk because of, he's getting older, or I don't know what that was, but we let him walk. And then, Dennis Schroeder last year, he provided us an actual point guard position so Cade can actually make things happen. Why are those guys not on this darn team, and we have these two other guys?
Yep.
Can anybody explain that to me?
I don't know. Schroeder was a sneaky ad last year. He was really good from the trade deadline on.
Yeah, that was a move that really helped them.
Yeah.
So but between Beasley, Hardaway, and Schroeder, and I know why Beasley's not on this team, but between the three of them, that's that secondary spacing and scoring that they desperately miss right now.
Yeah, they didn't want to give him the contract.
Tex says it's unbelievable to me. In 2026, we have no shooting on this team. It's a 3-point shooting league, and we have no one. Tony and McComb.
No, but that's what Duncan Robinson was brought in to do. He wasn't brought in for his defense. He wasn't brought in for anything other than to be a marksman.
Well, that's the key. If you're going to pick on you on defense and you're going to be a minus 18, I got to get something out of you on the offensive end of the floor.
1 of 6.
And Tobias was 0 of 5. And I know he isn't the biggest issue on the team, but there are people that don't want to hear it. Guys, there's enough blame to go around. Tobias is 3 of 21 shooting threes. He's the face-up stretch 4 on this team. In theory, is supposed to help unclog the paint. He missed open threes last night. I think all of the threes that he shot were open last night. He didn't make any of them. On a day where Orlando wasn't lighting the world on fire, 1 or 2 threes on the road go a long way into softening up a defense and winning that game. So while he's not, the number 1 wanted poster guy, it's his teammate Jalen Duren, I could point some blame at Tobias Harris and say, dude, you're Unk. You're the culture guy. You're the proven playoff commodity. The glue. The untouchable. Won't entertain trading him at the deadline. And if you bring it up, you're a mean radio host. He's a playoff, I don't call him a playoff zero, but he's not the driving force that the Pistons made him out to be at the trade deadline.
No. And you look at Duren and, the last caller, why is he still out there? Because he's clearly in a slump.
Mm-hmm.
Yet he plays 31, and we talked about this early. Isaiah Stewart, in half the minutes, had 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 blocks.
Yeah, I don't get it too. And then talk about coaching decisions. So we've watched at the time 3 games coming into last night where Duren was ineffective, lost at times, easily schemed and defended. JB Bickerstaff clearly had the game plan to get him involved early, and this text says that was the wrong move. Says it started early, force feeding Duren, leading to an 8-0 lead for Orlando to start the game because it was turnover. I'm not force feeding Jalen Duren the ball. I don't think he needs to be on the floor. That's that disconnect.
Right.
You're sitting there watching the game going, I don't want him on the floor. The coach of the team is saying, I'm going to play him starters minutes. I mean, we are not the same.
No.
Let's get back to the people, because I guess our overarching question today is just what? What's the worst part?
Yeah.
What's the worst part? Because, guys, I mean it. There's no shortage of people. I mentioned Tobias briefly. The Duren stuff is out there. Cade is not blameless in all of this. John has had this wonderful stat.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful stat. 24 turnovers in 3 games. It's the highest number of turnovers in any 3-game stretch since they've been tracking turnovers, and that started in 77 and 78.
He passed Larry Bird.
Larry Bird in 84 had 22. Cade has 24. And James Harden had 22 in 2015. Cade has 24.
Yep. So if you want to point at Cade, he's not blameless. That's not good enough. Your star needs to be a better star. I get the built-in excuse of everybody around him stinks. There's no spacing. I get all that. But you can blame Cade. You can blame Duren. You can throw some shade at Tobias, JB Bickerstaff, Trajan Langdon. Plenty to go around today. I mean, the worst part might be that your regular season is meaningless. The worst part might be that the annoying people in other markets nationally dogging this team as frauds were right. Maybe that's the worst part of this.
For me, the worst part is exactly what you said. It's that the regular season for the Pistons, for every other team that's in the postseason, was fraudulent. You can't believe the results because Orlando, if you were to flip it right now and say, well, Orlando was the 1 seed, the Pistons were the 8 seed, it seems more realistic.
Yeah. How about this? I'm tired of the fan base giving Cade a pass. Last 3 minutes of Game 3, he had more turnovers than points in crunch time. Game 4, he does not get a field goal in the fourth quarter. Elite players don't let that happen. They take over in crunch time. He is not the one. John, the regular season is not a fraud. It's just a bad matchup. The Pistons are crumbling. They probably would have dumped the Knicks easily. Well, this isn't like choose your fighter.
Right. You were the 1 seed.
Yeah, to me, it's not like people have made the case Orlando's not your typical 8 and they're a bad matchup. The bigger story is the Pistons aren't your 1 seed.
No, and it is the fact that for 82 games, the Pistons played they played at a high level. They played on high octane for 82 games, which is great, and it was fun. But then when they got to the postseason, there was no way for them to ramp it up because that's what they had been playing at all season long. They were basically playing the playoffs for 82 games. Every other team has another level to get to. You're seeing it with Orlando. And is it a bad matchup? Sure. You could say it's a bad matchup. But if you're the 1 seed, you won 60 games, should it matter?
It shouldn't.
Not to be down 3-1 in a series, possibly going out 4-1.
Yeah, that's the takeaway. A true 1 seed doesn't have a bad matchup. A 60-win 1 seed doesn't have a bad matchup. But this isn't your typical 1 seed. It's why they're going to go down as one of the worst 1 seeds of all time. One of only, this would be 7 1 seeds to lose in the opening round.
And only one other team of those 1 seeds went out with a mark of 4-1.
I just want to add this, and then I know we're going to get phone calls in the mix coming up next. I'm happy we haven't taken one phone call or one text of someone trying to sell, but Franz Wagner got hurt, so the door's open. Franz Wagner didn't play in the second half. It didn't matter. Wednesday sure feels like the end, and if it's not Wednesday, probably back in Orlando on, Friday?
Yeah.
All right. Feedback, phone calls, anything but the fun. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch maybe not basketball right now, but every other sport, is Stadium Swim. Maybe not hockey either. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
97.1. Talking Pistons, taking phone calls. Down 3-1. Stick a fork in them. They're going to go down as one of the worst one seeds of all time.
Yeah. It's the one seeds that have lost to 8 seeds. You got the Sonics in 94. They lost to the Nuggets. In 99, it was the Heat that lost to the Knicks. 07 was the Mavs, who were a 67-win team. Lost to the Warriors. In 11, it was the Spurs, who lost, and they were also a 61-win team, lost to the Grizzlies. The Bulls in 2012, they lost to the Sixers, and then the Bucks lost to the Heat in 23. And they're the only team that was a 1 seed that went out with a 4-1 mark.
Yeah, whether it's Game 5 or Game 6, I don't even know that it's going 7 at this point. The Pistons are well on their way to fraud status. And anything that people said about this team coming into the playoffs, bunch of tryhards in the regular season, not enough spacing, not enough jump shooting, JB's a playoff loser as a coach, all of it's come to fruition. So we've asked you, what's the worst part? Like, we're all fans of this team. We all got excited, varying levels of excitement. But what's the worst part? Is it that they didn't do enough at the deadline, like that this was an avoidable problem? Is it that JB's rotations are driving you mad? Why is Beef Stew playing half the minutes of Jalen Duren when he's 4 times the player? Was it a Cade thing that you're starting to get kind of a feeling that this is a referendum on him? I'm not there, but I don't think he's blameless. Duren, of course, he's getting emasculated. Poor guy's on a poster. Cost himself hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's his ex's guy blocking his shot at the rim. Is it Duren? Is it Tobias, who's supposed to be the calming veteran presence who can't make a 3 to save his life? Is it something else? Is it just the narrative being true that us in Detroit like to do the Detroit versus everybody and F what anybody else thinks about our team, we'll prove you wrong?
Right.
But then the joke's on us? Maybe that's the worst part because it just all comes together. To me, the worst part is they should frame this and put it on Trajan Langdon's desk. In the second half of a basketball game in the year 2026, his team made 2 shots outside the paint. If that is not the driving force for all roster moves this offseason, they have failed. Trajan, 2 shots outside the paint. What are you going to do to fix it? That is the only thing I want to hear about. Their defense was good enough last night. Orlando shot 33%. We had been saying, well, if they just buck up and play defense hard enough, they'll win, right? Wrong. Because there's such a drain in the offensive end of the floor that it's a clogged toilet of an offense. And Cade has got a plunger every single possession in a half court. And it gets messy, and there's fecal matter everywhere. So you tell us, what's the worst part? 248-539-9797. Adam and Frankenmuth, good to hear from you.
Good morning, boys. About to walk into school. A little sore, Big John, man. Umpiring this weekend, 15 games is tough.
Holy cow.
It wasn't tough watching that. It was tougher watching that Pistons game. Just think about it. You go back to the bad boys. You had Ben Wallace. You go back to the bad boys before you had Rick Mahorn and Bill Laimbeer. They need to send somebody into that locker room and say, our identity during the season was we was tough, physical, and we will beat you up. The Orlando Magic have come out and intimidate us, and I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but we just need to go out there, and I know it sounds stupid, but we need to go out there and, pronounce our presence with authority and be a lot more physical. If we get technical things happen, we need to make this series ugly because Orlando Magic plays ugly, and we need to match that.
Yeah, it's no doubt about it that they've been punked. They've been punched in the chest. This is not a Magic team that I think is anything special. But in a series that was going to come down to a street fight at the rim, the idea that the Pistons would get punked,
right?
That's startling. That's a great point by Adam. One of you said the worst part is you can't trust the regular season. That was John. Tex says agree 100%. That's the reason why I don't like the NBA. The Pistons won a lot because they tried. Well, what does that say about the rest of the leagues? Most teams half-ass the whole season. John, I'll add to this. What are we supposed to do next year if this team wins 55 games? It's going to be white noise to people.
Yeah, it's not going to matter at all until they get to the postseason and show. It's like not on the same level, but when the Lions went to the NFC Championship game, what did we say after that? Hey, the regular season, hey, just play the regular season. Let us get to the postseason.
Yep.
And then you're a first-round exit. They'll let us get to the postseason, and you don't even make the postseason. Like, the postseason is where it is all at.
It's how you're defined and how you're judged. We did get a text that said the Lions are off the hook for the worst choke job in the postseason.
Yeah.
This isn't a one-off, one-game fluke. This is 3 straight times, and not 3 straight, but 3 times, and there's no injury excuse either.
Well, I'm not going to bash them for winning game 2.
Yeah.
But how did they win game 2? It was the third quarter.
It was one really good quarter.
Yeah.
And outside of that, there ain't been much to talk about. Nothing positive anyway. 248-539-9797. Kurt, Clinton Township, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I think a lot of this rests on Cade. I mean, talk about missing shots. He was 7 for 23.
Yep.
When you take Robinson, Asher Thompson, and Jalen Duren, they shot 24 shots combined. Duren was 5 for 8 last night. Not that he had a great game, but the assist-to-turnover ratio is killing us. He's a ball-dominant point guard. He wants to make all the plays. He wants to go to the hoop. He wants to do everything. You can't turn the ball over 8 times and only have 6 assists. And as far as the boards are concerned, we only were down by 3 boards last night. I know it seems like we're getting beat up on that stuff. Really, Cade's got to clean it up and get the team together. This is a team that has to play team basketball. When we don't play team basketball, we're in a lot of trouble.
And I know he'll put it on his shoulders, and he has to be better. I mean, when you have more turnovers than assists, but also more turnovers than made field goals, that's just a non-starter. You're not going to win those kind of games.
No, you're not.
And I feel for him because he has to force it. He is shouldering the load. He doesn't have a collapsed lung, but he has a collapsed roster.
Well, and when you talk about the assist to turnover ratio, yes, when the ball is in your hands, you're going to have more turnovers. When you're a playmaker, you're going to have more turnovers. But in conjunction with that, you need to have more. Like you can't have 1-to-1. Talked about that last game after they finished on Saturday. You can't have 1-to-1 ratio, and it got worse.
8 o'clock hour. We will continue the Piston conversation, but at some point we do have to move on. Spent 2+ hours on it. We'll take a breather and a break. We'll talk about Vrabel Rossini, some fun odds, and a question from John for the fellas and the ladies out there. We'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1. All right, I mentioned we're going to knock out as many of these calls as we can get to, and then we're going to shift gears 8:18. Tom gave me some Vrabel Rossini odds. Look at John's thoughts. And then John's question about
Vrabel Rossini odds?
Odds.
Oh, boy.
Things like, will one of them get a divorce before the end of 2026? Just fun, stupid odds. And then you have a question for guys and girls about navigating stuff like this. We'll get into that at 8:18. We got Bruno Mars tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. And at some point, we do have to draw attention to the fact that Heather Park is not yet back from her vacation.
Huh. She was supposed to be in studio this morning.
I brought it up a couple times yesterday. I'm just raising an eyebrow. We'll get back to the phones. Tony, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, great day, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Man, this is tough to watch, man. This is a tough one to stomach. My opinion in observing our team, man, is that we need a traditional point guard with the severe amount of turnovers, most of them kind of unforced, inability to kind of create an offense when the team has created a game plan against us. I kind of look at Cade and Booker almost in that same realm in a sense. When Booker had a true point guard, CP3, they did a lot, right?
Yep.
I wouldn't be against maybe Kyrie coming over. A veteran presence that we may can get on the kind of cheap, but I believe that he needs some type of, Robin, if you will, to that. And in closing, I wanted to get your guys' opinion on online. There's a few things going around about the magnetic ball and the Wilson switching over to Wilson and the NBA holding patents on the rims, and it kind of is disheartening as a true sports fan who played basketball growing up. It was mano-a-mano, skill versus skill. But you also have WWE on the same network as all of our major sports. So I'll hang up, and I just want to listen to you guys' response to that. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Tony.
Did I miss something?
Kind of threw a couple things at us at the end there. The rims and the balls.
With magnets in them, and there could... What?
Can we go back to talking about Angela Reese and Wendell Carter?
That made more sense to me.
Yeah, I kind of... I'm like, is there some controversy about magnets being in balls and the rims? And
well, then he brought up the WWE being on the same network, so now, basketball scripted too?
Suggs for three! And it's good!
Is this pop a shot?
Text says, how many uncontested threes can Tobias miss? Literally wide open. You're an NBA player. Make the shots.
Magnetic balls.
If only. 0 for 5 from 3 last night. 3 of 21 now on the series. Uncle T. Again, you were a mean jerk if you brought up that he could be a trade chip at the deadline. Not that you had to trade him, but they didn't even entertain trading him because he's just, he's Uncle T. The culture oozes out of him. You could see how the chemistry will play when you get to the postseason. At first it was Duren, then it was Langdon, now it's JB. JB can't read the room in a lineup, disappointed but not surprised as a Pistons fan. Guys, the roster construction is easily the worst part. Everyone knew about these problems except the GM, apparently. Michael Porter Jr. would have been nice. Tom, your contention is you'll defend Langdon.
Yeah, because I felt like the ceiling for this team, even at the deadline, was probably second round, especially when you got the news that Tatum was back. And I think Boston would have been formidable without him, to be honest with you. I saw this team for what it is. I think you guys can agree with that, right?
Yeah, you've had a good read of them.
That they were going to win 50-plus games at the beginning of the year, that they were going to win games because they simply gave the effort night in, night out, and they played that kind of basketball, and that would get you a lot of wins in the NBA. I never thought they were as good as their record was, and I don't think there was a move out there that would have got you to the finals.
But the idea that the only moves you should make are moves that clinch or cinch your chances of playing for the finals, like the job of a GM is to make his team better. I'm sorry, I guess I just don't respect the idea of, hey, I know my team's flawed, but I'm going to send them to slaughter anyway.
Could he have done a little bit better? Yeah, I proposed Luke Kennard. You guys kind of laughed at it. He's actually had some moments with the Lakers. He would be playing if he was on the Pistons right now. I'm not saying that he gets off scot-free. I just think a move of magnitude would have been stupid to give up assets that you really need to have those assets for this summer. And I agree. he certainly had some doubts about his roster when he said, we haven't even won a home playoff game. We haven't won a playoff series.
Yeah, it caught me off guard at the time, but it took us inside his head a little bit. I guess if the payoff is, and it's still a question, if the payoff is he watches this and he makes significant swings and changes this offseason, okay.
Well, but it's also maybe a look into what his plan is. If they made an ad, and say they added DeSunmo or Kennard, but it only gets them to the second round versus taking those assets, instead of spending them at the trade deadline, spending them this offseason for somebody, I know you brought it up earlier, a Booker. Like, then all of a sudden you can see why he didn't want to spend those assets at that time. But there needs to be a major move this offseason.
He has gotten answers that, and I don't think he was probably going to be back anyways, but Tobias will not be back. He better not. Duran, 10 days ago, people thought, I think the majority of Detroiters would have given the max. There's no way you're giving the max right now. So you've gotten answers to, whoa, I need to do maybe more here than I thought. Mm-hmm. I agree with his decision not to do something that might have tied your hands a little bit more for this coming off season.
So when he'll go into this off season, he'll have Tobias expiring.
Yep.
He'll have Duran. Look, he's played himself out of a max. Does he still have value in a trade where you're throwing in multiple firsts and Ron Holland, who's not even playing?
If he's clearly your 3 and you're going to add a 2 that opens the paint, that creates spacing for Cade, then...
My point, though, is if you're going to go get someone... Booker's super expensive from a cap standpoint, but just stay with me on this. If you're going to go get like a real proven expensive commodity, you have to send salaries back. Tobias is expiring. Duran could be used as a piece that is worked into a bigger trade. The other team's got to want him at a big number, but you could sweeten the pot with, here's 3 firsts and Ron Holland.
Exactly.
My point is, but you're not going to keep Duran in that world. He's going to be used in that bigger trade.
Exactly. And there's worlds, I think, where you're talking 4 number ones and Thompson, if you really want to get a true 2 or a 1B almost. I mean, to me, don't you think they need to make something way bigger than maybe you thought 10 days ago?
Yeah, well, but then that's got to be the payoff. If Trajan's going to subject us to this, there has to be a payoff. If he's going to go, fine, I'm playing with house money. We're ahead of the curve. I've only been on the job a couple years. I'm willing to free roll it. I know you as fans hate the idea that we didn't do enough, but the payoff is I'm going to spring into action and pounce based on what I see. If he does that, that's a different story.
If you have an MPJ on this roster, it just would have been smoke and mirrors, wouldn't it? Do they win this series?
I would think so.
Maybe. I think so too. I still think it would have just been a smoke and mirrors and you're fooling yourself. We have gotten a straight answer here. This team needs way more help than we thought it did.
Let's get to the phones. Brett in Grand Rapids. Brett, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? This guy just about took all my thunder.
Damn.
I think I lay all the blame at Trajan's legs. And it's not just that what he didn't do at the trade deadline. I'm talking about the complete roster construction that he's created. We got a number 5 overall pick sitting on the bench. I mean, you're telling me when we drafted Ron Holland, we could have gotten somebody who can shoot the ball?
Well, Trajan didn't take Holland, right?
I'm not sure if he did or not, but he still got some. It's his fault. Whether or not he took him or not, he's still on our team.
Is that Trajan? What was Trajan's first draft?
I think it was Ron Holland's draft.
I will double check it.
Holland's only been around 2 years.
Yeah, it was Langdon.
Okay, so that's
his first pick.
Yeah, that's his first pick. You're right.
And, I mean, he's a carbon copy, sort of, of Asar Thompson. Not nearly as athletic.
It's redundant,
but,
yeah. No, there's a redundancy. The wing who can't shoot but defends his ass off. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but everybody's blamed for not doing anything at the trade deadline. He told everybody what he was doing at the trade deadline. I want to see what these core young kids can do. Well, we know now. They can't do nothing.
Yep. So what are you going to do?
They can play defense.
Yeah.
And they can play defense, but you can't win a game 60-61.
Exactly.
In the NBA.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like they set the basketball back several decades, just not far enough back to when the Pistons could win that way. It's not played that way anymore. Like, that's maybe that's the best way of looking at last night. We had said, hey, down 2-1, defense.
Hold them under 100 points.
Defense is their best and maybe only way to win. Hold them under 100 points, put a lid on the rim, block shots.
Or magnets in the balls.
Put magnets in the balls, whatever you got to do. Hire The Rock. Get Vince McMahon on the phone. They held the Magic to 33% shooting. They did the defensive thing at the best way you could do it. And the issues are still on the offensive end of the floor. The turnovers, the spacing, the lack of shooting. You can't run from those problems.
No.
That's what this postseason's taught us. You could defend like the greatest defense of all time. You're not running from those problems.
If you had you had a circle here, or like you're going to carve out a pie, how would you break up the blame in terms of those percentages? And would you put Reese on there at all?
Was it the first segment of the show? We had John taking off his hat, seething over the fact that Angel Reese is a narrative.
I'm taking a few deep breaths, thinking about what I want to say before I actually say something on this topic.
Because I think I found another reason. I didn't realize this, but they released Clintman on April 7th.
Okay.
So he was a piece on the bench, a chemistry locker room guy. I'm kidding. Come on. The look I got from John.
Angel Reese starts her WNBA season on Wednesday, so if there's any hope for the Pistons.
Oh, she won't be in the house?
I guess so.
Maybe she's going to be tweeting from the bench in between me bounds.
We'll shift gears. We'll move on. Don't worry. We're on till 10. We'll get back into the Pistons at some point, but forgive us. It's been 2+ hours on this. We're getting a little talked out. We're going to switch gears.
Mm-hmm. Something a little more fun.
Something we can
Maybe.
laugh about. So Tom brought this in, and it is props for Vrabel and Rossini. And then you have a question about husbands who are in such a spot. Maybe do better than pick up a hoodie from the airport.
Yeah, we'll give full context when we come back.
It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and we'll get into that in just a moment. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And here's where the competition starts, or doesn't. For power, Ram has two options. Their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Full-size pickup and 4-cylinder engine doesn't make any sense. You can't tow anything, you can't work, you can't play. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-use technology, quite simply, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Magnets. Blaha on the call, and George, sorry, it's yes, this is really happening.
Or was that the Bionic Man? Was that the magnet attraction, or was that somebody coming by the $8 million man?
Hard to say, John.
Yeah.
Now you just mentioned George. Is this George's fault?
Why would it be Blaha's fault?
Because he did TV during the regular season. Mark's not doing the games.
So what? Mark was supposed to like arm wrestle him for it, and that's the.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's see. Mark Champion and George Blaha going full Stallone. It's time to go to work.
Oh, backwards. Hey, look, the loss last night, even when you held the team to 33% shooting, it shows you the warts. Structurally, this team is busted in the half court, and we spent a lot of time talking about it. So we'll get back into it near the end of the hour. It's by far the biggest story. But we want to mix it up and throw a few more things into the hopper today. You had a Vrabel Rossini question that I think is really good.
Do you want to do the odds first? And then we'll get into some new twists as well as, a question that I have for both the men and women that are listening.
Okay, let me just first start with some prop bets from Bet Online. I have a baker's dozen of props involving Rossini and Vrabel's ongoing situation. As they put it, the NFL is a 365 soap opera, and the storylines mimic that of the stuff you see on reality TV, Judge Judy, and Maury Povich. John, my first question, who will announce the divorce first? Vrabel / his wife, Rossini / her husband?
I would think it would be her husband.
Okay, the Rossini odds are minus 400. They're the heavy favorites that will come from their camp.
I would think so, since this started before they were even married. One of her kids is named Mike.
Yeah, that would be
and just a little wrinkle I'll throw in right now as all of these new wrinkles come in 2022, in the midst of the Tennessee Titans going through a 4-game losing streak, Diana Rossini created a Spotify playlist, shared it with Mike, and the name of it was Turning the Page.
John, will Rossini / her husband announce a divorce before the end of 2026? Yes is at minus 150. No is at plus 110.
So announce the divorce?
Announced this year before the end of 2026.
So it's not completing the process of the divorce
public
versus the pass.
Yes.
But make it actually public. I think yes, one of them will.
It happens this year.
Yeah.
Will Vrabel be the Patriots head coach in week 1 of this season? Yes is minus 500. No is plus 300.
Yes.
Well, a follow-up is, will Vrabel be the head coach of week 1 of 2027? Same odds.
Yes.
Okay. Will Rossini post on X before the end of the year? Minus 130, yes. No is minus 110. She deactivated her account recently.
By the end of this year.
I think she will.
You think she will?
During the NFL season?
I don't know. I think it's going to take a little bit more time than that. I'm going to say no.
Will she do an interview before the end of the year? Yes is minus 400. No plus 250.
I guess I would have to say no on that one too. If I'm gonna, if
damage
she's not
control.
Gonna...
If they announce a divorce this year, and she tweets this year, which is almost even money, she's going to have to do some kind of damage control interview.
Yeah, but I also said I don't think she tweets.
Okay.
I think this goes into the
you
new
could parlay
year
all your stuff together. It's correlated. It'd be great.
Oh wow.
Which platform / person will land the first Rossini interview when it does happen? Your odds, the favorite, the Dan Le Batard Show, followed by Stu Gott's show. Pardon My Take is plus 400. Mina Kimes plus 500. Bill Simmons, Katie Nolan, The Today Show, and Good Morning America, all with odds on the board.
We're not on the list?
We are not.
Would you do it? The first one?
No.
We're not the best people equipped to do it, but it'd be incredible ratings.
No, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
What is that?
That interview, no. None at all.
So who does get the first one?
Yes. I don't know. I'll go with Le Batard.
Okay. Who will speak publicly first? Vrabel's wife or Rossini's husband?
I would probably say, so speak publicly. Neither of them have much of a public presence.
Correct.
She's in a real tough spot, man. I mean,
I don't think she speaks, but maybe she posts some type of statement and says, peace out.
She's way more of a public figure than he is, like in terms of
I agree.
dating back to Ohio State and moving around in the coaching circles, the people she knows.
Yeah, I would think it would probably be her.
Okay. Will Vrabel and Rossini be married before the end of 2027? 10-1 odds if you say yes.
No.
You don't think that they have a long-standing, deep relationship? If both their marriages fall apart, do they not run to each other? 10-1 odds?
No.
You're not taking a bait there.
No, but just think about the work that he's done over the last, like he was, at one point, they were a 1 seed in Tennessee. He lost his job, picked up another job, all while maintaining 2 separate relationships. Like, I mean, that's kind of amazing in and of itself.
I got to wonder, seriously, if the open marriage thing is in play with this.
No.
It happens.
No.
I can't imagine it ends well.
No.
Vrabel and Rossini, will they be seen in public together this year? Plus 1,000, 10-1 odds. No. I can't imagine they would. Will Rossini start a podcast or Substack before the end of the year? Yes or no?
Well, since I already said she doesn't make a statement, then I'd have to go with no.
This all kind of goes together. Who will be caught in who will be next caught in an extramarital affair? Mike Vrabel or Robert Kraft? Kraft is the heavy favorite at minus 300. Vrabel's probably going to lay low
Depends
for a while.
how long he's married.
Rossini's not even on there because it would be the favorite.
Yes. And will Rossini or Vrabel request a paternity test? Yes is plus 550. No is minus 1,000.
So I don't know that either of them request a paternity test. It would certainly come from her husband.
Right.
That's the only one that would request the paternity test.
Agreed. Okay, so this is
And
clearly
maybe little Mikey in 10 years. I don't know. Who's my daddy? I hate that I don't even want to bring up the kid.
Should they bring back Maury just for this?
Yeah, a one-off. Yeah, I mean, hell, Mike Tyson's fighting again. We got all these aged individuals coming back for one more swing at a payday. Why not?
Clearly, this story has taken a lot of attention. Yesterday, the latest bit of this was what Vrabel was spotted trying to pick up like an apology gift.
Yeah, on Saturday, he was not present in the Patriots facility because Saturday was therapy day. And then he was spotted, I don't know if it was Saturday night or Sunday, but he was back at the Patriots facility Monday morning. That's been reported. But at some point, because he and his wife have a place out in Salt Lake City, he was seen in the airport, and it's been labeled as he was buying an apology present, which is a blue sweatshirt from a vendor at the airport that was supposed to be the apology gift for his wife. And so I've got the question, and not that you're trying to apologize for any extramarital affairs, but we all know, hey, at some point in our relationships, we screw up. We make a mistake. And some guys will go to get something for their wife. Sometimes it's as simple as flowers. I'm sorry. An apology present. What's your go-to apology present as a dude? And then for the ladies, what is a sufficient, not for this, not for infidelity, but what is a sufficient apology present?
Yeah, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you weren't sleeping with an NFL insider for 6 years while married.
Right,
Let's lower the stakes for people
before
listening.
She was married, got married, had 2 kids. Name one of them after your husband.
Yeah, we're going to leave that equation because I don't think
if
that's
you are living
super
that
relatable.
situation,
Please call in.
Yeah, give us a call. Let us know how it should be handled. But I'm assuming that we don't have a lot that are living that situation.
But it's a fun question with lower stakes. What do you do as a guy when you screw up? What's the go-to? And as a woman out there, if the guy screws up, what can they do?
What do you expect? Yeah.
What is the expectation? So I'd love to get some feedback on that. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll work Pistons in at the end of the hour. Bruno Mars tickets to give away in the 9 o'clock hour. And at some point, we have to address the lack of Heather in the room. It's 97.1. Get back at the Pistons at 8:50. Nobody's happy. The worst part of that was ... You fill in the blank. Lots of options. Jim Costa, John Jansen, no Heather Park. Supposed to be back today. Get to that before the show ends. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Quick pit stop on this Diana Rossini Vrabel story. Vrabel spotted buying like a hoodie at an airport, thought to be an apology gift, which is woefully inadequate.
It's a sweatshirt bought at the airport
in Salt Lake City.
Here, I hope this makes everything all better.
As a Twitch comment puts, better off getting her a vacuum cleaner or a cookbook. Are we serious?
Get her a scale.
Oh, God. So we said, lower the stakes. I can't imagine you're dealing with your spouse cheating on you with an NFL insider.
No.
When your significant other screws up, what do you want back? And if you're the guy screwing up, what is it you go to?
What's your go-to?
Yeah, what's your go-to is the question. Text says, never flowers. Then you're screwed forever. If you give them to her again, it's what did you do?
Right, yeah. You don't want to set the precedent like, hey, I messed up. Here's some flowers. And then all of a sudden you show up with flowers and, all right, what'd you do?
You keep saying it wrong. She's an NFL inside her.
Ooh.
Every time I get flowers at the market, every time I see a guy buying flowers at the market, I say, so what'd you do? John and Lake Orion, it always gets a laugh. To my wife, an official apology gift is the fact that I even apologize at all.
Sure, I mean, that's where you start. And we got one here, go-to apology gift, cleaning the house and a good meal and snacks. Problem is, I suck at cleaning and cooking too.
There's always snacks.
Hey, it's all about the effort.
Do you have, again, you're not doing this, but if you do something to make Lisa upset, what's a gift that you give her?
And this is sometimes hard for me. I have to own up to whatever it is that I did. And actually, normally there's some type of argument back and forth. Yeah. I won't give in. And especially if I know she's right, like I just don't want to give in. I have to come forward and just say the words, I'm sorry. You were right. I was being an ass. I'm over it. And my wife, as I've said before, is the most patient individual I have ever met in my entire life. And she could turn the page in a heartbeat. But it's not an apology for, sorry, I stepped out for 6 years.
Right.
It may have fathered a child with another individual.
Yeah. Nothing that deep.
No.
But like, does she like flowers? Chocolate? A special food?
I sometimes if things are, I guess, really bad, I may do the same thing that one Twitcher talked about is I'll make sure that, hey, bed is made the way she likes it. And, hey, if she walks in, she doesn't have to do much, maybe cook a meal, but I cook a lot of meals to begin with. So it's not. Yeah.
Thank you, Donald. Classic. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure it's relatable. I'm stubborn.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm wrong. And until I admit I'm wrong, it's never going to move forward. So it can normally be a process. In terms of like a go-to gift, there's the, it's like the chocolate covered, like the sponge cake, not sponge cake. The, what are they called?
Have you ever
like
walked
the honeycomb?
Oh wait, no, hold on a second. He doesn't have it yet.
Oh, he's
the sponge cake?
Not what's it called? The honeycomb, like the covered chocolate. Yeah, it's like sponge cake.
I don't know. Have you ever walked out the house and this is how you left it?
No, that would not be a good move.
I can see you in an argument with your wife, and that's how you finish the argument.
No, I don't want to ever end. No. It's a bad move. Don't do that. Let's get to Hope. Hope, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Hi.
Good morning, Hope. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about y'all?
Good.
All right. So I think y'all are right about like the first thing you have to do is own up to it, right? Like you can't just buy something and say, "Oh, this is an apology." No. Right. Like you have to first start with, "I'm sorry, I did XYZ. I can see how it made you feel, whatever way. And like, either I won't do it again, or next time I will do this instead. Like, it has to be changed behavior first, right?
Right. Yeah. Next time I'll recognize in the moment what I'm doing and stop it in the moment.
Right, exactly. Because if you're just repeating the same thing, then, your apologies are worthless.
Right. At the same time, though, I get caught in a moment of being frustrated with, I can't prove I'm going to do it right next time, right now.
Yeah.
I can commit to it, but until we get to the next time, you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Right, and that's where trust comes in, right? Like, if you trust that the other person has, like, apologized and changed their behavior in the past, like, that's where you go, okay, I get that. Like, I'm human too. I make mistakes. I apologize to you too. And we have to trust each other that we'll do better.
Hope that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So I feel like if what you did really stressed somebody out, you do something for them that lowers their stress level. And if that's cleaning the house, it's cleaning the house. If it's making them a meal, it's making them a meal. If it's taking them out to dinner, it's taking them out to dinner. If it's getting them snacks, whatever. But you got to know your person and what's going to make them feel a little better after that stress of an argument. Because nobody likes being in an argument with their significant other. It sucks.
So, Hope, what do you do if you screw up?
Well, the first thing I do is swallow my pride and say, I was wrong, you were right, which I hate saying more than anything else on this planet, but, I love my guy, so I'll say it. So the first thing I do is that, and like I said, I'll address, like, I did this, I understand how it made you feel, like, I won't do that again, or I will do this in the future instead. And then a lot of the times it's just, spending some time together, or like I'll make a meal for him, or like just try to like tidy up because, chaos stresses him out. So I try to do something to kind of make up for the fact that I've increased his stress, basically.
Okay. That sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Thanks.
And obviously, Vrabel with the therapy session he had on Saturday, it was, hey, go buy your wife something from the airport.
Number one text.
No, wait, I got one.
Oh, you got more?
I got one, yeah. Because you were looking for the food thing. You were describing it.
Yeah,
and
Seafoam is what I was looking for. Seafoam candy.
Okay. I think it was, everybody on Twitch was saying it was supposed to be a pineapple upside down cake is what you were looking for.
No, Seafoam candy. That's what I was trying to describe. It's crunchy, chocolate-coated Seafoam candy. Text says, diamonds, you idiot. That's the answer.
It'd have to be something pretty big. I mean, if you're Kobe.
Wasn't that the Kobe thing?
Yeah, you go with the what is it, like an $8 million diamond ring? $4 million?
Whatever it
Seems to
was.
have worked for him.
Yeah, yeah. Flowers can be great, but don't hustle and get Walmart bouquets. Go to a shop, custom card, do it right. My wife and I don't do apology gifts. The best gift you can give is a direct and sincere apology.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the Pistons coming up next. I don't know if there's an apology they could give this fan base right now. They are irate. One win's not enough. One win's not enough. You can go ahead and win Game 5. Does anybody believe they're winning this series?
Okay, win Game 6 and Game 7.
So you're talking for a miracle.
Hey, you get a chance to go out there and right or wrong. Lower the stress level. We just heard from Hope.
Yeah,
you got to lower the stress level. Winning cures all ails.
Let's say, but this is one apology's not going to get it done. You actually have to act on it. So look, we'll get to it next. Want to hear from Pistons fans. The worst part of what's going down right now, you've got a 1 seed facing elimination on full fraud alert, well on their way to going down as one of the worst 1 seeds of all time. What's the worst part of all this? Bruno Mars tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1. Want to see a dead body? Jalen Duren emasculated. Oof. Has anybody ever had a worse playoff series ever? You lose hundreds of millions of dollars. You're getting punked. The team has a guy on it that's dating your ex who's blocking you at the rim. I can't imagine many have had a worse NBA playoff series than Jalen Duren is having right now. He's not a max player. He's nowhere near a max player. I started wondering, has a player ever been forced to pay a team to be on the roster? That's how bad it's gotten.
Yeah.
So JB still wants to play him 30 minutes last night. I don't know. Tell me. Maybe we're starting to see why Cleveland moved on from JB. 10-22 in the playoffs. Look, you tell us what's the worst part. Cade's turnovers are unacceptable. Duren's play is unacceptable. Tobias Harris can't make any jump shots. He's supposed to be the veteran presence on this team. 0 of 5 from 3, 3 of 21 in the series. Is it Trajan in the deadline and not doing enough? These problems were entirely preventable. They made 2 shots outside the paint in the second half. I'll say that again. In 2023, 2 jump shots outside the paint.
It's hard to even believe.
You guys tell us what's the worst part. I mean, this is a team that was the 1 seed. And I don't want to hear that the Magic are a bad matchup or not a typical 8 seed, because the truth is this says more about the Pistons. They're not a typical 1 seed. They're going to go down as one of the worst 1 seeds ever. They're well on their way to the fraud label. And maybe that's the worst part, is that everybody who said all these things about this team were right. We like to stick out our chest and it's Detroit versus everybody and all the haters are wrong and we're going to show them haters are right. What they said about this team was right. That they were a bunch of regular season tryhards, that they didn't have an extra gear, and their problems can't be fixed simply by playing defense. John, last night, Orlando shot 33%. That's as good a defense as you're going to play. They blocked 1 million shots. And yet their issues are so problematic that they can't win anyway. That in the half court, it's a clogged toilet of an offense. And Cade's got a plunger, but it's messy. There's not a lot to work with. I'm not going to let him off the hook. Yeah, that's what it's like. That's a gross game. Okay, I could do with a little less plunging. Seriously, just make it stop. Please. But John. But John, that's like I can't let Cade off the hook, but what is he also at the same time, if your team can't make any jumpers, it's not hard to play defense against the Detroit Pistons. They are structurally messed up from the way the roster was constructed.
No, if you don't have anybody that can knock down something to get a body off of Cade, to get a body off of Jalen, to get to get something in the paint, something outside the arc, like there's just nobody that can do that.
So the worst part to you?
The worst part to me is the fact that the regular season is a fraud. And it's not just the Pistons regular season, it's the NBA regular season. When you have a team like Orlando, and some of it was legit, they had legitimate injuries. Mm-hmm. But then you have others where it's load management. And now all of a sudden, it's a completely different team that you're facing in the postseason. And the Pistons, they played at an effort of 95% or higher all season long.
Right.
They had very little room to ramp that up. And we've seen that. They haven't ramped it up. In fact, it looks like they've ramped it down. But other teams are finding other gears to get to. So the regular season, to me, the whole thing is a fraud.
Yeah. And now, how do you put any stock in, like, moving forward? Like, next year, this team should win a bunch of regular seasons again.
That's great.
It's going to be white noise.
Just to do whatever you got to do to get into the postseason.
Yeah, and actually have a roster built to do something when you get there. Like this summer, I mean, again, frame it and put it on Trajan's door, the shot map of the second half, and go, this is your biggest issue. Fix it. 248-539-9797. Here's the other thing. People say the Magic are a tough matchup, and this isn't your typical 8 seed. They didn't have Franz Wagner in the second half.
Yeah.
So they were the 8 seed Magic in the second half and still beat the Pistons, shooting 33%.
And what would be happening if you played the Cavaliers right now?
Right.
Or if it was Boston?
Right. Yeah, you don't...
They're better teams than the Magic.
The idea that you didn't get the patsy, that it wasn't the Hornets. So what? There's no excuse.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. Let's get to the phones. We've got Kurt. You're on 97.1.
How you guys doing this morning?
Oh, we're doing all right. How are you, Kurt?
What's up?
I can't complain. So the reason I'm calling in, I'm gonna be honest. Everybody is talking about how Cade is turning the ball over, and honestly, it's mostly in the half court. But another aspect of that is in the open court, it just looks like Cade is just lackadaisical. Like he's jogging up the court in transition. Like we had a lot of 3-on-2s, 3-on-1s, and we just didn't convert off a lot of mistakes off of those transitions. And then also Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson has to be a better on-ball defender and also off-ball. The Magic are getting a lot of open threes just off of simple lackadaisical rotations. And, that's pretty much it, guys.
Yeah, but the thing with Duncan, he's not a good defender. He's never going to be a good defender. On, off ball, he's just not a good defender. The issue is they played good enough defense. He didn't make any shots.
No.
Right? What was his final line? He made 1 of 6 from 3, something like that. Like, that's the biggest thing. If I'm going to take the plunge in my own end, I'm going to be punished on defense by playing Duncan Robinson.
Right.
I have to get something on the offensive end.
He was 1 of 6. Tobias Harris was 0 for 5. Cade was 3 of 11. Nobody's going to sit there and say, well, that's good.
No. I mean, think about this. They didn't make a field goal for the final 5 minutes of the game up until some putback at the buzzer by Stu.
Mm-hmm.
You go 5 minutes in a close 1 to 2 possession game. You can't make a field goal.
Well, and at least with Isaiah Stewart, you have the threat of a big take and a 3.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. How does Stu, who blocks 8 shots, only play 17 minutes?
Yeah.
Because I know he's going to contest the rim much more ferociously than Duren. And then, when I do have the ball in the half court, if he drifts over to the corner, someone's got to put a hand up.
Right. At least he has the threat of making one. I mean, with Jalen Duren, there's not even a threat that he's going to take one.
Well, look at the way the Magic defend pick and rolls. They sag off, especially during pick and rolls. Forget about it. I mean, we're going to back off.
Yeah.
When you get guys like Suggs who can leave Asar Thompson because I don't have to worry about him either. It's just too many guys that you can sag off of back into the paint and contest and then get rebounds and the possession ends.
And you got a big inside that can't do anything about it.
Nope. The legacy of this core is the longest losing streak of all time and the worst 1 seed of all time. The legacy of this core is losing and failure. This core can't be back next season. It's purely psychological. Detroit grit will allow you to come from behind at any distance, but it will not allow you to win or dominate. It's a psychological illness. Everything in this series feels self-inflicted. We played atrocious. If we just rebound and hit a couple free throws late, we're right there to win. The worst part is the 2 hours of sleep I missed out on. Sam and Allen Park.
Yeah. It affects all the rest of today.
I'm not going to ask for any sympathy. I didn't get to bed till midnight. I mean, it's just the sugar on top.
That'd be the cherry on top.
Yes.
I believe it's the candy on top of the dessert.
Candy on top of the dessert. Yes. Sorry. Sorry, Sony. Got it wrong.
And it's Tuesday, by the way, John. So this is going to ripple effect down the week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. There's a fine line between being a smooth operator and just a lazy player. I'm not sure which it is when it comes to Cade. Ben in Lapeer.
So I brought that up a little bit, after game 3, where it was 3/4 of him being that smooth operator, but it was 9 assists, 9 turnovers. It's just so damn frustrating. And when you want to have that guy that is the stud, which we believe Cade is, but then everyone's sitting around waiting for Cade to do it because Duren can't, because Tobias Harris can't, because Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, no one else can.
He had more turnovers than assists. He had more turnovers than field goals. And I get why. It's just not okay. It's 97-1. Pistons sure aren't a winner, but you could be today. It's the 9 o'clock hour and your chance to win Bruno Mars tickets. Ford Field, May 9th, this hour. Listen for Uptown Funk. When you hear it, call in, win the tickets. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, what was the worst part? A lot to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you mine already. It's the fraud that the regular season in the NBA is.
I said it's 2 made jump shots outside the paint in the entire second half. I knew it was bad, but that is next level bad. And it's how you lose a game where you play good defense. I'll ask the guys behind the glass, but let's get to the phones. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I was just commenting on the gifts for apologizing.
Oh, yeah.
Since my wife doesn't listen to this, I have a get out of jail case hidden in the garage that when I see stuff on sale, I buy it, I put it in there, save it for that point in time that I need it. I got purses, I got jewelry, I've got perfume, I've got gift cards,
So you're ready to screw up.
Sorry. I'm sorry cards, but it works. I don't have to go to the store and get some. I just go into the garage. If I come home too late from hanging out with everybody, get home too late, go to the garage. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. Didn't do something, didn't do the dishes. Let me go out here and pull out a gift card. Here's a Starbucks card for you, babe. Here's everything. So I said, I got a get out of jail case that I keep.
He knows he's going to screw up, and he's proactive. He's looking out for future Kev.
I think we all know we're going to be in that position. You're just ahead of the game.
If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That's right.
Do you have
He's just ready all the time.
Probably screws up quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
Got an extra 3-point shooter in there?
Yeah.
Maybe an extra guard?
Yeah.
Create his own shot?
But if his wife finds out, now all of a sudden he's making choices knowing she's going to be mad, and he's going to ask for forgiveness versus permission, and eventually, where does that get you?
What's in Trajan's case in his garage?
That's what we're about to find out this offseason. Now, for you two back there, what was the worst part? As this team is now down 3-1, it could be from last night specifically or just the totality of the situation.
Let me say this as I'll borrow this from my friend who could not see the game but was watching it on Gamecast. He was on a flight, and that is just one frustrating way to watch a game. Turnover, 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 missed shot, rebound magic, turnover, missed shot.
Whole lot of X's.
I don't know. Mine's probably the obvious, but I'm doing a collective for the series. It's Jalen Duren.
Okay.
You go from a guy that I think majority of fans probably would have maxed him out this offseason, thinking he's a core piece to this team, to no way on the max. And I don't know if he's on the team next year. Like, we went 10 days and had that swing of opinion. That's crazy.
And I've seen it. It's a coping mechanism. I've seen people say, well, it's good we found out now before we gave him the max.
Right, but it's been so bad that his value may be hurt in a trade.
Well, it definitely would be. And I'm going to go ahead and say this. I would have rather him played well enough to earn the max.
Oh, sure.
But people are now treating this like a good thing. It's still a bad thing. Well, when you really think about it, now we don't have to max him. Well, that means with our second All-Star's nothing.
Right.
Right.
We vaporized our second All-Star.
And it's the puzzling part of it is not getting the rebounds. I understand the scoring and his lack of game, and the lobs weren't going to be there in the postseason. But they're crowding the paint. I get all that. Rebounds are an effort thing to me, and I just don't understand why he has yet to get a double-digit rebound game. You would have said I was crazy if I'd have said that before the series. Hey, guess what? The first 4 games, Jalen Duren's not going to have 10 rebounds in one game.
I'd be stunned. I would think he would have it in every game, that he'd have double-digit rebounds, especially given how much this was going to be a battle down in the paint and how important he had been there.
Yeah.
Text says LCA should be empty, all caps, on Wednesday, and the 6 fans that show up need paper bags to put over their heads. I have no idea what to expect, because when I was there for Game 2, it was a very late arriving crowd with a ton of open seats, and the response was, well, the fans just don't believe in the team yet.
Maybe they knew. Maybe it's a better educated fan base than most people think.
it may be, but my point would be if they didn't believe then, they definitely aren't going to believe for Game 5.
Right.
So I have no idea what that place is going to look like on Wednesday night. Let's get to Chris. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I got a lot to talk about here.
Go for it. Floor is yours.
I'm not even going to touch on. I'm not even going to touch on Duren. I can't even go that route. It's just, yeah. My issues with Cade. Obviously, there's a play that is standing out in my head since I watched it last night, and I watched it like 2 or 3 times. I kept rewinding. We're down, I believe, 2. Couple minutes left in the game. Orlando rims out, and instead him and Duren goes up for it, contested. Cade is standing directly under the rim, watching the ball, looks over it, does not jump, does not put his hands up, does not make an attempt to get this ball. And if he did, it would easily be his, or at least contested to where Duren's right there too. Just the whole, you guys already said it, the laziness. There's, what frustrates me with his turnovers, he's not turning it over by bad passes. He's not protecting the basketball when he's doing that slow, oh, what am I going to do dribble?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. And then Duncan, why the hell have we not put Herter in the lineup? Herter is way better defensively. What was Duncan? 1 for 7, 1 for 6
Something
last
like
night
that.
from the 3.
Yeah.
It was awful. And the fact that we're not putting Ron Holland in the game, we're not putting Paul in the game after last week. I think Paul had 5 rebounds in like 7 minutes.
So let me just address the
they're not
Holland
playing
thing.
like the Detroit bad boys. They're playing like the Detroit good girls right now.
Okay. I'm not going to fight you on it.
Got his tagline in.
I just wanted to say on the Holland story, because we're getting some of those texts today, and I've seen some of the posts online and phone calls. This team in the half court offensively needs more shooting and players who can dribble and create. Ron Holland is an 0 for 2 in those areas.
Right.
Now, look, you want to say you're down 3-1, throw it out and see what sticks? Cool. But his skill set doesn't fix what's currently ailing this team. So that would explain why he hasn't played.
Right. And the whole Kevin Herter thing, I don't think there's anybody looking at Kevin Herter as the answer for what ails this team. And he was the only player yesterday, I believe, that was on the injury report. So, I mean, he played 3 minutes last night. I don't know if that's injury related or situational.
Yeah,
or
he got
just
hurt in game 3 and barely played in game 4. That's probably what it is. Text said, I don't believe in Cade. He's not the man. And another says it's completely on Cade choking like LeBron. 0 clutch.
Well, I think we would have taken LeBron.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's these people still hung up on these like Kobe LeBron debates from like 20 years ago. LeBron has more than proven like he can hit big shots in the postseason and win NBA titles.
Yeah.
That's a weird comp. And as far as Cade goes, I want to make sure well, I won't speak for us for me, I strike the balance of not letting him off the hook from last night while not flying off the handle, because I get why he's being put in these positions to where he's pressing, where turnovers are coming in bunches. You force it down to Duren, there's a turnover, right? Everybody's in the paint where you're trying to dribble to create and kick out. Oh, well, someone comes in and gets a hand on a ball and it's a turnover. Like, they are asking him to do a lot and maybe asking him to do too much. So I want to be fair in the criticism without flying off the handle and saying things like he's not the number one. He's going to be all NBA. He can create his own shot. The problem is he's the only guy on the team that can do it.
Right. And the issue is they have defended Cade. They've taken him away. In essence, I know he had 25 last night, but it is a hard-fought 25, and they haven't really had to worry about much of anything else.
Right, like when Bickerstaff, I don't have the direct quote, but when he's asked about Cade's turnover, he's like, well, they're blitzing and they're sending a lot of guys and are spacing. Yeah, no kidding.
Right, because they can. They don't have to worry about anybody else taking those shots. No one else is hitting them.
And you don't have a counter to that. And that's more of a Trajan issue. Yeah. But the one counter I would argue is less Duren, more Stu. And that's one thing to start with.
Yeah, at least you get some rim defense.
And a little bit of a threat to knock down a jumper.
Yep.
You can't leave him open. Todd in Lincoln Park, good morning.
Good morning.
How you
I'd
doing?
like to comment on the game last night.
Yeah. What do you got?
Cade Cunningham, he he almost had a quadruple double, but the 8 turnovers, I think he's just a little bit tired on both ends of the court. He has to exert too much energy. He dribbled the ball too much. And I also think Kevin Huerter should play a little bit more than Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson went 1 for 6. Kevin Huerter is a better shooter. Well, I ain't gonna say a better shooter. He shoots just as well as Duncan Robinson, and he played better defense. Isaiah Stewart should play a little bit more because he had 5 blocked shots. Actually, he had a total of 8 blocked shots.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's obvious that Isaiah Stewart is a better defensive player than Jalen Duren, at least in this series.
He's a better
Jalen
playoff
Duren is,
player than Duren. Yeah.
No doubt. He Jalen Duren, I don't know. He just disappeared. And if you think he's going to get a max contract, he's sadly mistaken.
Well,
I don't want the Pistons to trade him after one series. But,
well, but what are you going to do? I mean, look, I suppose there's a world where his market comes crashing down because of this series, and you're not trading him, but you're able to keep him well below the max. I suppose that's one way this could go. But all it takes is one team out there that says, we're no good, he's an all-star, we'll pay him, and now you're forced to a decision. Do you match and keep him, knowing he's an expensive player who does not contribute meaningfully in the playoffs, or you lose him for nothing? You'd work out a trade at that point.
Right.
So I brought it up yesterday, and people get all mad about it. It's like, guys, it's Andre Drummond 2.0. Drummond was a 22-year-old all-star. Drummond led the league in rebounding. Drummond was top 10 in NBA Defensive Player of the Year voting. He had twice the steals and twice the blocks per game at 22 than Duren has. Like revisionist history. Well, Drummond's a bum and Duren's so much better. No, he's not.
No, and especially after the last four games. How could you look at it and say he's better?
If anything, it almost feels like a slight to Drummond.
Yeah.
But he was bad in the playoffs too. It's just this style of player. It's not 1985 anymore. I see we're up against it. I see we got Pistons fans that want to jump in. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing. It's the commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. And I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. So why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. First Merchants Bank, firstmerchants.com. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And they didn't make a field goal again for 5 minutes. We'll get to the phones. That has to be one of the most painful, gross, disgusting basketball games you could ever watch. The team that won shot 33% from the floor.
Yeah.
The winning side couldn't buy a bucket. What the hell does that say about our losing side Pistons?
Yeah, you totaled 88 points. And defensively, you did what you're supposed to do. Hold them under 100. You only let them score 94, but you couldn't find a way to muster anything more than 88.
Well, I think that's the key here. That's the dream outcome. 33%, a million block shots, hold them under 100.
Well, we can't possibly shoot worse than that.
That's the recipe. That's how the Pistons have to win.
That's how they won game 2.
If you can't even win that way, you're a broken roster. You're a broken team. You're as fraudulent as a 1 seed as they come. But that was just a tough watch. Like, even if they had won that game, it was like, boy, what am I watching right now?
Yeah, it was painful to watch both sides.
Yeah. Tex says, I'd love to know what this guy's got. It says, reminds me of the Tracy McGrady statement back when the Pistons and Magic met in the early 2000s. He said, it feels good to get to the second round after his 8-seeded Magic took a 3-1 lead. Remember what happened? History will repeat. Detroit in 7, Joe in Belleville.
Whew. That's great. And yes, and look, even I see the similarities, like the game 1 where they couldn't get quite on track. They were just hanging around just enough. But here's the problem. Paolo Banchero, Jalen Suggs, and Franz Wagner were all in diapers when that happened.
Yeah, it's not relevant. I'm sure Desmond Bane was as well.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, sure.
That's the thing, like, if you break it down 7-game series and you get into these street fights, the magic answer is, well, we've got 4 dudes that can shoot a little bit.
Right.
And the Pistons thing is we got one dude that can kind of create for himself, but he's getting drowned.
Right. Yeah. And no one else is stepping up to help him out.
Duren reminds me of regular season Rasmussen, Todd in Detroit. And a question, did Duren start doing Charmin commercials? That's from Dylan in Royal Oak. Let's get to the phone. Zach in Kalamazoo, good morning.
Hey, how we doing, guys? I appreciate you guys talking about these rugged Pistons on a morning like this, man.
Yeah, man.
It's tough. I mean, everyone that's called in's kind of all somewhat said what I want to say. I mean, we could talk about Cade's lackluster transition, where he's trying to be unselfish and pass the ball on a 3-on-2 situation where that's where he needs to get his and one opportunities. We could talk about Duncan Robinson's horrible plus-minus being put into the game, where they obviously Orlando's game planned around Duncan Robinson whenever he is on the floor, and we just can't seem to understand that's where they're attacking. I think the third quarter, Duncan himself, I think, got Orlando into the bonus single-handedly, giving up 6 straight free throws, 3 fouls, and then put us down 7 points again in the third. I mean, there's so much that you can talk about on this game. I could go on for a million hours. But I do think here with you guys, if you're going to put together a thank you letter to Jamal Cain, I would like to sign it because he showed Duren what a grown man is with that dunk. That dunk showed that Jalen Duren is not a max player for this team. He is not a rim defender. And you know what? If he's someone that we want to move on with next year and maybe just have Beef Stew as our number 5, I'll take 6 blocks a game with Beef Stew. We can't keep doing this. And then I'll just one more thing with it because it really pissed me off last night is the first quarter. I know you guys watched the game. Mm-hmm. I know everyone here watched the game. What the hell is going on with this Jalen Duren screen to Duncan Robinson, pass between the legs, turnover garbage? This is the playoffs. This is the playoffs. We cannot be doing this chalant stuff that we did in regular season.
Yeah.
It's not cute anymore.
Well, Zach, not only is it not cute, like, you're having a dreadful postseason. Let's drop the Stockton routine.
Right.
You're not Magic Johnson in the 80s. You're having one of the worst series of all time. Let's cut it out with the razzle-dazzle.
I love Cade Cunningham. I really do think he's our guy. Like, people are bashing him a little bit, but he's got so much on his plate, man.
I know.
There's only so much he can do. The man's exhausted, and whenever he's in transition, he wants to feed his teammates. He does, but who the hell's going to make a shot? Tobias? No, it's not anymore.
Well, and Eric, I'm getting killed because last night I had the audacity to bring up that Harris hasn't been good enough. Now, I'm not saying he's the number one issue, but you would have thought like I came for people's mother last night. I go, he hasn't made a 3 in this game. He's hardly made a 3 in this series. Everybody's in the paint. He's the veteran face-up 4. Knocked down a couple jumpers. You're the untouchable at the deadline. They wouldn't even consider moving. And we can get into the merits of should they or shouldn't they. Would it ultimately only get them one round further and you don't need to give up assets? We can have that debate. They didn't even want to consider it, according to beat reporters at the time, because Uncle T is such a culture dude. What's the culture? Getting punked and bullied in the playoffs and he can't buy a bucket? I'm sorry, he's not safe from this criticism. You could put Duren number 1. You can say I ask more out of my stars and blame Cade. You can say JB in the rotations and Langdon and this and that and Duncan Robinson. Tobias doesn't get to escape blame here.
Right. And to go back to that, the posterization of Jalen Duren, when that happens, the guy dribbles the length of the floor and he goes up. At some point, like Tom talked about this yesterday, you're going to have to make this physical. You're going to have to be able to be the bully. Like, there's no way in hell somebody goes up like that and is able to complete a dunk over you.
Well, and beyond
you
that,
see it coming. Hammer him.
Well, and how does nobody head him off at the pass?
Right. No, nobody stops the ball. Nobody even stops his momentum.
So people might not know this. That caller's from the west side of the state. Jamal Cain, the player who had the dunk.
Yeah.
He's a Pontiac, Michigan native.
Right.
He played at Oakland. He's a Greg Campy guy. All right, back to the phones. We've got Tom in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Well, guys, all I got to say about Cade Cunningham is he just doesn't have the killer instinct, man. Kobe, Jordan, Isaiah, they'd step on their own mother to win a game. He just doesn't have it, man. He's just too, nonchalant, I guess would be the proper word for it. And Duren, forget about it. You can trade him for a used ball bag.
Oh,
mic drop.
Mic drop.
Hey, go
those magnetic balls.
Yes.
We need to trade Jalen Duren for the magnetic balls.
But you have to have the right ball bag so they don't clang together.
Yeah.
One's got to be lower than the other.
There's a TJ drop somewhere if I can find it. Okay, there's a fine line in smooth operator, doesn't get sped up, ice in his veins.
Right. Very
methodical.
Controlled, composed.
Yeah. Those are the words you say when you win. When you lose, then it's nonchalant, not enough urgency, no killer instinct.
Well, when you turn the ball over like he does, thanks TJ. Like he has in the last 3 games, that's where it changes from, ice in the veins and smooth and doing all those things to nonchalant. Like, you can't have those amount of turnovers.
Where's our Desmond Bane? We need a Dennis Jenkins to step up or Paul Reed. Someone has to step up offensively. Here's the bottom line. Neither of those players are Desmond Bane.
Right.
They gave up 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane.
Did they give up anything for D-Ball Paul?
No, I don't think
so. Or Dennis Jenkins?
No, but like a Bane type of deal is what we're talking about in the summer, right?
Yeah, that's what it needs to be. Because if you're not going to make that deal at the trade deadline and you want to play the game of, well, I need to see what we look like. Can we win a postseason game at home? Can we win a postseason series? They've played that game. He's hopefully has learned a lot about this team, and the offseason is then when you go and make that move.
Now, really quick about Desmond Bane, look, they got an asset for their team that helps him with a skill. He's more than just a skill, but they gave up 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane.
Right.
So
what's it going to cost to get exactly
Devin Booker? Everybody wants Devin Booker. I mean, this is a guy. Bane's a guy who hasn't been on an All NBA team,
right?
And we're asking to get an All NBA player to supplement Cade,
right?
That's why you're throwing in a player or two.
Yeah. Well, like Ron Holland's a top 5 pick that doesn't play. I feel like he's fodder for a trade. Right? Someone else might see that and go, "Hey, it's redundant for the Pistons, but we could use a dog who defends."
Sure. If they want to go get a proven star, and let's just use the name Booker, Thompson has to probably be in the deal, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. You have to give to get.
The tragedy in all of this is that it was predicted. This is Christoph and Fenton. He says it was predicted. No three-point shooting was a known problem. Duren is a known one-trick pony. JB is a questionable playoff coach. We knew this. We knew this would happen. We just didn't want to believe it. There's a lot of truth to that. Look, I thought these flaws would get him in round 2. Certainly by round 3. I didn't think it'd get him in round 1. So, I mean, that's egg on my face, I guess. These problems didn't spring up overnight.
No, they didn't. And we all identified them. We all talked about them. We talked about them with Trajan Langdon at the trade deadline, just after the trade deadline.
I thought they would flame out this way, minus Duren not being this bad. I didn't think he'd be this bad when they flamed out. I didn't think it would ever happen in the first round. These problems were going to come to the surface. Yeah. It's just stunning that it's come sooner, and with the caveat that Duren is questionable to be on the roster next year.
Yeah. Hey, on the Bane thing real quick, I'm putting you on the spot. Was that a mistake for the Magic to trade for Bane because they're not going to win the NBA Finals?
I say that's an incomplete right now because of their injuries this year.
Because that's the case of like why you do something like, no, I don't think the Magic are going to win at all, but that's a move that vaulted them into a much more serious tier of contender.
Yeah, no, they were favored more than the Pistons
when the season began.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think you can tell that their injuries were an excuse, that they were probably a 50-win team had they been more healthy.
Yeah. Look, I see we got calls to get to. We do want to address whether or not we should call out Heather Park. We should do that before the hour ends. She was supposed to be back today. We think she'll be back tomorrow, but I'm suspicious, and I don't think I'm the only one.
How long is this vacation going?
No kidding. We'll get that before the hour ends. It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, we'll start there. Not much of a competition because you've got two choices from Ram. The award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Try doing anything with that. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we're creating our own jobs. And for comfort in easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a ride is in the Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's really simple. Pull into any Ram dealer today and just start one. And trust me, you're going to hear the difference.
It's Tobias Harris. 9:50, we'll get to where Heather's at, or where she's not, I guess. She's not here. Travel issues?
Things that make you say,
Orlando's only a 2.5-hour flight. There's some things we need to unpack. I am suspicious. I wonder if we should be suspicious if she's just trying to bank an extra vacation day. Wouldn't be the first person to try to pull that off.
Wouldn't be the first to try to have trouble in Orlando.
You know what? Well said. Let's get to the phone. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Up?
All right. I just want to say two things, right? The Pistons need to concentrate and go by what they know. They know about defense and going to the hole, going to the racket. You get 3-point plays like that also, too. Now, they're a pretty good free throw shooting team. They need to concentrate on that.
No, they're not. They're one of the worst. They're one of the worst free throw shooting teams in the NBA.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's part of the problem right there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right. But another thing, they need to put in my man Paul, the center.
Yeah, look, I give him those Duren minutes. I don't need to see Duren playing 30 minutes of that kind of basketball.
Yeah, if you need to give Isaiah Stewart a breather, put in B-ball Paul.
Yeah.
Exactly, because when he get in there, he's strictly energy.
Yep.
He give you everything. He rebound, run the floor, block shots, whatever you need him to do. He can score.
There's juice.
Anytime on anybody.
Yep.
So you need to get him in the games.
Yeah, and I think his role is ultimately still in spurts, but yeah, those spurts are certainly getting a little more juice than when Jalen Duren's clogging up the paint.
And I don't want to give up on Duren. I mean, maybe for this series.
I kind of do.
But it's if he's in a funk for whatever reason, something is in his head, and he's lost confidence. He's lost what made him Jalen Duren up until this series. And so maybe it's a perspective from the bench, and he comes in and you see if he's got it a little bit later. See, just give him a different role, because you have guys that can step in. Isaiah Stewart. Now, Jalen Duren has more talent than Isaiah Stewart, but it's not showing right now. So use the players that you can utilize, and if you bring in Paul Reed to give Isaiah Stewart a little bit of a breather, and then eventually Jalen Duren gets in the mix, and maybe he finds his rhythm with a different perspective. Do something different.
Yeah, look, tomorrow's show is probably a little more about, like, what does the kitchen sink look like?
Yeah.
Because it's Wednesday night, season ends if you don't win. TJ, Grand Blanc, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, what's up?
I wanted to push back on something that Gov said at the beginning of the show about that there was nobody for the Pistons to trade for at the deadline. Correct me if I'm wrong, I guess, but if you told the Brooklyn Nets to send 4 first-round picks, Jaden Ivey and Ron Holland, I'd be pretty surprised if they turned that down for Michael Porter Jr. And then my second thing I was going to say was, and I was going to ask you guys, there's been lots of talk about, well, is Cade the Robin or the Batman or blah, blah, blah. What has he accomplished in his postseason career that suggests that he can be the 1A Batman guy? Because in my opinion, he hasn't shown any signs that he can be that guy. And we're not asking him to single-handedly carry a team to win the finals. We're talking about beating the 8 seed and getting out in the first round of the playoffs. And in the NBA, over the course of its history, players have single-handedly carried their teams to win playoff series. But you look at guys like James Harden, who's an NBA MVP, who is largely considered a non-clutch player and somebody who you don't even want on their roster because of his playoff struggles. But he was a franchise player for a long time. I see more signs that Cade is somebody like him or like a Kevin Durant who is not a great playoff leader and so far has, to me at least, hasn't shown anything to suggest that he is something, not like that. But
Well, I'll give you this. That was a James Harden game last night. I'll give you that point. Last night is a James Harden game where you have more turnovers than made shots, where your three-point percentage is an abomination. You're a volume shooter who's missing a lot of shots and turning the ball over a lot. But I said last night was a James Harden game. I'm not willing to assign him James Harden status at this point.
Yeah, we need to be careful about deciding on Cade's playoff narrative or whatever you want to call it in terms of, is he going to be a great playoff player or is he going to be the guy that can't drive the bus? Like Charles Barkley said about Durant years later. Durant had some time to develop a playoff resume. Remember, he went to the finals with the Thunder. He built that reputation over time. I think in 2 series, not even 2 series, it's too soon. And in response to the MPJ, I wouldn't have done that trade in a heartbeat. No way. MPJ would not have gotten the Detroit Pistons to the finals after what we've seen here. I still think they would have flamed out.
Yeah, your point is hold those firsts, get a better player this summer.
Yes, that there was a trade not to be made. Jaren Jackson, I could have had that conversation.
What about on a smaller level? The Ayo DeSumos, the CJ McCollum. You're not giving up 4 firsts.
I wouldn't have done that.
You wouldn't have given up 1 first.
I probably would have done that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you have to move heaven and earth to have gotten 10% better and giving yourself the best shot to advance.
A rental, right?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Again, you're not moving heaven and earth to make those kind of moves.
You don't want to get into it's starting to sound like a Steve Bott take.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to. We don't want the Steve Bott take of, don't want to make ourselves better because they're going to flame out, and joke's on that.
This is his second year.
That's been one of Greg and I's best running jokes, mostly off air, is whenever someone gets eliminated from the NHL playoffs, we go, joke's on them. Why'd they buy at the deadline? They're not going to win the cup anyway. It's like a loser coping mechanism for our team that doesn't do anything or advance or even make it. I don't want to start doing that with the Pistons.
Which Langdon's comment surprised us.
Yes.
I think he really doubted this team more than we did at the time. And I would even argue at this point, maybe other than Duran's lack of rebounding, he's probably not that surprised.
No, he's seeing what he thought he would see.
Yeah, he probably didn't. And I'm assuming here, look, I'm buying some faith in a guy that's a second-year general manager that turned a 14-win team into a 60-win team. I think the guy kind of knows what he's doing. I think they're making chicken salad out of chicken bleep right now with one superstar that he didn't want to handcuff himself. Now, look, this summer, this opinion will change if he doesn't do something that's somewhat bold.
Correct.
Yeah, on the Cade thing, real quick, just to circle back. He's averaging 30 points per game in this playoffs. It's up from his first year. His shooting percentage, I believe, is up this year than last year. Only by a little bit, but up a little bit, including from 3. He is navigating with little to no spacing. So that's why I'll call last night a Harden game, but I'm very hesitant to put him into that career pipeline until we see him with even normal NBA spacing. Give him normal NBA spacing, and if he's still this guy 2-3 years from now, cool. Have him grow a beard and he's James Harden.
Well, and you watch him play, and you watch the way that they defend him. Like they're switching off. He gets no easy looks. And when he does drive and pops the ball out, no one knocks it down.
Right.
By the way, we're no longer getting those texts or calls thanking Troy Weaver for drafting Jalen Duren. I'm sorry, I should go over your drop board in a break.
I was going to say, I stare at this thing, and it's like in Braille now. Like, I used to know where everything was, and it's my fault. I say, hey, can you organize this a little more? Like, John drops over here, and Heather drops over here, and Jim. He's like, hey, Troy Weaver. And I'm like, where the hell is the drop? Yeah. And it takes me, I'll figure this out.
We did the equivalent of put the keyboard in alphabetical order.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's what he did to me. And
so
now
look for
I'm
the T's.
Yeah, but that's not how you are used to typing.
Or W. We're going last name first.
John, you're not helping.
That's how I have it in my phone, is last name first. There you go.
There it is. All right, coming up next, a few phone calls, but we do need to address the Heather thing because I want to have a little fun with this. She knew yesterday at 10 a.m. she wasn't going to be in today. Did she really try to get back?
Is there no other way?
No other way. 2-hour flight from Orlando. Sorry, Drats, I got to stay. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait. they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David Get Paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Greg says this is in the Wedding Song Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, it's a must play.
I've been told I have to give you something.
Oh, sorry.
If you want to take a look at this and describe what is being handed to you.
It's the I didn't see what this is. I thought it was just a screenshot of Kane dunking on Duren.
Who posted it?
It was a screenshot of said play posted by Angel Reese on her, was that a reel?
Her
story?
Instagram, yeah, reel.
You don't think there's something there, John?
She's loving this.
Oh, you know she is. Yeah, I mean, she's going to take all her shots. That's fine. The fact that what I can't understand is how it would be in Jalen Duren's head.
Because he's letting it be in his head would be the answer, which drives you crazy because knock it off, get your head in the game.
So real quick, me and Jim were also talking outside the studio very quickly. I got accused of potentially being a Trajan bot, which I kind of fascinated by. I used to be an Iser bot. But me and Jim were talking about, is the better term a Trajan bot or a Trajan horse? Because remember the Trojan horse?
Yeah, I get
And
the
it's like a
connection. Thanks for
virus.
explaining it to me.
Okay, I'm a virus. I can't get rid of it.
Infiltrated.
Trajan horse.
I don't know.
I figured out the one letter that's different.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well, you were a big, burly, tough football guy.
We got
you
a
know?
scholar over here. He solved it. No, real quick, because we are running out of time, and I did want to bring this up today. We got a text after the show yesterday, like within 15 minutes of getting off the air, and it said, Heather won't be in. She has travel issues.
At 10 in the morning?
Right. And my understanding in talking to her is Disney was the last day of this week-long vacation. She took Monday off to be a travel day because otherwise she'd have to rush back on Sunday.
Yeah.
Monday was going to be her travel day. And at 10 a.m. on her travel day, she had already thrown in the towel on making it back at a reasonable time. Is she just trying to get an extra day? The kids are having a great time.
Oh, it was pre-planned.
Pre-planned, or as the trip got going, they said, I know what I'll do.
Can we just extend this one more day?
Because I'll tell you, flying out of Orlando, it's not the easiest airport, but it's only a 2.5-hour flight. So if she knew at 10 a.m., they'd probably already checked into the flight. She couldn't get another flight to Detroit yesterday. I'm suspicious of travel issues.
All right. So normally I would be on your side. However, when I saw it, I instantly thought, because unlike you and your wife traveling, they're traveling with infant children. They got to get 4 seats. Now, there's a lot of planes that are flying in between Orlando and Detroit. I instantly thought, oh, well, hey, there was a travel issue, because I know the airlines that she was flying on, probably not as many options as possible, unless you wanted to flip airlines, and it'd cost you a bunch of money. But also the hotel stay, if you stay an extra day, is going to cost you some money.
I was going to say
that their option was probably coming back late last night, and trying to do that with 2 infant kids, it would be an absolute nightmare. Even if that's the route that they went, to then turn around and come in this morning. So I was giving her a little bit of grace, unlike Mr. Jerk over here.
I'm asking a question. Should we be suspicious that she didn't have the fix in here to get an extra day vacation?
I wasn't as suspicious as I was on day 1 of the NCAA tournament, somebody calling in sick.
Oh, boy. I was going to say maybe they stayed for the Pistons game.
Well, then I would apologize to them because that sounds miserable.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not complaining. Like, we had full phone lines since 6:05.
No, I know that's not. Yeah.
It's we'll get stories from her tomorrow and get the news back in the forefront. But it did hit me that early in the morning on a travel day to already pack it in and say there's just no way. There better be a good story tomorrow.
I'm sure there will be. And I mean, yeah, the flag does go up a little bit in regards to, is there a flag on the play?
I think it's at least under review. We got to get in the little lunchbox and take a look at what happened.
Yeah, but you have to be willing to accept
the call on the field.
Well, you have to be willing to accept what she has to say because of the complication of infant children, which you know nothing about.
So ignorance. What difference is it? You get them on a plane.
First of all, you need 4 seats, and second of all,
they had 4 seats. They booked 4 seats there, and I'm assuming they had 4 seats back. So what's the difference?
Correct, but if there was a flight issue, Now it's rebooking 4 people on the next flight, and maybe there was a full flight. They say, hey, we got 2 seats. We don't know if we've got, if we could free up another couple.
But that's no different if the kids were 10 and 8. Like
no, but then saying if the flight was supposed to, let's just throw out a number, 8 o'clock last night, to try and entertain your kids all day long because they wouldn't have had their hotel room.
Right.
You're not staying in the airport with 2 infant kids. And then to get on a plane with them that night, it would be absolute misery. Instead of making one phone call to your very kind boss, Jimmy Powers, saying, we're having flight issues. Could I possibly have one extra day?
Flight issues.
Sure.
Congrats to Matt and Lapeer, won the Bruno Mars tickets, giving away a pair every day this week. Bruno Mars, Ford Field, May 9th. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. He was listening and heard Uptown Funk.
Okay.
Different song every day, different hour every day.
What's up, Gator?
Hey.
Yeah, little extended version of the Lions draft today.
Can we get to the draft today, Doug, instead? Can we please talk draft?
Or maybe Kevin McGonigal. I mean, he's on a heater.
McGonigal and Torkelson and Green, how they're all hitting well. Can we do that?
Yeah, Kang will give his pick for next year's draft.
Okay.
10:05, and we're going to talk about it for 3 hours and 55 minutes.
We got the Derby coming up this weekend.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, you got your mint juleps ready?
One of my favorite races.
Got your hat ready?
I have actually, it's a Gator julep. It's different than there's
Oh,
mint,
it's different.
But, instead of a simple syrup that you're supposed to use with its bourbon simple syrup, mint, and muddle
Sure.
it together, whatever.
Mhm.
I use
Do you muddle?
really good maple syrup instead of just some sort of simple
I think
syrup.
that'd be
great. Okay.
It's outstanding.
Yeah.
It's
So,
really-
does it take the muddling out? You don't have
no,
to
you
still
can
muddle?
still muddle. Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
can still muddle with the mint.
He seems
the
like a good
mint makes
muddler.
the drink. It's like a sweet mint. It's really good.
I like this.
He's an elite muddler.
Yes.
Muddles with the best.
His mother was a muddler. Yeah.
So wait, we got Derby picks on Friday.
I know.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
Do you have a Derby hat?
I don't.
No. Yeah.
Gator annually picks 3 horses, 1, 2, 3 of the Derby. It's a weird tradition we've had here.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever won?
No, he's never won.
Not once.
Not once.
No, not once.
But we'll keep
Still
trying.
do it.
Yeah, we'll do it anyway.
Yeah, one of these years it'll hit.
Well, the horses are unique, so.
Well, and I'm sure all jokes aside, you'll touch on the frustration in the Piston fan base.
Y'all better
Oh,
win
that
a
too.
game. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's the people in Orlando. They think it's unbelievable.
I know. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons fell to a 3-run deficit in their series with the Orlando Magic last night after a 94-88 loss in Game 4. Kate Cunningham hit 8 turnovers in this one as well. Game 5 is the quickest turnarounds of the series yet. It's set for tomorrow at 7 o'clock at Little Caesars Arena. There are 3 more games tonight. First, the 76ers face the Celtics at 7. Joel Embiid is probable to play. Boston holds a 3-1 lead there. The Hawks and Knicks are now tied at 2 apiece. They tip at 8 o'clock. The Spurs can close out their series with the Blazers with a victory. That's at 9:30. The Tigers start a series against the Braves on the road tonight. Atlanta tied with the Dodgers now for the most wins in baseball at 20. Matt Olson is one of the sluggers pacing their offense. He's got 12 doubles and 8 homers so far. Martin Perez is on the mound. He has a 2.70 ERA in 3 starts and 5 appearances overall. Casey Mize counters for Detroit. Gave up a single earned run his last time out. Pre-game at 6:45 here on the ticket. In the NHL, the Buffalo Sabres can advance with a win over the Bruins. Face off at 7:30. Their Ducks can do the same at 10:30 with a win over the Oilers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah. Yep. Down 3-1. Down 3-1. And I think a lot of people's minds, they're mentally burying them, and I understand why. It's the same thing. It's like the same thing. And it is getting to be one of the more frustrating sports experiences I can remember in a long time. There are disappointments in single games. But when you get into a 7-game series, there can be bad games here and there. And worse teams beat better teams. But right now, it's what's happening is the worst team is playing way better than the better team. And we can sit here and talk about ways to try and turn this thing around. I'm not sure there really is a way to turn it around the way this is going. I'm so disappointed in the Pistons, and they've run into an unexpected buzzsaw. And I made sure I listened to stuff out of Orlando last night, post-game stuff. And there is a lot of people that cover this team that I heard saying, this is unbelievable. This is not how they played. But they're playing that way now.
All right. Well, I will respectfully disagree on a lot of this. They have not run into a buzzsaw. They're committing
a defensive buzzsaw.
Right,
you're right. I just started to peel the onion here.
Okay. All right. Because I'm getting pissed.
Because the Pistons can't get anything done offensively.
No, they can't, and they're their own worst enemy too. I'll give Orlando some credit because they deserve some credit for certainly shutting down what's going on with Jalen Duren, but
and making life miserable on Cade.
The turnovers are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. They turned it over, 5 straight times in the first quarter of this game. They're setting the tone by just giving them the ball. And it was 5 of the first 6 possessions, whatever it was. Insane. 20 turnovers in total. Get out-rebounded on the offensive glass 16-12. And, then they send the team to the free throw line a bunch of times, and they're knocking those down. That's the difference in the game. The Pistons are doing the better job defensively. Orlando shot 33%. How do you shoot 33% from the field in the game and win by 6?
When you get offensive rebounds and second chance opportunities.
It's that's part of it. The bigger part is the turnovers and the points off the turnovers. My God, man.
Well, I'm not here for a lot of Cade hot takes today, and I heard him on the morning show, and I'm like, all right. Conclusions about what Cade can and cannot accomplish over the course of his career based upon what's going on now. The careless turnovers, it's one thing. He's going to turn it over. He's going to be a ball-dominant guard, and they turn it over.
Guys that handle the ball 40 minutes a game are going to turn it over.
But on a 3-on-1 fast break, when you throw the ball into the feet of your teammate, into the feet.
It's ridiculous.
A lazy pass across the top of the key that gets taken away. I just, it feels like the Pistons, everything they're trying to do, they're trying to catch with one hand. And
then they had the Duren turnover where he goes over towards the sideline and tries to go behind the back to Duncan Robinson. What the hell was that?
But the out of character stuff, like Desmond Bane is shooting the ball better than he shot during the regular season. And when he misses, it goes in. Last night, he threw up an absolute brick with a 3-point lead late in the game, and it went in. It went in.
Yeah.
And then Austin Rivers, the way he shot the ball, he deserves a little luck. Why does he deserve a little luck, Austin? Tell me why. Tell me why. Why does he deserve a little luck? Tell me why.
I don't like Mondays.
The team that the ball hit the back iron, went straight up in the air and dropped through the game before, they're the ones that deserve a little luck. Look, I'm mad at the Pistons primarily, but that got under my skin from Austin Rivers. Oh, the way he shoots the ball, he deserves a little luck. Why? Tell me why.
I'm surprised there's even a locker room to dress in for the Pistons because I'd be rip it all apart. I'd be so upset with what's happening.
I thought about a post-game I was a post-game tantrum guy last night.
I mean, this Orlando team can't shoot. They're terrible shooting the basketball. Throughout the entire series so far, they've been terrible shooting the basketball.
Bane is shooting above his percentage during the regular season.
And they find themselves up 3-1 in this series.
Bane has made 12 of his last 19 three-pointers over the last 2 games. And he was 7 of 18 last night in the game. Okay, great. He's knocking down 3-point shots, that's an advantage for Orlando in the series. But as a team, they're terrible. And by the way, they shot
25% from three-point land yesterday in the game.
I think you have two teams that typically play pretty good defense, and that's what's happening here. And Orlando's getting a lot of second chance opportunities. I don't I don't put the terrible tag on them, and I think they're playing great defense. They're blitzing Cade, and the Pistons have no answers. And that to me falls a lot on JB.
Yeah, it falls a lot on JB, doesn't it?
I mean, we're obviously, there's a lot to bitch about today, and there's a lot to be disappointed in. And we've covered much of it already.
The problem that they've had for the last 2 years that we've noticed significantly is that Cade turns the ball over a lot, and they need someone else to bring the ball up. And they don't have that guy. They just don't. And that's going to be what they're going to have to figure out in the offseason. Now, the offseason's not here yet. I still think, it's crazy. I do think this team can come back from 3-1. And this isn't me like pie in the sky and rainbows and all that crap. I don't think that's it. I'm looking for silver linings. I'm looking at the games and I'm saying this Piston team is shooting better than the Orlando team significantly, and they're still losing. Why? Because they turn the ball over. Stop turning the ball over with that kind of regularity. All right, I'm not saying go turn over less or only commit 6 turnovers in the game. I know that's not in your DNA, but you can work that number down from 20 for crying out loud. That's what's killing you. That, the offensive rebounding and free throw shooting, those are 3 aspects that are just killing them. And they can improve on that stuff.
Well, I was intrigued to hear what the Orlando take was, and I was also intrigued to hear that they're pretty stunned. Like, they can't believe how well their team is playing. An example is Wendell Carter Jr. nullifying Jalen Duren. That is something they did not expect. That is something that they think is out of character. Bane with some big shots, a lot of big shots. I'm getting sick of him. But at the end of the day, no, I mean, they're a team with deficiencies, and Detroit is getting outplayed by that team. That's what blows my mind.
I actually think I want to give Orlando a little bit of credit, but not as much as maybe you are, Doug. Defensively, they're a pretty good team. Offensively, they're terrible. I just think Detroit's a worse team, and that's why they're losing the series. I think it looks like 2 bad teams, and Detroit's the worst team of the 2, and they're down 3-1 for it. Orlando hasn't been consistent all year long. Whether it's injuries or offensive efficiency problems, they're just not that good of a team. When it mattered the most, at the end of the season, they had to play the Celtics to avoid this play-in game. The Celtics benched everybody because they were locked in at the 2 seed. The Celtics beat the Magic when the Magic had to have it. The next game was the play-in game against the Sixers. The Sixers blew out the Magic when the Magic had to have it. So now the Magic are playing for their playoff lives against Charlotte, and they beat Charlotte and get in. My point is, they played 3 games in 5 days and weren't supposed to be that good, and then they beat Detroit in game 1. All the Magic fans are shocked. The whole NBA fan base is shocked. Even with all the things we said about Detroit not being a real 1 seed or a fake 60-win team, no one had them losing in the first round. All their deficiencies and all that stuff we thought would show up maybe in the second and third round. All the red flags, all the warts, all the flaws, second round. The first round to the Magic is unacceptable. And yeah, they got to limit the turnovers. They got to do so much. They got to shoot better. This is all self-inflicted. It just seems like they're the worst team to me, Doug. I don't want to give Orlando too much credit because I don't think they're a good team.
Oh, we've got 82 games of evidence that they're the worst team. In this series, they've been the better team.
I think it's because Detroit's the worst team, though.
Whatever, however you want to characterize it, we're getting to the same conclusion.
Yeah, they're down 3-1 and fighting for their lives come Wednesday.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. The venting. Well, people have a lot to say, and we will get to your phone calls coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. This is a frustrating time for Detroit sports fans. Let's go to Daryl in Belleville here on 97.1. Hi, Daryl.
Fellas, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, Doug, I'm with Gator and Kane. Look, I mean, you can put all the other variables in there about Orlando playing better. They got all these stars back. But one thing, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to try to be short with it so I don't have any expletives come out my mouth.
All right.
I want to.
I know we all want to let them fly, but you got to keep it professional here. Go ahead, Daryl.
I will.
All right.
I will.
Yeah.
I'm just going to try to be brief because I know
All right,
I'll
well,
go in the
then get to it.
garage.
Let's go. Here we go.
I know. We on the airways. Quit turning the ball over. It's this simple process. I know the defense is a little bit tighter. They a little bit stronger in the defense during the playoff. I got that. But the unnecessary turnovers, the fundamentals, boxing out, getting rebounds, you've been doing it all year. Well, what? Come on. And Bernie's son, you should have gleaned some more from Dad.
Well,
fundamental.
Daryl, I don't disagree with any of that.
Oh, my God.
I don't disagree with any of it. Look, man, the Pistons are culpable for where they are. I'll give you a prime example of something that Orlando does not control at all. They don't control this at all. And we're not asking for extraordinary performance. But we are, if you are trying to win an NBA championship, every once in a while you got to step up and do something special. But other things, Orlando didn't force Detroit to go 5 of 9 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter. The Pistons got Orlando, they got in the bonus early. They were going to have 9 minutes of free throw shooting. They just were like, they made an and one, and I think everything else was split a pair. And if they shoot free throws in the fourth quarter the way that they're capable of, and what if they make them all? Which, look, they're free throws are on the road. They're pressure free throws. Maybe you shouldn't expect them to make them all. But you know what? Great teams and great players do. And the Pistons weren't making free throws in the fourth quarter. They had a huge advantage when they were going to be able to go to the line with every foul 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. And they didn't take advantage of it at all. And that has nothing to do with Orlando. Look, I'm impressed with the way Orlando has neutralized Duren. And I'm impressed with the way Orlando has run defenders at Cade, which isn't a surprise. We knew that was coming. I'm so disappointed that the Pistons can't find an answer to that, a consistent answer. And they have done a great job. Mosley's done a great job, and their players have done a great job on that end of the floor. And I hate to say it, because I find them irritating as hell. But yeah, and then the Pistons, Cade's a great player. The bounce pass into Javonte Green's feet on a 3-on-1 is like.
Well, that was the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? And that was one I don't understand how you do that. And that was the second fast break in a row that resulted in a turnover. Those are supposed to be easy buckets. Or at least they get hacked and go to the free throw line, taking chances there. But like you point out in the fourth quarter, Isaiah Stewart missed a free throw. Dennis Jenkins misses a free throw. Tobias Harris misses a free throw. Cade Cunningham misses a free throw. Cade Cunningham misses another one. Asar Thompson misses both. That's a problem.
Was that all the fourth quarter, or was that the second half?
That was all the fourth quarter.
So were they worse than 5 of 9?
I'm just looking at the play-by-play, and that sounds like it's worse than 5.
Yeah, it does sound like it's worse than 5 of 9.
So that's definitely a problem, and not having somebody who's it's amazing because you watch Orlando, right? Mm-hmm. And the Pistons do a great job defensively in Orlando. I'm not the only one who's going to say this or feel this way, but when the Pistons clamp down on somebody who's got the ball in the paint, Orlando has this uncanny ability to finally surrender the fact that they can't score from inside the paint and launch it out to somebody who's wide open.
And makes it 3.
Every single time the person's wide open. Now, they don't always knock down the shot, but they're always open. It's a clean look every time. The Pistons haven't gotten many clean looks, and the Pistons get in that same situation, and the difference is that they'll just turn the ball over. Or they'll force the shot and it's not going in.
7 of 14 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter. 7 of 14.
It's too bad because overall, before the fourth quarter, they actually shot very well from the free throw line.
Yeah,
because they shot 71%, 72% from the free throw line as a whole for the whole game. So it wasn't bad. It was just really bad in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. You're not expecting, sorry, Doug, you're not expecting Danis Jenkins, Tobias Harris, and Cade Cunningham to be guys that are missing free throws.
As a group, that's where you want the championship DNA to set in. Fourth quarter, close game, must-win game. I mean, teams that make championship runs have to overcome things at times. And that's when you want some championship DNA to kick in. And they either don't have the constellation of players that can get it done, A, or B, they're not there yet. That that their heartbreaking losses are a part of the growth process.
Well, 6 of 30 from three-point land isn't going to help. Tobias Harris, I love Tobias Harris. I think he's been a steady performer for this team. Had 20 points last night, but he was 0 for 5 from three-point.
There were a lot of opens. He had open threes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you were talking about earlier, Gator. Like, you're thinking, okay, Orlando, when they get into the paint, they kick it out to a wide open guy, and he either, hits it or at least he's wide open, right? With the Pistons, there's 2 problems. One, they don't know how to space all of a sudden. I cannot believe they do not know how to space. We're in round 1, game 4 of the playoffs, and they don't know how to space correctly. That's one thing. But when they finally do find someone they can kick it out to, you just mentioned it. Tobias Harris was 0 for 5 from 3. And I hate picking on Tobias too because he's actually the second best scorer right now and they need him so much.
And Duncan Robinson was 1 for 6.
1 for 6 for Duncan Robinson. Because if he can't hit a 3, he's absolutely worthless out there. He couldn't guard a folding chair. That's why LeVert was playing so much. Because LeVert, he's not exactly was an offensive juggernaut either, but he brings energy and defense. Duncan Robinson, if you can't hit a 3, sit down. And that's what happened. They can't find anyone else to score the ball or create their own shot other than Cade Cunningham. And that's another reason why Cade Cunningham has so many turnovers. And I'm not excusing his turnovers. He's got to limit those. The fast breaks, he's got to make better decisions, better passes. But also, he's carrying the entire weight of this offense. And to be honest with you, I'd rather have him go 7 for 23 than have anybody else shoot the ball at this point.
Let's go to Darius in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Darius.
How you doing?
Hey.
Who looks annoying as hell to me that kept showing clips of was Ja Morant. Like, he was sideliner, man. Like, you out of the playoffs. Why do they keep showing you when Orlando hit 3-pointers? Why do they keep showing you?
Celebrity cutaway.
Well, because his former teammates playing in the game. And
he annoying as hell.
Fair enough.
I mean, look, Darius, this happens in 7-game series. You start to get annoyed with all kinds of stuff. I don't need to hear another word out of Austin Rivers' mouth, and you don't need to see another cutaway of Ja Morant.
Orlando whole team look annoying as hell. Like, why won't somebody take a hard foul on Bang? I come from the old school where you would foul somebody hard, they shooting threes like that. Because they basically just hoisting up shots, hoping that they're going in. And they are.
I know. Well, that's the thing. I think their bricks are going in. Let's go to Will in Tampa. You're on 97.1. Hi, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi, Will.
So I just got a few things I'm going to throw at you. Out of the 60 wins that we had this year in the regular season, if we went back and we dissected them and we looked at them, how many of those teams that we beat had injuries, weren't full at strength?
I don't know if I want to play that game, Will, because you play that game, then you're going to ignore all the Piston issues they had during the season.
How many
with
times
injuries?
did the Pistons have?
I mean, you can't. I don't think it's fair to do that.
Am I going to be able to really just finish the whole statement? Because I think that if we just went back and we did that, you can dissect whatever problems with the Pistons you want, but really the Pistons are showing you exactly who they are because frauds. If you take away, they can't beat a good team at full strength. The wins they got against the Magic, injuries. You put the team they got right now at 100% full strength, and look what they're doing to them. That's what I'm saying. You go back through and you really evaluate their wins. They weren't really. Guys are sitting out on days off.
Pistons were playing without Cade for long stretches.
So, I understand. But I'm saying if they played those exact teams, like when we played OKC, Okay, if you played them at full strength, right, even at the regular season at that point, you'd have got throttled. So you take away those wins, you wouldn't even be in the playoffs right now.
I don't think anybody thought they were better than OKC.
Dude, we can sit here and look at those wins when we watch them all through the regular season and be like, wow, I'm surprised they really got that win. Or, oh, okay, look who, they beat them with nobody. It's been wins like that all year.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Sean. You're next in West Bloomfield. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Just a couple things. Just a little venting of me, offensively and defensively. So, defensively, when we're talking about them having open shots, it's because we're not getting in front of the ball. We're allowing them to penetrate the paint and just giving them the opportunity to create a high percentage shot. It's been like that all series. Like, these guys are at will getting to the paint. And all 5 of their guys, and even their bench players, they can all shoot. And they trust each other shooting that ball. So it's like, defensively, you got to be a little bit more tenacious on that side. And it just doesn't make any sense. Offensively, it's like, okay, we go out and we let go of Tim Hardaway. We let go of Malik Beasley. You go out and you replace them with Karis LeVert and with Duncan Robinson, and then you trade away Ivy and you get your Herter. All of them are irrelevant. None of them are actually going out there and shooting the ball with confidence. If you notice, Dennis Jenkins, when he's on the floor, he's dribbling and dribbling and dribbling and dribbling, all outside of the paint, all outside of the three-point line. He's far. They're just looking to hand the ball off and not create a high-percentage shot. Karis LeVert should be going out there and creating a bucket. If you're not going to create a bucket to make it easier, why is he out there?
Defense. It's because he plays defense, Sean. And when he was on the floor, the Pistons were he was their best plus minus on the night. I mean, you play both ends of the floor, and it's harder to measure your defensive impact. But look, the Pistons bench contributed quite a bit. Danis didn't have a great shooting night, but he did set up his teammates on a number of occasions. Do you have the stats in front of you?
I do. He had 4 assists.
Oh, there you go. How many minutes?
He had played 13 minutes, had 4 assists, 3 points.
Didn't shoot it well, but
no turnovers. How about that?
I didn't think he forced
turnovers.
the game. Like Danis, he has dribbled the ball air out of the basketball at times in this series. I don't think Danis was a problem last night.
No, he wasn't a problem, but there were some people that were conspicuously absent from the score sheet last night.
Well, we will get to more of your phone calls and feedback. People venting on this Tuesday. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Yep. And that's where Austin Rivers said, well, he deserves that luck. Why does he deserve it? Why does he deserve it?
Oh, he works so hard.
So it was interesting getting the perspective coming out of Orlando last night and listening to post-game stuff and checking out other stuff this morning. Bain shooting better than he shot in the regular season from beyond the arc. No one thought Wendell Carter Jr. would outplay Duren. They've not seen stuff like that from Jamal Cain. 1 week ago today on the Run It Back podcast, Chandler Parsons was talking about 1 week ago today, would Orlando consider bringing in Billy Donovan to replace Jamal Mosley? That's how out of the blue 1 week later this is. Detroit is getting the best version of Orlando, and they're making Detroit look like the worst version of Detroit. Whether that's on Orlando, whether that's Detroit, whether it's Orlando's credit or Detroit's fault, it's probably a little of both. This has been as frustrating a postseason as I can remember. And I remember one of the Red Wings, I can't remember which year it was, they lost early to Calgary or Anaheim or somebody.
Well, they won when they lost to Calgary. Curtis Joseph was a goaltender for that one.
Yeah, where they
played great.
Cucho gave up 6 goals the whole series, and people were blaming him.
Yeah.
One of those early Red Wing flameouts.
2000 or something.
Yeah, I remember being as frustrated as one could be about a team playing below their established level in the postseason. And this is rivaling it. I'll have to go back and figure out which series it was. They've all blended together.
Going with the Red Wings, for me, it was the series they had against the Sharks, and they lost in Game 7, and the Jamie Baker goal on Chris Osgood, and it was like I couldn't believe what happened because it was a situation where the Red Wings are so heavily favored, much like the Pistons right now are so heavily favored. The good news is with the Pistons of this series, it's not over. Even though they're down 3-1, and I know that history is certainly against them, I just keep pointing to the fact that their defense holds up and they keep holding Orlando to well below average shooting. And the Pistons' problems are mostly their own. If they take care of the basketball, if they knock down free throws, they should be fine.
It's funny because you're right. It's not over. They still have to, and they're the 1 seed for a reason, right? You think they're the better team. But like Doug, yesterday, how you were coping with it in a way like you're just hating Austin Rivers right now.
Yeah.
My coping gator is I wish yesterday he just ended the series. And I don't even believe that. I don't really believe what I'm saying, but I'm like, put me out of my misery.
You don't want to see this again.
I can't watch this anymore.
You feel like you don't want to look at this again.
Because I don't feel like there's anything that's going to change. Like all of a sudden they have to shoot better and score, and I just don't see it happening. They had 1 quarter this entire series. It was the 3rd quarter of Game 2.
Well, here's something that could change. We haven't seen the last 2 games. Is Ron Holland going to play?
But he's not bringing offense.
No, I know he's not bringing offense, okay? And if he's not going to bring offense, can we see Marcus Sasser? Can we see something? Where's Paul Reed? Paul Reed didn't play last night. All this talk, everybody's talking. Of course, we're not the coach, but we're all talking for the moment that the 97-1 turned on the air yesterday to the time that the Pistons game started. Well, how many minutes did Paul Reed get? Everybody's talking about Paul Reed, and he doesn't even play.
Well, Beef Stew definitely got more minutes than Duren. Well, not more than Duren, but more than the game before. So maybe there's...
Well, he played 17 minutes.
But it sounds like Duren's minutes are getting limited a little bit.
Duren played 31 minutes. He's getting 30. I mean, look, I understand. It's a balancing act. And we're all venting, right? Yep. And it's not easy to win in the NBA. It's not easy to coach in the NBA. But these are things like, okay, part of your rotation throughout the season definitely included Ron Holland, and he hasn't been seen in 2 games. And now Paul Reed, who was a huge piece of this team for the last month of the season, while guys were out, while Stewart was out, while Duren was out, whether it was suspension or injury, was a pretty good performer for this team, instant offense kind of guy. And you need offense, and he doesn't even get to pull off the breakaway pants.
Let's get back to your phone call. Steve's in Shelby and on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
Hello, gentlemen. My point is, I know we're talking about the Pistons right now, but should we be known as Detroit Choke City instead of Detroit Rock City, Detroit Choke City? And the reason I'm saying that is...
You want to make this worse than it is?
Well, yes, because I'm frustrated. Look at Look at last year's Tigers, the ultimate choke. Look at the Lions 2 years ago.
Wait. How was the Tigers season a choke?
How is it? Explain to me why it's an ultimate choke.
Last year?
Yeah.
When they lost all the games and
you mean when they actually still made the playoffs, beat the Gribe, and then go out and play a 15-inning Game 5 decisive Game 5 against the team that represented the team in the World Series? That one?
Maybe it was a year before.
Let it go.
Okay, maybe it was a year before where they lost how many games in a row? Okay,
right, and then they win a series against Houston, and then lose in the divisional series against Cleveland. I mean, I just wouldn't put the Tigers in that.
No, I wouldn't either.
If you want to say the Red Wings, if you want to say the Wings, I'll agree with what happened there, and because it's 4 years running now with the
March,
the March.
How about the Lions 2 years ago? When they had won all those games.
Lost a home game to Washington.
And lost a home game to a rookie quarterback.
I think I need more evidence before I tag us as Choke City, but this is
If that makes you feel better, Steven, go ahead.
I'm venting. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's all right. It's supposed to be a safe zone. I just don't want to be known as Detroit Choke City, so I reject it right off the bat.
I love our sports team so much. I'm just frustrated that we can't get over the hump. We get to a point to where we have these opportunities and just blow them, and that's my frustration. I know we're talking about the Pistons, but we're in that right now.
Yeah. No, and to Steve's point, if they don't win this series, I don't know if I'd call it a choke, but I wouldn't argue with somebody that's going to call it a choke.
And one thing that happens is that everybody wants to label everything fraudulent 1 seed, choke or whatever. None of that really matters. What matters is what label gets put on it. We can all agree that this is a massive disappointment. Yeah. I went back and I made a awesome, sat down and mapped out why this team will be able to perform in the postseason, why they were able to perform in the postseason. And at 11:05, we'll go over where Doug was wrong.
Oh,
because there are things happening that I did not foresee. And I mean, many of the reasons why I thought they were going to perform are the exact reasons why they aren't. Nick and Shelby are on 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Real quick. It was the 1995 Red Wings in the shortened season, the lockout year. We got knocked out 4-0 by the Devils. That was
in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Probably one of the best. Yeah, I thought that was one of the best Red Wings teams ever put together, and we blew that one. That was a very disappointment.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a choke, but I would say it was disappointing for sure.
Well, when we were talking about where I was, it was a first-round ouster that I was the most frustrated I've been. But for you, it was obviously the Devils.
Yes. So let's get to the Pistons. So I know a caller back. I don't know if it was 3 or 4 callers back, and I'm going to bring this back up. And we don't talk enough about it. And I'm going to put it on Langdon. I would take Beverly, Beasley, Schroeder, Tim Hardaway Jr. any day of the week right now with the guys that we brought in to replace them. It's not even close because, first of all, Duncan Robinson, look, I'm a Michigan guy. I lived in West Palm Beach. I watched the Heat all the time. He basically lost his job and was a bench guy because he couldn't defend. That's all he could do was shoot the three. And we bring him in to start. That is a major issue because if he can't score, he's useless. Useless. And last night, I'm sorry. Jalen Duren, I'm glad we found out now because Duren is not even close to a max player. The guy should be I don't even know if I'm going to call him a third best player on your team if you bring in a number 2. I don't even know if that's going to be enough. But we got issues, and we have major issues. And should Cunningham be our point guard? Should he be the off guard because of his issues with turnovers?
Nick, all things that can get addressed. I mean, Duncan's still shooting it better this postseason than Malik did last postseason. Jalen Duren is not making a case for himself. That's obvious. The question is, at 22, is he defined? That's the tricky thing here is they have to decide can Duren be better than he has been here? He's 22 years old. There's a lot of time for him to grow up and get better. And that's, if he does, and you let him go out of frustration over this postseason and not wanting to pay him, I mean, that's a tough decision because at 22, he's quite possibly not defined. And, you know, what's in the chest? What's the work ethic like? What do the Pistons know about where the arc of his career is going to lead? Because based on the way he's playing now, there's no argument for a max contract. That's clear. But are you letting a guy go before they've even gotten close to their prime? That's a tough call. It's not black and white. You can't pay him, to me. But you don't pay him for the way he's playing now, obviously. And if you think these are problems that are going to falter out his career, you let him walk.
And the Hardaway Schroeder thing is hindsight, totally. Like, that's easy to say now when they're losing, 3-1 in a series. They did win 60 games with this roster, but the Schroeder thing, they thought they had it in Jenkins. Like, I would have said, yeah, bring Schroeder back. That guy, he's calm, cool, collected. He's arrogant, but he's experienced. He knows how to calm. He's a ball handler, but they thought they had that in Danis.
And Beasley found himself out of the league for other reasons.
97-1.
Hey, this past fall, my mom wanted to update her deck and just get it totally redone. Not just an update, but get it redone. We looked over to Builder's First Source. And if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, contact them as well. Builder's First Source has got you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations. They specialize in top quality composite decking, brands that you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
That was the Pistons' only bucket in the last 5 minutes of that game. The tip-in by Isaiah Stewart at the end, which goes back to my pre-playoff predictions of why things could work out for Detroit and where Doug got it wrong. We'll get to that today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. Here's what's crazy but true. The Pistons, they were in a tie game with 5 minutes to go. Orlando took a shot and missed. And it was another example of an offensive rebound. Jamal Cain rises up and gets a tip dunk to take the lead. Between that point, with 4 minutes and 59 seconds left in the game and the end of the game, Detroit made one shot. Isaiah Stewart's tip in with 3 seconds to go. Orlando made one shot. Baines brick.
It's incredible when you look at it. Like I think I said to you during a break, Pistons held Orlando to 40 points in the second half. Orlando held the Pistons to 36 points in the second half.
Yep.
That's why I agree with you, Gator. I feel like this is way more self-inflicted than the Magic just locking down on the Pistons. Yes, they have something to do with it. Yes, they're forcing the ball out of Cade's hands. Someone else has to score the basketball. Jalen Suggs shot 1 for 13.
Paolo Banchero was 4 of 18.
Paolo
Banchero.
Banchero,
Yeah.
he took some 3-pointers that just barely caught backboard, it looked like. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm giving Orlando more credit for what they're doing defensively to Detroit than you guys are, but they are.
They got to score a field goal in the last 5 minutes. Other than that, I don't even count the Stewart one, honestly, right? We can't even count that. They didn't put a field goal in.
It was a meaningless shot. Yeah.
5 minutes and they were tied. They were tied.
Yep. Let's go to Daryl in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Daryl. Daryl, are you there? No good. Let's go to Jack in Flint. Hello, Jack.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Well, I'm a little demoralized as a big Pistons fan here. I know the series isn't quite over, and funny enough, that 03 team was actually down 3-1 in the same exact seeding circumstances. So, but the
same
question
team.
is, do we have those type of players on this team where they can step up? But what I kind of wanted to talk about is if they go on to lose this series, how can I, as a fan, enjoy next year's regular season knowing that a 60-win team who beat the 40-20 rule is just going to get first-rounded?
Well,
I mean,
it depends on a few things. It depends on if they have a very aggressive offseason and really go out and either chase a free agent or make a big-time trade. What are they going to do? Are they move up in the draft and take somebody that's going to be a huge difference maker? Because you can still enjoy the regular season thinking that they've answered what is failing them now. And I think what's failing them now is something that people suspected would. And because two things have happened. Yes, okay, they didn't have that other creator to go with Cade. But who expected JD to fade? Completely fade.
I know I did it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty disappointed about that more than anything, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Like you guys said, he's 22 years old. He's got
it's a tough call,
plenty of
man.
time
Like
to grow as a player.
it's a tough call. I mean, they've got a bunch of guys that still should have a lot of growth ahead of them.
I mean, I'm not giving up on Jalen Duren, but I've given up the idea that he deserves a max contract. I mean, that's obvious. But guess who else has? Every other team in the league. So nobody's going to sign to a max contract deal. Do they still want him? I mean, I can't help but think that there's a funk that he's in right now because he has not played like this all season long. Not for this long of a stretch. Not for 4 games.
Offensively, there is literally no stretch like this dating back all of this season, the end of last season, back to January. Yeah. This is his worst 4 offensive games since January of last season.
So, yeah, I'm not giving up on that. I do have questions. I just looked up that Ron Holland has been in the league for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 years, Ron Holland has missed 5 games in the regular season. 5 in 2 years. And he's been scratched or hasn't scratched. They don't do that in the NBA, but he's not gotten off the bench.
DNP CD.
He's DNP, coach's decision, the last 2 games.
Well, you brought up a Ron Holland point that I want to get to in the 11 o'clock hour. There was a really, really good one.
Yeah, and as far as Duran, guys, he averaged 19.5 during the regular season, and you mentioned this is the worst stretch since, what, last January, you said?
Yep.
And he's only averaging 9.5 right now during this series. Do you think those 10 points would help this team?
Oh, yeah.
If he would just be average of what he was doing during the regular season, they'd be up 3-1.
So they've got this formula that the Magic are employing, and nobody is burning them for running multiple defenders at Cade, for collapsing and making life difficult on Duran. Nobody else is burning them consistently enough to have them come out of it. Simon on a cell. Hello, Simon.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I know obviously there are limitations in comparing basketball and baseball, but an analogy did come to my mind. With the Tigers, at any given time, when one of them gets caught stealing or getting greedy, trying to take third base or home plate, we might get annoyed. But I think overall we've recognized there's been a significant net positive in their aggressive philosophy with base running. As much as the Pistons had so-called success in the regular season, I've had difficulty recognizing a significant net positive with how much they're sold out to their up-tempo pace, because it seems like that's what's been leading to being a lot more careless with the basketball. I mean, even during the regular season, they were well into the lower half. This postseason, only the Lakers are worse. And I'm not talking about like overhauling your identity, but sometimes you have to adjust it to.
If all the turnovers happen on a fast breaker because they're being aggressive offensively, I'd be willing to agree with you. But what we saw in the first quarter, when they got behind big time and they had those 5 straight drives that resulted in turnovers, those happened in the half-court game. And that's what's really, really frustrating, because that's just laziness in large part.
Carelessness. And yeah, I mean, one of the knocks on them is that they're not a great half-court team, so they do need to get out and run, but it's just some of the passes in the break were weird. All right, we'll break down Doug's failed postseason success plan at 11:05. More of your phone calls when we continue. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers begin a 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves tonight. Casey Mize on the bump. He's given up just 2 earned runs in his last 3 starts, encompassing 18 and a third innings there. He'll face Martin Perez tonight. First pitch at 7:15 right here on 97.1. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson after a 9-19 start. Don Mattingly will serve as the interim skipper. He was already Phillies bench coach and will serve in that role for at least the end of the season. The Red Sox also parted ways with manager Alex Cora over the weekend. Michigan basketball formally announcing some of their signings of various players today, including LSU transfer Jalen Reed. The Pistons are returning home after their Game 4 loss against the Magic. Tomorrow marks the quickest turnaround of the series yet. It's a 7 o'clock tip at home. The get-in price, the cheapest it's been all series, as well at around $50. 2 other series could come to an end tonight. Boston has a 3-1 lead over the Sixers. The Spurs can also put an end to the Blazers season. According to a tweet by Adam Schefter, quote, the Steelers placed the rare right of refusal tender on Aaron Rodgers, meaning he can accept a 10% raise off last year's salary, which would pay him about $15 million this season. And the Steelers also now have the right to match any offer sheet he would sign with another team. As another condition of the tender, Rodgers would only be able to sign with the Steelers once training camp begins. End quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so Doug's failed postseason success plan. It was a 3-point plan. And where has it gone awry? It was built around the premise that Detroit had a true superstar who's turned into an elite finisher in games. He will get calls, and he's great in the fourth quarter. For a good portion of the season, he led the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. Okay. Yeah, I still have a lot of faith in Cade, and I still think you build the team around Cade. But something that didn't happen last night was Cade did not perform in the fourth quarter. And he has performed in the fourth quarter in this series. And there's plenty of examples of it. But last night he was 0 for 5 in the fourth quarter, 0 for 3 from 3, 2 for 4 from the free throw line, no assists, and did have 3 rebounds, but he did not have a great fourth quarter. So in a must-win game, one of my points goes completely out the window. Point 2, the Pistons are better at center than they were a year ago. Jalen Duren just played his worst 4-game stretch offensively going back to January of last year. I thought Duren had improved enough, and that the guy that they would take into the postseason was way better than the guy they took into the postseason last year, even though it was the same guy. Thought he matured, grown. And it has not been reflected at all in postseason performance. My third point was that the Pistons' 3-point specialists would be better than Beasley was a year ago, and that actually is the case so far. Even though Duncan didn't shoot it great last night, he's shooting a higher percentage from 3 than Beasley did. Beasley really struggled last year in the postseason. But
they've also made fewer 3-pointers this year than they did last year total.
They have. And
in a significant amount.
And he is... he's just, they need him to be better. They need Duren to be better, and they need Cade to be better. And I built the case around those 3 guys, and none of it is. Duncan is a more proven playoff performer in his career. He was shooting better than 40% from 3 in the postseason. But he's at a point in his career you have to wonder if they're diminishing returns. Whereas in Cade and Duren's case, they're at points in their career where I've heard conclusions being drawn about both of them. You're never going to win with these guys, blah, 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 blah. One's 24, the other's 22. I believe strongly in the career arc of players and the ability to get better. Now, a lot of that has to do with their work ethic, their desire, how much they want to win. And the people that know best on that are the people that run the Pistons. They know those guys better than you or I or anybody else. It's a very tough call with Duren. And do they let him walk? Because, it sucks to let a guy walk and then have him blossom, but it also, what's happened here in the postseason is the least compelling case to bring him back on a max contract ever.
I just feel like he's just hemorrhaging money this whole series. Like, he was a max guy heading into the series. Whether you thought he was worth it or not, it's a different story. You have to overpay for players in the league. It's just the way contract will work. It's the market, right? But after 4 games, it's like, you can't justify it. At least a max contract.
I mean, they're at a different place now than they were, say, 7 years ago. But is Duren effectively Andre Drummond? Is that what he's turning into? I mean, I feel like he's got so much more of a ceiling than Drummond did. But in the end, Drummond was a 20-12 guy or whatever he was in his career and blocked some shots, but it didn't have much of an offensive game other than right around the rim, which is fine if you can get those shots off. And it was fine for the regular season, but now in the postseason, Jalen Duren is struggling mightily because he can't figure it out. And the Pistons can't figure it out.
And we're in a weird spot where when they name the All-NBA team, we do not want Duren to make it now because it would trigger an escalator in his contract to get 25 to 30% more.
Well, look, I'm not throwing him out. I think there's definitely more to get from Jalen Duren. I don't know what it is that is, the switch has been flipped off at this point. Is it partially Orlando's doing? Sure, absolutely. They've done a great job of matching up their bigs with Duren, and they can double team. And next thing you know, you got two guys that are 6'10", 6'11" on Duren, and that's not good for Jalen Duren. But they're not. If the whole Pistons offensive game plan with Duren was just lobs, then they need to go back to the drawing board.
Well, they got a little bit more out of the pick and roll game that were more than just lobs during the regular season than they're getting now. But
I mean, Duren's got room to grow. Just the question is, how much room does he have to grow? Will he get there, and is it worth the max extension, right? Like I said, you're going to have to overpay players in the league. That's just the way it is if you want to keep them on your team. But you don't want an Andre Drummond situation. You're right, Gator. And that's where I think that the Trajan Langdon's going to have to, maybe that's the reason why they didn't extend him in the offseason. They could have done this in the offseason, but they waited, and it looked like, okay, they were going to pay up for it. Now it's like, maybe we save some money.
It's so funny. We spent much of the second half of the 82 games going, boy, they really should have re-signed him. Now it's like, thank God they didn't.
Maybe.
He's 22. He's 22. He's an undefined product. In theory, like a lot of guys aren't who they're going to be when they're 22.
And you've mentioned this, Gator. Like, he shoots free throws well, which shows me the fact that maybe he can develop a little mid-range game. Not like it's not going to happen.
He knocked down a shot last night. I was like, there you go, do that.
But right now is not the time. Like, off season, obviously he's got to work on that. But yeah, they're going to need anything from him at this point.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. Bruce in Clinton Township. Hello, Bruce.
Hi. I think it's kind of simple to figure out here. What Orlando has done is they have completely shut down Detroit's running game, and Detroit is only successful when they can run the ball. And when they have Ausar Thompson on the floor, if it turns into a half-court game, that guy is completely useless. If you look at the end of the game, he had the ball at the free throw line. Orlando was not even covering him, and he wouldn't even look at the basket.
Yeah, he was dribbling around, looking around.
Yeah, and then he tried jumping at the rim, and they just stripped him. I love the guy defensively, but if you can't get a running game going, he turns into a huge liability. The same thing with Jenkins. The only way Jenkins is effective is he can run the ball. He took a couple 3-point shots last night, and sitting in my chair, I'm like, there's no way of going in. So if they can't get the defensive rebound and run the ball, all Orlando.
They ran a lot in the second. Yeah. When they made their comeback, they ran the ball a lot through the end of the first quarter and into the second quarter. They got out in the open floor quite a bit. Dom in Port Huron, you're next. Hi, Dom.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think frustrated is the wrong word to use for this team. I think insulted is the better word to use.
Assaulted?
The number one seed, insulted. Yeah, I'm insulted with this team. Yeah. This team is the number one seed throughout the whole year. They get to the playoffs. And I think the effort that Duren is showing the city of Detroit is unacceptable. He looks like he is jogging up and down the floor. The ball comes into the post of him. He can't hang on to the ball. And the other thing I want to bring up is the free throw shooting. We cannot make a free throw. It seems like every time we get momentum, we split the pair from the line, and then the game it's out of control from there.
They had a huge advantage in the bonus 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, and they went 7 of 14 from the line in the fourth quarter.
With one field goal in the last 5 minutes.
With one field goal in the last 5 minutes at the end on a beef stew tip-in, a meaningless beef stew tip-in, they had a leg up in a close game and that they were going to get to the line and be able to drain free throws. And other than Asar, like there was a bunch of guys, I'm like, okay, here, got to take advantage of this, and they couldn't. And, they felt like they split every time or converted on an and one. I believe there was one and one in there. But long story short, the free throw shooting in the fourth quarter, 7 of 14. That right there could have been the ball game, and that has nothing to do with Orlando. Nothing. I think Orlando has done some things that have made him life difficult on the offensive end. That was not one of them.
This team has to take better care of the basketball, period. They're doing a great job defensively. Keep doing that. Recognize Orlando's going to knock down a couple 3-point shots. That's fine. But they keep doing what they're doing defensively, holding Orlando to shooting below 40% from the field. You should win games if you're taking care of the basketball. Just be a little bit better, and they have these games won. But they've been so atrocious with it. 20 turnovers yesterday. I mean, they got down by double digits in the first quarter yesterday, and they battled back. Then they had a double-digit lead in the second quarter. But then the problems still rear their ugly heads. They kept turning it over. And like you said, in the fourth quarter, not making free throws and one field goal made, and it was meaningless with the last second in the last 5 minutes. It's very frustrating.
248-539-9797. Kang, you said you got one solution?
I was up all last night, pissed off, frustrated, trying to come up with a way other than just play better, right? Or make shots. What can I do? What can JB do or tell the team to help them win the series? I came up with one solution only.
We'll get to that today at 11:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, the solution to a green, weed-free lawn is easy. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, and you get green and stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount. With Natural Way, they've been around Michigan since 1990, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used in my house for about a dozen years now. In fact, if I go walk up and down my neighborhood, I will see a ton of homes that have already taken advantage of Natural Way services. And it's easy to spot the ones that haven't because you're starting to see the dandelions crop up. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, you don't want to wait. Great lawns do not happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and at Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. So early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program at Natural Way, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, Kang. I'm intrigued. You laid in bed last night thinking other than play better, make more shots. How could this thing get corrected? What'd you come up with?
You're not going to like this, Doug.
Probably not.
Oh, boy.
Cade Cunningham has to start foul baiting and flopping. And I'm dead serious. I hate that style of play as well, Doug, but that's the only hope at this point. I can't count on Duncan Robinson and Jenkins and other players to start all of a sudden hitting three-point shots. If they do, fantastic. But other than that, Cade Cunningham needs to start flopping and getting to the line. He is being blitzed and pressured on every time, even without the ball. Do you see him when he's trying to go through screens? Kane is all over him. Hands on his back, pulling his jersey. They're not calling it because Cade is too ethical. Dude, fall down. Pull your inner SGA out of yourself and just flop. Get the calls. Last night, in the fourth quarter, they hit the bonus very early. He should have been getting to the line nonstop. Forget trying to make shots. No one on the team can make shots. There's no assist because no one's making any shots. I know they were bad at the line, but more times than not, Cade's going to make those free throws. Get to the line. Start flopping. I want to see Jalen Brunson a la Cade Cunningham out there for Game 5. They have to do it. I can't count on Duren to score any points. Am I wrong? Doug?
I can't tell you how much I hate that you might be right.
Yeah, look at that.
Gator, they can't generate any offense. He's got to start flopping. He's got to start getting to the line. You're supposedly a superstar in this league in the MVP running. Dude, use it. We got to.
This might qualify at the same time as the single best and most disgusting take all at the same time.
Everyone else does it. So why not you?
I liked your other take today you had earlier.
Everyone else does it.
You had a better take earlier today.
Which was what?
Change the uniforms.
Oh, yeah. They got to change the uniform. This is what I'm doing now, Gator. But seriously, change the uniforms and start flopping. Because you guys see it. They're all over him. He can't fight through screens. And then
No. Have it in your bag at least.
Yes.
Right?
You have
They
to.
run two guys at you.
Yep.
Yeah. Just don't fall flat on your face like Wemby does.
Well, he's like a baby giraffe out there. That was tough. But yeah, don't hurt yourself. But I think you got to start working the refs.
Yeah.
JB too.
Yeah.
This is where we're at in this series.
You might be right. God, that's disgusting. Because like this, you don't want it to be this way in the league. I can't stand Trae Young, Jalen Duren, SGA. I hate the way they play. But they're good at that. Unethical SOBs. And now you're endorsing it.
Absolutely.
Now you're endorsing it.
I'm desperate.
You might be right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Roseville. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. Sad morning.
Yes.
King just made one of my points. I got a couple points. Yeah, six minutes. You're in the bonus at the end of the game, and you're stuck taking these awkward perimeter shots. And my other point was JB Bickerstaff is apparently failing to rely on his players. All season long, the strength of this team was their depth. I mean, Ron Holland can drive the lane. He hasn't seen the court. It was torture watching that starting lineup yesterday. It really was. And I think a lot of it falls on JB. I mean, it's his responsibility. Is 4 minutes without a field goal not enough to start subbing your guys? I mean, is he watching the same game? I mean, I know he's dealing with, epic collapses from key players, but those guys were injured. We played games with Duren, with all them guys sitting on the bench, and we won games. And Orlando is too comfortable right now. They know they got this thing wrapped, and he's just sitting there watching it happen. It's torture. I mean, Paul Reed came in the other night, got to the hoop within seconds. And with 6.5 minutes, you're in the bonus. You should have been taking 30 free throws at the end of that game.
John, thank you for the phone call. Martin in Livonia is next on 97.1. Hello, Martin.
Boys, what's good?
Martin, what's happening?
Nothing. Listen, you guys, give me a couple minutes, and then you can
Nope.
interrupt me.
You get 60 seconds. Everyone gets 60 seconds. Your clock is running.
Number one, Cade ain't the guy, okay? You don't go 7 for 20.
You might not get to 60.
Listen, special moments are made in the playoffs, not during the regular season. And for you to choke the last 2 minutes and can't make a shot just is mind-boggling. Number 2, Bickerstaff can't get over the hump. He couldn't do it in Cleveland, and that's his biggest fault. And that's why I think you don't see the subs and all that. It's like he chokes. Number 3.
Well, hold on. So let me ask you this, Martin. Was he really given the opportunity to get over a hump in Cleveland, or was it like just one season where they made the playoffs there and that was it?
I mean, it's kind of continuing here, though, isn't it, Gator? He's got one season and he's failing.
I mean, last year they were the lesser seed. They lost, and then this year is different. This year it's
and he's 60 wins in the preseason, and we can't even beat an Orlando Magic. I know they got their boys.
Well, he's not doing a good job, but real quick, what's your third point?
Him, please.
Third point is go get McCullough. Do what you got to do to get him from Atlanta. He can help out Cade. He can be the guy that can kick up and shoot the threes because that guy can play some ball.
Cade's been great in the fourth quarter. He was not last night. To say Cade's not the guy at the age of 24 when he's their best player reeks of Stafford will never win a Super Bowl take.
Yeah,
that reeks of that. And run the best player out of town because you're mad because the other guys on the team aren't getting the job done, so you blame the best player, who, by the way, has been good in the fourth quarter on a couple occasions in this series. But please, spare me that Cade's not the guy based on last night. He was not last night, and it sucked, okay? But he's 24 years old. And if you feel like Cade's the guy that's letting the Pistons down in this postseason, well, then we are seeing a completely different series. He's averaging 29.5 a game, and he has been big in fourth quarters. Not last night. Anything to add?
I'm not happy with you.
Why?
For drawing, because you did something now that I recognize is probably going to be a thing here for years.
What?
You just made the Stafford comparison to Cade Cunningham, and this is you're spot on with it because this is what's going to happen. People are going to blame the worst player, who has his faults for sure, just like Stafford had his faults, but he's not the sole reason this.
Stafford went to a better situation and did what people said he couldn't do. Greg on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Greg.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. First time caller. I'll be listening to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to make a few points. Vernon Bickerstaff, he got out-coached last night. He didn't play the right key people. He had Duncan Robinson in there, and they was going right at him all the time until they got him out of there. I mean, you got to play Paul Reed. He can score, he can rebound, he can defend. He didn't play him at all. That don't make no sense. And Cade, he ain't been 100% since he's been back from his injury. I mean, a collapsed lung is nothing to play around with. He's not 100%. They would never tell you that, though. So, honestly, they got to play better. They got to play like they want it. They get outplayed right now. That's plain and simple.
Well, J.B. Bickerstaff is got to find some answers. He's got to find some answers.
I don't know. Cade's averaging like 30 points a game. I think he's recovered from the collapsed lung.
I think he has, too.
I think that just reeks of an excuse.
248-539-9797. Darren and Troy. Hi, Darren.
How y'all doing?
What's up?
So, a few calls before me used the word insulted. I'm going to use the word disgusted. We saw glaring holes in this roster in the regular season that we all talked about with the lack of shooting, the lack of scoring. We don't have an extra ball handler. Dennis Jenkins is not a playoff NBA point guard to be getting consistent minutes in the playoffs. This is a team, we need people that can stretch the floor. We need wings that stretch the floor, bigs that stretch the floor. I'm disgusted with the just incompetence and just unwillingness to make moves. And there's the lack of understanding from Trajan Langdon to not see the glaring holes in this roster and to do nothing at the deadline. And I called just a couple months ago after the deadline and said if we're going to wait and see what happens in the playoffs, and his job will be on the line depending on what happens. God knows I didn't expect it to be this bad, but this is just...
Wait, hold on. Let me stop you. When you say job's on the line, you would fire him if they lose this series.
His job would be on the line, absolutely.
You would fire him if they lose this series?
I think so.
Okay. I want to get to the trade deadline. and you had an interesting take off the air that I want to get to next. And this is what all people complain about Detroit teams. They don't think the GMs are aggressive enough at the trade deadline. And we'll talk about what Langdon did or did not do coming up at 11:31 here on Carson. But Holmes would fire him if they lose this series.
Brad Holmes would fire him?
No, this dude who just called. 97.1. All right, so the Pistons have gone from 14 wins to a playoff team to a 60-win 1 seed, and Trajan Langdon, this is the first time he really had a chance to maybe look at a trade deadline and say, we could win this whole thing. Nobody was really thinking that last year, and he didn't make a big move.
He made a great move, though. That was the Schroeder thing.
He did make a great, yes. I'm talking about this year, though. This is the first year.
Last year.
Yeah, last year they didn't. It was a good move. That helped them. But nobody was thinking that team was like, how deep can they make a run?
Right, no, they weren't.
This team had championship aspirations, and Langdon made a secondary move, got rid of a guy who wasn't apparently going to give him anything down the stretch, as we found out later, and got a player that is really not helping him right now. Had some minutes during the regular season, but not helping him right now. I'm not calling that a success. But my man wants him fired. He wants him fired. Take him from part of the 14 to 60 wins, wants him fired. And you could say it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. In the big picture, what matters is your postseason success. This is the first time they really had championship aspirations. And Trajan admitted and said, look, we want to see what our guys do. We want to see what our young team can do when we give them meaningful time in the postseason. And this is the classic, hey, they didn't go to the trade store and walk into the trade store and purchase that 3-point shooter off the shelf at the trade store where you can just walk in and get what you need.
Sure.
You just buy it at the trade store. You got to find somebody that's going to give you a reasonable trade back without cutting into your core. Could he have done that? Maybe. You brought it up off the air. It's an extraordinarily valid point.
Well, and this is a little bit hindsight.
A little bit. But
in fairness, I mean, when we were talking about trade deadline stuff, and you have to give something to get something.
Yep.
And it's not just going to be draft capital to get somebody. And we were always talking about Jaden Ivey and should he be traded? Okay. But knowing now that they're not even playing Ron Holland in the playoffs, despite him missing only 5 games in 2 years in a regular season, had they offered Ron Holland, Jaden Ivey, and a couple of first-round picks, do you think that's enough to entice a team to give you a 3-point specialist or some player that is of serious significance?
If Ron Holland isn't getting playoff minutes, and look, his career's not over, they might still think he's going to be good in the future, but it's a lot easier to sacrifice a player that had value at the trade deadline. How much value we can debate, but he had more value than 0, and he is giving them 0 right now. So when it's all said and done, that might be the hindsight, not wanting to trade Holland if he was possibly included in a trade package.
I mean, I was disappointed with the trade deadline, but I also didn't have high expectations because of the quote you just read, Doug.
Yep.
To me, Trajan Langdon was never trying to, quote unquote, go for a championship this year. He really wanted to see what he had. 60 wins was almost like a crazy bonus. You know what I mean? Like maybe whether they're 1 or 2 seed, he knew they were a good team, but he really wanted to see what this core could do and what they would look like under pressure in the playoffs. But I thought that included Ron Holland. So if you're not going to play him, then what's the point of keeping him, or at least seeing what he can do in the playoffs? Because now we really don't know what he can do because he's not playing. I would have made a bigger move because I think we all think we have windows and we all think we're scheduled to get better and better, but that always doesn't align.
It doesn't always work out.
Yeah, so that's why I'm not saying trade, Duren or Cunningham, but I would have traded Tobias Harris or Ron Holland. Those guys were not untouchable to me. And to be fair, I don't know if they were able to get Michael Porter Jr. or Trey Murphy, but I just don't think he was ever even that aggressive in general. And I think the biggest thing they tried to do was additions by subtraction, which is kind of remove Ivy from the team, and they got like an insurance guy in Herter.
Well, we don't know how aggressive or unaggressive he was because he's not going to come out and say, I tried really hard and I couldn't.
Judging by that quote, you can kind of read
Judging by that
leaves.
quote, it's either damage control because he couldn't pull the trade he wanted to trade or make it, or he wasn't specifically that. And I don't think it's illogical to see what he has when he's got a 1 seed. What would be illogical would be to not do a deeper dive and to figure out, okay, why did these guys fail in the postseason and do I need to replace some of them?
Yeah.
That feels like it's most likely. But if he hung on to Holland at the trade deadline and now he's not playing in the postseason, as Gator pointed out, then in retrospect, that's a mistake. So, and I'll give you an example of why I'm a little hesitant to criticize non-trade deadline deals. And I've told you about a meeting I had with somebody, and maybe someday I'll just give away the whole thing. And they say, well, why didn't they get? Why didn't they get? Why didn't they get? And then, well, because they wouldn't take anything less than A, B, C, and these 2 draft picks. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's too much. So if you're cutting into the core to get a player that's going to hurt you, what you have to give up, but help you what you get back, is it really a good move? We have a little bit of an idea on some reporting about the Red Wings. And that was that they didn't want to part with Simon Edvinsson in a Quinn Hughes deal. That, if true, And it wasn't just Hughes for Edvinsson.
Or that they didn't want to trade for Hughes because Hughes wasn't going to sign an extension right away.
I would think that in retrospect could be looked at as a massive mistake. With a little bit more detail on that particular case with the Red Wings. But as we sit here right now, we don't have a report that they wouldn't part with Holland to get Michael Porter Jr., for instance. If we did, then we'd know. That looks like a mistake if we did have that.
Well, 2 weeks ago, if I asked you, was Ron Holland part of the core group of this team that we expect to be part of the future, I think everybody would say yes.
Yes.
You expected him to be part. And now it's 2 games in a row, DNP CD.
Now, did something else happen?
I don't know.
You always don't know if something else happened.
Exactly. You don't know if he sprained an ankle, although we would know if he sprained an ankle because they have to put that up for the injury report.
Yep.
But did he say something unsavory? He's just fallen out of favor? Is it simply strategical because they don't think he offers enough offensively for this team and that's what they need right now?
Do you think Trajan Lang is in any jeopardy of losing his job?
No.
Should he be?
No, because frankly, you can look at it 2 ways. Okay, if you're going to blame him for not making moves at the trade deadline, okay, and hold it to it because of his comment like he wants to see what they have, isn't it also in a plus column because we're watching it play out, and if they get knocked out in the first round here, part of seeing what you got is understanding that maybe Jalen Duren ain't the guy. Isn't that a plus because he found out?
Long term, Kang, do you think Trajan Langdon's in jeopardy of losing his job?
Absolutely not.
Should he be?
No, absolutely not. But the thing is, though, now that we've played it out the way kind of he said he wanted to play it out, I give him kind of a pass for this trade deadline that we just had. But this next offseason's big.
It's huge.
Now you know what you have, right?
Yep.
Now the warts and the flaws that everyone said, all the disrespect was all warranted. It all came true so far. They're down 3-1, right?
Yep.
Then you got to make some changes. You got to make some additions. You got to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm not saying completely force the issue, but clearly this team, this core that you saw play out so far, they don't have it in them, at least not right now.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Royce in Ann Arbor. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Royce.
Hey, how you gentlemen doing? Especially you, Doug. How you doing?
I'm good.
I did your games years ago down in the Ann Arbor League. You guys had a great team, but you still lost. So I'm saying, this is the referee that does his son games and does your games. What I'm saying is, when you guys have a good team, it's professional basketball. I just think Orlando's guards are too big, too strong for our guards on the Pistons. Like he said earlier, a gentleman said they're better when they run a lot, but Orlando has slowed them down, and they're being more physical than the Pistons, and that's just my take. I just wanted to say hi to you and just throw that in about your basketball game.
I appreciate it. Now, did I have some game?
Oh, no, you had game. Your team, you was a fierce competitor. But, you played a lot better after you quit basketball because you talked about what you was doing.
As we all do. Royce, good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. Desmond Bane.
Depker to him.
That was kind of funny. You had a good team. You still lost.
I remember that because I was better than you.
Bane is a physical guard. And when his bricks stop going in, it'll help the Pistons. Dude, the only field goal they made in the last 5 minutes was his banked in 3. He launched a shot that looked like it was well west of the hoop. And, he took a 32-footer from 28 feet, and it went in. Keith in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
A lot of good conversation, man. We're all just frustrated. But like you said, I don't understand why they're not playing Holland. If the key was, plan was to see what your young guys did, not make a trade of any substance. I mean, bringing Herter over was just under the radar. But, the main thing is everybody's talking about bringing in another scorer, and that's fine and good. But for this series, we know they could beat Orlando, right? If they played the way they played in the regular season, when you look at their offense, or look at Orlando, man, they get wide open shots, even though they're bricking. Shot like 34%. You still couldn't beat a team that shot 34%. Are you kidding me? But you look at the Pistons spacing, most of the time there's no spacing, right? Like, I don't know what's going on, and it's just too much Cade dribbling the ball. And I've said it before, Cade is not a point guard. I mean, he didn't play it in college. I mean, he only played 1 year. I don't know about high school, but he's too slow on the point. It was just like last year. The Knicks just double teamed them, and that's all you do. You bring double team, and then they waste like 15 seconds on the shot clock, and then they're scrambling. I don't know why they don't do a simple clear out for Durant. Like Durant could take Carter. I don't know what's in his head, but give them some confidence and run.
I'm not sure he can. I would have bet so much, Keith, that Durant could take Carter. And I think people in Orlando, one of the things that came up last night when I made the effort to listen to their postgame show and a lot of their coverage was people can't believe that Wendell Carter Jr. is out playing Jalen Duren. And you would think it'd be advantage Pistons, but it hasn't been.
I'm a little surprised. Like during this regular season, and again, things ramp up in the postseason, but during the regular season, Cade Cunningham had done a nice job with the turnovers. I think he's gotten to a point where his assist to turnover ratio is acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
He was second in the NBA in assist at 9.9 per game.
Yeah.
Jokic was the one who led the NBA with 10.7, and Luka Doncic was third at 8.3. You look at their turnovers, 3.7 and 4.0. Cade had 3.7 turnovers per game as well. These are the top 3 assist guys in the league. They're all basically the same type when it comes to turnovers as well. But now we're in the postseason, and it's a little different because things get magnified, and teams are they're gonna focus on trying to stop Cade. And
ideally,
now
Cade,
it's eight turnovers a game, which is incredible.
That if they ran that many, the way they run defenders at Cade, I'd like to see his assist numbers double because it's just giving it to the open guy.
You would think
when they run 2 guys at you, somebody's open.
Yes, but the problem is they don't have the shooters to knock
And
down.
they don't have the spacing. They don't all of a sudden do not know how to space the floor. It's unbelievable to me that JB Bickerstaff haven't set their players up for more success. Duncan Robinson should be wide open somehow, or at least Tobias Harris, one of those 2 guys, right? But no, instead it's a turnover, or they find the worst shooter, like Asar Thompson gets the ball. Like, yeah, they're daring him to shoot. And this is playoff basketball. We've been talking about it all year long before the playoffs even started. It's totally different. And I think, honestly, that's the biggest reason Ron Holland isn't playing, because it's playoff basketball and they don't trust him.
The decision of who to call after an injury is huge. Take it from me. I know the Bernsteins personally. They don't just ask for your respect from insurance companies. They demand it. They've been winning for over 50 years. If you want respect, call Sam. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson on a frustrating Tuesday. Pistons down 3-1 to Orlando after last night's, I don't know, disaster is the word. And I think in a must-win game when you have some stuff go against you and you also don't take advantage. The free throw thing is probably the number one thing that pissed me off. No, Austin Rivers is the number one thing that pissed me off. But the frustrated me is you get in the bonus early in the fourth, and then you go 7 of 14 from the line when the game's on the line.
Yeah, I get it. 20 of 28 for the game, which is 71%. That's not good enough. And some of the shooters that were taking those free throws in the fourth quarter, guys you expect to make them. You expect Tobias to make them. You expect Dennis Jenkins to make them. You expect Cade Cunningham to make them. Asar Thompson, maybe not so much. But you can't miss both if you're Asar Thompson. If you're Asar Thompson, you got to split them.
Yep.
And the fact that they didn't go to the rack more, Doug. Was it 9 minutes when they hit the bonus in the fourth quarter?
Something like that. Your take that Cade needs to start flopping is so disgusting and probably accurate. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John in Southfield. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
What's going on, guys? Hey. I know you're probably feeling like me today, pretty irritated with how the Pistons have been playing.
Yep.
I just wanted to throw a couple points out there. The guy who called in saying JB's in a hot seat, definitely don't agree with that. I do think he is being outcoached in this series with the rotations specifically. I don't understand why Duren has been playing the way he's been playing and we're not seeing more B-ball Paul. I mean, Stu's going out there and giving relentless effort, but, yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of at a loss right now.
Yeah, I mean, as far as JB's concerned, when this thing's done, probably a deep dive into whether or not he really is on the hot seat. I suspect that he's not, but I suspect that the seat warmer, what is it, the 3 levels of the seat warmer, I think it is turned on. and it's, right. You know, he's got to shake this reputation of not being a postseason coach. But, there's how are things in the locker room? Do the players still believe in him? Is there, I mean, he might get named coach of the year and get fired. I guess that could happen, but it's the type of thing that there's a lot of other moving parts that really would dictate whether or not there'd be a quicker trigger here with JB. I tend to think that in our line of work, people in our line of work and callers call for people's jobs way quicker than organizations actually act on those things.
Yeah, and I just think, again, it's not just on him. I mean, Cade averaging 9 turnovers over the past 2 games is tragic. That's definitely not what I'm used to, especially when you saw that he was, second in assists on the year with only about 3 or 4 turnovers. It's just something we're not used to, for sure. And Duren's just in his own head and not playing the game that we've been used to seeing 20 and 10 a game. So it's a lot being shouldered on Cade for sure, but Cade does need to step up. A great point was made. We got into the bonus with 9 minutes left, and you're telling me that an all-star is not getting to the line in the final 5 minutes of the game. I don't get it.
John, thank you. 248-539-9797. Tony is next on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. Hey, King made a great point a little while ago. A few years ago, we hired a highly respected shooting coach. And I don't get the improvement for Asar Thompson. He hasn't been the same. Duren hasn't been the same, and neither has Ron Holland. They can't shoot the basketball. And secondly, what do you guys think about a lineup change? I'm thinking about putting Beef Stew in the lineup versus Tobias Harris. Tobias could come out and make the second unit a lot stronger. I'm looking for something right now because last night is unacceptable.
Well, I'd keep looking because Tobias has actually been maybe their best player all around. On the floor, I mean, you could argue with Cade, but I mean, he's averaging like 20 points a game. He's knocking down some big shots. He didn't knock down any threes, which hurt them yesterday. But by and large, he's been shooting very well, and he's played pretty good defense. If you want to bring Stewart in the lineup more, I don't have a problem with that. But doesn't that just mean you go after Duren's minutes? If he's not providing anything offensively, then you put Stewart in there, but Stewart's not going to provide anything offensively either. So you're still in the same problem.
Remember the one play that was last night when Duren just passed the ball behind his back on the sideline to Cade's feet. That was so bad.
To Duncan Robinson, yeah.
Oh, Duncan Robinson! It made me want to throw up, to be honest with you, because it was such a careless play, and he's
Not the
so
time,
locked right
man.
now.
Not the time.
No, I mean it's kind of simple. I think Kang said this earlier, and we brought this up too. That if Jalen Duren gives you his average from the season, the Pistons are up 3-1.
Oh yeah.
I mean, where's the 2010 guy?
Yeah,
what happened? to him?
The 10 points a game he's giving, those extra 10 points would help.
The difference in 2 games.
You know, I put a lot of this on JB's shoulders, but I think the head coach needs to find ways to get the guy going. You know what's crazy is in yesterday's game, in their first 5 possessions, the Pistons threw it inside to Duren 3 times. It was 2 turnovers, and he kicked it out once. And I'm like, this looks like a concerted effort, right, to get him going.
Yeah, it reminded me of the Going to Work Pistons when they used to do that with Ben Wallace. Just get Ben
it was James Edwards, wasn't it?
Well, no,
Well, James Edwards was before. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
With Ben Wallace, they would get Ben Wallace a couple of quick offensive possessions early, and then say, "Okay, there you go. Now go back to playing defense." And
the bad boys,
and they did it.
The bad boys would go to James Edwards early in every game.
Yeah, and he had the moves, but at least he was a post up.
He was.
Man.
He'd give you a turnaround jump shot.
Yeah.
Ben was there just trying to, touch the ball,
Yeah.
get involved in the offense, not necessarily shoot it or anything. But last night, Doug, you're right. They went to Duren on purpose. They were just trying to get him going and
forced it.
Yeah, they clearly forced it because 5 turnovers later, maybe we should do something
5 in
else.
a row.
Which is ridiculous. They got to treat the ball more precious. It's almost like they don't care what happens to the basketball. They don't. They're not strong with the ball. They're lackadaisical. They just, they pass the ball to the guy like we deserve the ball. Like, here, Duncan Robinson, you're going to get the ball because I'm giving it to you, right?
Here's my one-handed pass,
Yeah.
and you go catch it with one hand, and let's...
Don't worry, they're not going to try to get it from you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they are.
Who knew?
That part seems careless, doesn't it?
It is careless.
And I'm sure they'd tell you something different, but how can it just looks awfully, awfully careless. Lou in Birmingham, you're next. Actually, no, we got time for you, Lou. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I think they need to get Duncan Robinson and Kevin Huerter more involved. They had that one play where there was no time on the shot clock, and they came out of it, and they designed a play to get the ball to Duncan, and he got an open shot.
Yeah.
But they need to do that all game long. And then not Kane's first dunk, but his second dunk, a one-handed one off the offensive rebound, Duren was right in front of the rim, and he wasn't crashing the board. He was just watching Kane dunk the ball. I don't understand why he's not. It's like he's not even there anymore. I don't know what's going on.
Kane
with that.
came from the side. It looked like, I know what you're talking about. It looked to me like, and
He
it was
was
unacceptable.
looking at it.
It was unacceptable that Kane got a free run to the basket, and they've had too many of those. And that was their last field goal until Bain banked in the 3, and that was their only field goal in the last 4:59 of the game. But yeah, I thought it was. It looked to me like it was somebody else's responsibility. That
There were
been
times
boxing
where
out,
guys are
but
just standing around watching, waiting for somebody else to grab the rebound.
It's Carson Anderson. More open line calls. Get a little Tigers mixed in as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers begin a series against the Braves on the road tonight. Atlanta is tied with the Dodgers for the most wins in baseball at 20. Matt Olson, one of the sluggers, pacing their offense. He has 12 doubles and 8 homers so far this year. Martin Perez is on the mound. He's got a 2.70 ERA in 3 starts and 5 appearances overall. Casey Mize counters for Detroit. Gave up a single earned run his last time out here. The game right here at 7:15. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson. Per Bob Nightingale, Alex Cora was offered the job but turned it down to spend time with family. He was just fired, of course, over the weekend with the Red Sox. Michigan basketball is formally announcing a lot of their new signings today, including 7'2" center Mustafa Sham from Cincinnati. I spoke with Bearcats beat writer Scott Springer about him. Pistons are traveling back for Game 5 tomorrow at Little Caesars Arena. There are 3 other NBA games tonight. First, the 76ers have the Celtics at 7. Joel Embiid is probable to play in that one. Boston holds a 3-1 lead. The Hawks and Knicks are now tied at 2 apiece. They tip at 8. The Spurs can also close out their series with the Blazers with a victory at 9:30 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a very frustrating day in Metro Detroit for obvious reasons after last night's loss to the Orlando Magic. Pistons down 3-1. And there's been a lot of venting today. Stuff that hasn't gone the Pistons' way. Stuff that Orlando has done exceptionally well, and that's mostly at the defensive end. They've got some offensive guys who've exceeded expectations, including Desmond Bane shooting it better than he did during the regular season. You got Wendell Carter Jr., who's out playing Jalen Duren, which is a surprise. Listen to Orlando post-game stuff last night. They were saying we haven't seen that kind of stuff from Jamal Cain, who had a couple of massive second-half dunks in that game. And 1 week ago today, I found this on the Run It Back podcast. Chandler Parsons was talking about Billy Donovan potentially replacing Jamal Mosley, the head coach with the Orlando Magic. That was a week ago, 1 week ago. And now he's got his team up 3-1. They're running multiple people at Cade, which we expected, but the Pistons for some reason can't answer it. They're also taking JD out of the game. Think of all the things that the Pistons relied on to get where they are. Attention to detail on the defensive end, which includes boxing out, getting 20 and 10 out of Duren, who has had the least productive offensive stretch of the season in these 4 games. In fact, you have to go back to last January to find a stretch of 4 games where he's had, what has he got, 37 points in this series, I think it is. You have to go back to last January, not this, so we're talking like 15 months ago, where he's had 4 games where he produced this little on the offensive end. And I credit Orlando with that, but I also think the Pistons have done some things that there's no excuse, no excuse. They've done it to themselves. They had a huge advantage early in the fourth quarter last night, and they got in the bonus early. Then they proceeded to make 7 of 14 free throw shots.
Free throws, not
free
field
throws. Yeah, Orlando's not playing defense there. And then, look, I mean, I still love Cade Cunningham. I still think he's the guy you build around. Unfortunately, last night in the fourth quarter, what's that?
Bad game.
Yep, 0 for 5 in the fourth, 0 for 3 from 3, 2 for 4 from the line, no assists. Now, they're running everybody at him, and so he's dealing with a lot more. But as Kang pointed out, and it's a great point, time to start flopping. And I hate how right you probably are.
You got to embellish a little. I mean, he's getting pressured. They're being physical with him as they should. So let the refs know about it and fall down.
Yep.
Like at the end of the game when Stewart had that box out on the air ball by LeVert and he caught it and put it back, he probably pushed Suggs in the back. But Suggs made sure everyone knew it by hitting the floor and they had to blow the whistle. I just think we got into that point where, Kay, you're a star, especially when you're in the bonus. Get to the rack. Start flopping a little bit, get some calls, because this team otherwise cannot generate any offense.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't like that style of basketball. I love the way the Pistons played during the regular season, but this is the playoffs and everything means more, and the style of play that worked in regular season is clearly not working here in the postseason. They're incapable of unleashing Jalen Duren in this series. I don't think it's necessarily all on Jalen Duren. I think there's something going on with the X's and O's of this whole thing, with them not being able to get him the ball the way that they normally get him the ball. But on top of that, the team isn't shooting well. They haven't had anybody step up and be a 3-point specialist here in the postseason. But the turnovers are absolutely ridiculous. When your point guard is averaging 8 turnovers a game, which is twice as many as he had in the regular season.
It's just too careless.
Yeah. And I think Kang said they got to be precious. They got to treat it like it's precious. And go all Gollum on it. This is my precious. I don't care. Do it.
Those are completely empty possessions when they turn over the ball. And they can't, with this kind of offense, they can't afford to not even get a shot up. And then the fast break ones are weird because he's making either bad passes or weird decisions.
Now, the one thing that caught me off guard when I listened to stuff out of Orlando last night was how surprised they are at this. They think they're playing their best basketball of the year, specifically on the defensive end, making clutch shots, making plays when it matters most. They did a great job fending off every Detroit run in game 1. And then last night in the fourth quarter, they just made more plays, hit more free throws. And at the end of the day, even they are surprised at how this is going. Detroit's getting the best version of Orlando, and what Orlando is seeing is certainly not the best version of Detroit. It's one of the worst versions of Detroit, and I don't know that you can't credit Orlando, but I'm done with that. Let's focus on what the Pistons need to do better.
Orlando is a team that is shooting 38.7% from the field in this series, and they're up 3-1.
Helps when you get multiple opportunities, when you get offensive rebounds.
Well, it's offensive rebounds, and it's more so it's turnovers. The Pistons are committing 18 turnovers a game, and Orlando's committing 13, just over 13. So that's 5 extra possessions. And you mentioned the offensive rebounding part, that they're out rebounding the Pistons on the offensive glass by a couple per game. And yeah, it adds up. That and the empty trips down the court, you get fouled and you're not making your free throws. That hurts too. And these are problems the Pistons are facing.
Let's go to Brian and Romeo. You're on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
I'm going to have to put this all on JB and his inability to switch from the regular season to the playoffs. You said that he only got one shot after one good year in Cleveland. He was back-to-back 50-win seasons, could never get it done in the playoffs there, and it's showing again that he's unable to adapt to playoffs. Changes that you need to make. I mean, first off, Duncan and Asir can't be on the floor at the same time. When you have both of them on the floor at the same time, you're playing 4 on 5, both sides of the ball. I think Duncan was minus 18 last night. Asir's minus 16. Those two can't be on the floor at the same time. Next point I'd make is Cade. He is getting beat up so bad. As soon as he puts the ball on the floor walking up, he's just getting shoved constantly up the floor. So unless you can get the ball to Cade right off the bat, get him in the open court on a fast break, you need to have somebody else bring the ball up the floor so they can't beat him up the whole way up the court. Take him down to the baseline to set a nice screen down.
The other thing that happened last night, Brian, is that the Pistons got called for I don't know how many illegal screens.
That was way too many. That
was through the roof how many illegal screens there were.
Yep. Venturi in Southfield, you're next. Hello, Venturi.
How you doing, sir?
What's up?
Enjoy your show. You guys are wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
But one thing I look at, like you said, the boxing out. Now, when you at the foul line, you tell me you got 2 men on one side and you got one on the other. The man that's closest to the shooter is supposed to block out the shooter. The man closest to the basket is supposed to block out the man in the middle. They don't do that anymore. When you look at how they're getting them offensive rebounds, the Pistons are standing there and they're pushing people out the way instead of blocking them out.
Venturi, have they given up one offensive rebound off a missed free throw?
That's sad.
Have they done that? I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have either.
Oh, if the Pistons gave them offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
Well, they're giving up offensive rebounds, but it's not on free throws. It's on long
No.
three-point attempts.
I'm just saying how you block out from the free throw line, that they're not doing that. But I'm saying for the offensive rebounds, if you just grab a man and put your back on him, like in the old days, he got to go over your back to get the rebound. That's a foul on him. Now, when you got looking at the center for Orlando, and they're talking about how great he's playing Jalen Duren,
if you watch the whole series, when Duran is going toward the basket, he got his arm around Duran's back, pulling him down. That's backyard basketball.
Well, maybe he needs to flop a little bit more, too.
Maybe. He can make free throws.
I hate that we're endorsing flopping.
Right?
Well, some of those illegal screens, they're more obvious when players are falling down, right?
This is true.
Yeah, there was one yesterday.
Yeah,
where
right?
Somebody pulled the old,
You got to play the game.
I've been shot.
We're down 3-1, guys. This is not looking good.
Start playing some soccer. Yeah.
Get the spray out.
Magic Sponge can of spray. Greatest advancement in the history of sports medicine.
Some of the offensive rebounds, what's maddening is they're coming off of like the missed 3-point shots.
Mm-hmm.
So the longer the shot, the longer the rebound. And they just happen to be bouncing right to those guys in some of those respects.
Yep. How about the missed shots that are going in? Like the bank shot last night.
Or
Bane missed it so bad.
Oh, the one in game 3 to bounded straight up in the air and
went
came
in.
right back down.
And then, God, that drove me nuts. Austin Rivers, after Bane banks it in. The way he shot the ball, he deserves a little luck here and there. Why? Why does he deserve any luck? Austin Rivers.
It's just magical.
That's you know how people call up to complain about announcers, and I always have said the same thing. Don't let the announcers get under your skin. Don't let them ruin your day. It's just one person's opinion. Last night, Austin Rivers had me triggered, man. But anyway, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away. You want M&M Garage Doors, still family-owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. And by the way, they work all over the state. We got a place up north. We're going to do some work up there with a new garage door. When we wanted a new garage door, they came out with a free consultation. You'd be amazed at how many choices they have, but they'll narrow it down on what makes the most sense for the house that you're in, style house you have, the neighborhood you're in, what it'll look like. In fact, they'll send you a little mock-up of what it looks like, with what the garage door looks like on your house. It's pretty cool. Plus, if you need a repair, they got everything on the trucks you'd ever need to fix any garage door. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR. Or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. 210-220-6147. See what the spread is for tomorrow night's Game 5?
No. Should I guess?
I'd like you to guess. I'd like Kang to guess, too.
Home game, Pistons are going to be favored. I would say Pistons -3.5.
Kang?
Sure, whatever. I'm so frustrated.
Yep.
I actually wanted last night to be the end of the series. That's how frustrated I got.
Which is illogical,
Of course.
nonsensical, and yet the emotions are what they are.
Of course, but I'll just go with Gator. 3.5 Pistons favored.
Okay, what do you think the over/under is?
7.
Last night they combined.
No, I
for
understand.
All right.
I mean, I'll say 198.
Under.
You think it's under that?
Whatever he was going to say, I was going to say under.
Okay. According to FanDuel, the Pistons are favored by 9.5.
Turnovers in the first quarter?
Hammer the under.
And the total is 210.5.
I mean, there's obviously statistical data that supports why this would be where they're at, but we're in the playoffs now. It's a different animal. They had the stat last night about the Pistons in games after a loss in the regular season and in the playoffs this year. How good it was. They were like 17-5 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they lost. So if that data kind of goes out the window, if you want to go by it, give it your best shot.
Right.
But I mean, would I expect them to win it at home? I mean, home court advantage sounds like it's awesome. And in a lot of years, it has been incredible. But I'm still hurt by what happened last year where they didn't win at home.
Yeah.
They lost the first game of the series at home. And then they absolutely smothered Orlando in game 2. Can they do the same thing? I mean, they've been smothering Orlando the whole series. It's about, can they take care of the basketball?
Can they do anything on the offensive end?
Yeah.
Can they take care of the ball? Can they box out on the defensive end? Can they do anything? Get into more flow offensively. The half court is they're pulling teeth.
Yeah.
This has been a dreadful performance on that end of the floor.
I expect them to win and go back to Orlando, and who knows?
It's crazy that they were favored to win the series before last night started, the game.
Yeah.
They were down 2-1 and still favored to win the series.
They were.
They need energy, man. There's just no energy on this team. And then it just seems
they've got guys that provide energy. They're not using them.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Don in Florida. You're talking about Ron Holland and Paul Reed, who didn't
Yes.
play last night. Yeah, Don in Florida, you're next. Hello, Don.
Hey guys, good afternoon.
What's up?
Hopefully this performance will lead to them having to make a trade in the offseason to actually upgrade this roster versus status quo like they always do. But I was just kind of wondering, are you guys noticing when you guys watch NBA games? It's not even necessarily the Pistons and the Magic. I was even watching Oklahoma City against Phoenix last night. Guys, I feel like they travel so many times in these games and nobody ever calls it anymore. I was watching Shea Gilchrist, and I swear to God, at least 4 times last night, I watched this guy literally change his pivot foot and jump and score. And I'm watching this, and am I the only one that notices this, or are you?
No, Don. I've noticed it since I started watching NBA basketball at the age of 9. Like, I swear to God, they just don't bother even with.
It's even gotten worse. It seems like
It's
in the
definitely
last
worse
couple of
now.
years.
Well, yeah, because now they allow the Euro step and whatever the hell that is, but allows you to take 5 steps.
Yeah, it's not even a Euro step anymore. It's just a come to a stop, change my pivot foot, jump in a completely opposite direction, and hope like hell that I make a basket. And if I do, then I'm the greatest mid-range shooter of all time.
I am
It's the most
surprised.
ridiculous thing.
I am surprised in the last couple of games I've seen, not only have I seen a double dribble called, but I have seen travel.
They actually called travel
last night.
on by Caro, and I'm like, I'm not even 100% sure that was.
Is that
Am I wrong? Was that like, I was like, awesome, travel, love it. They showed the replay, and I'm like, was it?
I don't know. Of all the times they called travel, is the one where like, that might not have been a travel. but the caller's right. I mean, what you're noticing is that's allowed now, is what you're noticing.
Yeah, Gator step, Euro step is awesome, because Euro step means if you take an awkward step in any direction, you are then allowed to take 2 more steps.
In the other direction.
All it takes is one awkward step unlocks the ability to take 2 more without dribbling.
Well, that's the conversion rate.
Yeah, that's what it is.
One of the most hysterical videos you'll see online are those videos where they show the NBA players traveling and not getting called for it.
Giannis?
I mean, they're just unbelievable. Guys like walking the ball up the court with the ball in their hands.
holding it.
Not dribbling yet. Like
he gets the half court. He's like,
and then somebody recognizes, like, why are you going to call that? And they're like, call what? The travel.
I mean, it has nothing to do with this series. Let's be clear.
We should travel more. That's what it
Let's
means.
go.
Just don't dribble. You're going to move a lot faster.
In addition to just flopping, let's travel.
Let's go to Carlos and Taylor. You're on 97.1. Hello, Carlos.
Hello.
Hey.
So pretty much, and when I say this, I obviously know turnovers are a massive deal. Any base level sports fan understands that in any sport. So let's get that out of the way. So my thing is this: turnovers happen for a reason, right? Cade is pressing. They're forcing passes to Duren where they're not there. They're not available. The offense is flowing through one person. That's why the turnovers are happening. That's why. There's nothing there on offense. And I blame Trajan Langdon for not making a trade when he clearly should have and did not. I'm blaming Jalen Duren for just, I don't know what's going on with him, right? But this is what he's done, 2 playoffs in a row. And I'm blaming the whole team for not being able to hit shots. Cade is a top 5 player in the NBA. Is he perfect? No. But he's a 24-year-old player approaching top 5.
What
right?
trade? What
and
trade should he have made?
Luke Kennard.
Luke Kennard.
And I know hindsight is 20/20. I get it, right? Maybe no one was as high as him as he's playing right now. But still, anything. But Kevin Huerter.
Okay, I mean, look, what would they have given up to get Luke Kennard?
I mean, apparently Holland and Ivy.
So it's interesting because he did not get traded, and so was he even available?
Well, Luke Kennard was traded.
Luke Kennard was traded. Yeah.
But he was traded from Atlanta. Was that this season?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What did they give up for him?
It was Gabe Vincent and a 2nd-round pick.
And they could have got Luke Kennard.
That's nothing.
They could have got
That's
Luke
nothing. Stoney actually called for that.
Did he?
Yeah.
They could have got Luke Kennard. And Luke Kennard is shooting it very well. That would have been a good trade. That would have been a good player to add. I mean, look, they offered up Jaden Ivey and they said no. Maybe they wanted more. I don't know. But that would have been a good trade. In the way he's shooting it now.
Oh, and the minutes he's getting, I mean, he's playing like 36 minutes a game for the Lakers here.
Is he getting 36?
He got, in the 4 games against Houston, he's gotten 38, 42, 45, and 32.
I'll give our guy credit. He did have a trade.
And he was, oh my God, he's shooting the lights out.
He's been killer. I mean, Austin Reeves is out. That's why he's playing so much. But either way, he's been phenomenal in the playoffs so far.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Look, Langdon said he wanted to see what his guys could do and didn't have a bigger trade that obviously tempted him enough. And maybe it was a mistake, but I'll tell you what he didn't do. He didn't give up any future assets of significance. And in fact, he got a better first-round pick out of it. And maybe they can get something out of that first-round pick as they had a pick swap and that has him moving up, 7 spots? 7 spots, right? I think it's 7 spots. We got to go look it up. So they got a pick in the teens now, and you can find somebody that can help you with a pick in the teens. But, that's not helping them now that much. There's no doubt about that. Ken in Detroit. What's up, Ken?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
How you doing?
I don't know if I'm more frustrated or depressed right now because this is probably the frustration because I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking about our entire year and what worked for us all year, which was our bench play. Because whenever we went to the bench, there was virtually no drop off. You had guys like Stewart, of course, but then Reed and Green that came in and were major contributors. And why you shrank the lineup is beyond me, especially when your starters aren't getting the job done. Duren has looked absolutely lost out there.
Yep.
And then some of the bonehead plays that you make, like why are you passing the ball behind your back when you're on the sidelines? I mean, and turnover after turnover. He's not getting the job done. And Green, when he was when Duran was out. I'm sorry, Reed. When Reed came in, he played very well in his absence. And if you're not getting the job done, there's no way Stewart shouldn't have been on the floor more than what he was. He played his behind off yesterday. He brought the team back. That was the energy that you've been talking about. In terms of when they went to the bench and they came in, that whole game turned.
Well, I mean, eight
10.
blocks is hard to I mean, that's insane. In one game to have 8 blocks.
It's kind of you get what you get with him, and the 8 blocks is awesome.
17 minutes.
But, man, that offensive foul on a Key Lake possession where he just blasted Banchero, it looked like he was like a pulling guard. And I'm like, dude, you can't do that. And it was a really bad time.
Maybe in the first half.
Right.
You want to blast Banchero? Yeah.
Set the tone.
You want to blast a guy and let him know you're there?
248-539-9797, 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Pistons come out of the gate last night. It felt like not a lot of poise and composure in a must-win game, and you're going, oh, God, this is going to suck, and they get down 17-5, and then they roar back, and in the second quarter, they're up 10. They're up 10, and Danis was a spark off the bench, and B. Stu was a spark, and blocking shots, and the Pistons go actually on it was like a 35-13 run, I think is what I wrote down here, and I don't know if it ended there, but Cade was making shots, and the third quarter, they get down 7. Javonte Green hits a big 3. Duren gets a bucket off a Cade drive where he laid it off the glass. You remember that one? Cade got an and-one off a Stewart screen. And the Pistons cut it to 1. And then Bane hits a 3. They start to pull away. You get to the fourth quarter. The Pistons are down 6. And this very well may be the season. And on the floor in the fourth quarter, start the fourth quarter, Tobias, LeVert, Duncan Robinson, Beef Stew, and I'm trying to remember who else it was. There's a lot of backups, and they get a bunch of fouls.
Javonte Green, maybe?
Might have been. They get a bunch of fouls, though, called, and the Pistons get early into the bonus. And here you go, free throw shooting I wrote down at that time, free throw shooting is going to be key in this close game. And you can ask for teams like the championship DNA, you want to come out in these moments, right? These are, when you get a fourth quarter of a playoff game, and every team that is striving to get to the mountaintop, they're going to face moments where that championship DNA has to come out. And the championship DNA comes out by going 14 for 14 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter. That's one way it can come out. Okay, but let's say you don't have championship DNA and you're just kind of average, like 11 for 14, 10 for 14 from the free throw line. No, they went 7 for 14 from the free throw line. Now, does that mean that this group doesn't have championship DNA? It might. It actually might. Or it could mean they don't have it yet. Like, these are tough places to shoot free throws, but there's nobody defending you. And it's a really disappointing turn of events. And, credit Orlando for what they're doing defensively. And I think they're going to keep doing it because the Pistons haven't shown any answers. Hey, look, they're running multiple defenders at Cade. You don't say. And JB mentioned it in the postgame. How do they fix the spacing on the floor to make Orlando vulnerable? If there was no risk at running 2 defenders at Cade, then everybody would do it all the time. But there's a risk. If you start moving the basketball well, quick passes, find somebody open, knock down some shots.
Well, they need to, if they're going to set screens, how about not commit fouls when they set the screens? Because that was a real problem in the fourth quarter. When they're trying to come back, they're trying to storm back, they've got all these possessions, and I think there were at least 3 of them that were thwarted because of an illegal screen. And it is a problem with Cade right now turning the ball over when he's turning it over literally twice as much as he did during the regular season. So, okay, all day today in practice, I would assume it's they're working on this, right? You would have to think that they're working on this and working on free throw shooting.
It just sucked. And you know what made it worse? Is right before the game started, I had Philly and Pittsburgh on.
Oh,
and Elmer Soderblom scores his first postseason goal for Pittsburgh. And I believe what was his first postseason game.
Did Mantha get on the score sheet too?
And then I'm thinking, well, the Tigers, they don't play. Play tonight.
Damn it.
We'll get to some Tiger stuff today at 12:50. Somebody tweeted us early in the Piston game, I can't believe you guys might be doing what did they make you flip to during a postseason game? What do they make you flip to is a game we play when the Tigers are down like 9-1 after 2 innings and you were settling in to watch the game and you just grab, as Gator puts it, the ninja, and you start surfing around and watching something else. And we play a game called What Did They Make You Flip To? It was in danger of happening last night in the first 5 minutes of that basketball game.
It sure was. Just the turnovers were insane, and Orlando was knocking down their shots early. I'd be interested to see what the field goal percentage was for Orlando after the first 5 minutes of the game. Because it felt like they knocked down everything, and then they couldn't make anything.
Well, they got ice cold. Pistons got on a roll. And look, we can sit here and talk about things that we thought with the Pistons were real that aren't. And we've done that. Like the 20-10 Jalen Duren has been replaced by a 10-6, 10-7 Jalen Duren. Those extra 10 points would help a lot. They'd help a lot. But I made sure I listened to post-game out of Orlando last night, and they're surprised. They're surprised at how well this team is playing, at least on the defensive end. But they're also making big shots, and when they miss shots, what do they got? They get offensive rebounds. Huge offensive rebound. In fact, I think they took the lead. I'm pretty sure in the last 2 games, Orlando took the lead late on a second chance opportunity. On Saturday's game, it was Wendell Carter Jr. got an offensive rebound and got fouled, made 2 free throws. They took the lead and never looked back. And last night, it was a Jamal Cain tip dunk. They took the lead and never looked back. Those are offensive rebounds. And Jamal Cain had a free run. He had a free run to the basket. And that's not Piston basketball.
We talk about the turnovers all show long. The Pistons giving away opportunities to score. Well, when you give up the offensive rebound, that's another missed opportunity for you to have the basketball, and they're getting a chance to score again. When both teams are shooting poorly like they are in this series, getting more possessions matters. And the Pistons have way too many empty possessions. So when they miss shots, they actually got to attack the offensive glass more themselves because they just lack any other real opportunity to score and generate offense. They need easy buckets in the paint. That's how this team lived and thrived throughout the regular season, and they're just not doing it. And the Jalen Duren thing, we're not even asking him to be better. We're asking him to be normal. Don't play out of your, we don't need more from you. We need what you did normally.
Yeah, I mean, we saw games down the stretch where he was going for 30 and 12, right? And had these crazy numbers, how many times he had done it. I'm like, wow, that's great. But you're right. We don't need that. Just how about 19? 19 and 10, 20 and 11, something like that. Get back to your season average would be great. But Orlando's done a great job of taking away that part of the Pistons game. And a lot of that with Jalen Duren is just, a 2-man game and it's the lob. But Cade's not getting the clean look to the lane that gets the guy to commit to come over to him to allow for the lob. And then you've got players that are sticking on Jalen Duren anyway because they know that's what his game is. They cannot get it going.
Okay, so we got some calls about Duren and people don't want to pay him now going into a free agency year. We made the point that if you don't pay this version of Duren, obviously this is terrible. And if you think this is who he is as defined as a player, no, you don't pay him. But he's 22 years old. Does he have an opportunity to get better? He sure does. He's early in his career. What's inside the chest? How much desire does he have? What's his work ethic like? From an unnamed texter, I agree with you guys. Jalen Duren is only 22 years old. Don't think he's defined yet. He needs to work in the offseason to develop more low post moves. Next text. When Duren grabs an offensive rebound, he's exceptional. Otherwise, he's just a jersey. He's been very good in the lob game and the pick and roll game at times, but not in this series. In this series, he's been, kind of just a jersey. Duren hasn't played his way out of a max contract. In my opinion, he's played his way out of Detroit. There's no way I'm bringing him back next year. If someone else wants to try and develop him, they can be my guest. Okay, I mean, look, if you don't think that if he's developable,
All right.
If he's developable, I'm all about developing him. They have him now. Okay? You let him go. If he's developable and develop somewhere else, that's where you get into ruining the day. Now, if you don't think he's got anything else to give, then okay. Okay. At 22, this is a tough decision. It's not a no-brainer, okay? I could see it going either direction.
Yeah, I can as well. I'm way more inclined to keep him, but obviously not give him the max contract than I am to trade him. But I also think that a lot of the Pistons' problems there's problems with Jalen Duren in the offensive game, but there's a lot of problems with just the turnovers.
Yep.
Like if they get the ball in clean, I know they tried early in the game to get it to Duren, but they didn't do it. They turned it over twice. And then the third time, as you said, he kicks it back out. That's fine. He's going to kick it out. But you got to get the ball into him clean. Let him work. Give him a chance to cook, but they're not getting it into him clean. They're turning it over, and it's not just with him. It's all throughout the game. If they just take care of the basketball,
Well, and
they're going to be much better off.
Forced turnovers are one thing, but throwing a bounce pass into the feet of your running teammate on a 3-on-1 is another.
It's all. And then Duran's to blame too when he had that awful behind the back. I don't know what the hell that was to Duncan
turnover.
Robinson when he's not open. A and two, take care of the ball.
Yeah, they all do it. They're not treating the ball like it's some kind of like something really important you have to hold on to. And Cade's got the more turnovers by stat wise because he dominates the ball so much.
Yep.
But they all got to realize, hey man, we need possessions. We need to pass the ball when the guy's open directly to him. Not just like these lackadaisical, toss it to the guy and no one's going to try to defend you. I don't get it. It's 4 games in the series. You know how Orlando plays by now. This isn't new.
Steve at Madison Heights, to motivate the team, the Pistons should be sit down and everybody watch the Bad Boys 30 for 30. Arizona Eric says, Trajan Langdon gave us a team where we're relying on Karis LeVert or Danis Jenkins being the 5th player on the court in the final 7 minutes in a crucial must-win playoff game. Puke. I think both those guys were plus. That's the scary part. I think he was reacting to what was happening. Piston starters, Eric. Asar, minus 16. Tobias, minus 10. Jalen, minus 11. Duncan, minus 18. Cade, minus 7. Off the bench, Herter, plus 6. Javante, plus 8. LeVert, plus 11.
Herter was plus 6. He only played 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
He played 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Danis, plus 2. Stewart, plus 5. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for a new roof, I need you to consider the great folks over at Shaner Roofing. They've got a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners, and now they're bringing that 5-star quality to roofs, window, and siding. 30 years of trusted service at Shaner. They're a local family-owned business. They treat you like family because, frankly, they are one. And they answer to you. They don't answer to a private equity investors. And you want to forget about those high-pressure sales pitches you get from other folks. You're not going to get that at Shaner. Instead, what you will receive is a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of satisfied homeowners, and that's a reputation that's earned through decades of doing the job right. Everybody wants peace of mind. When it comes to a new roof, listen to this. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Here's why that's important. When it comes time for you going to sell the house, let's say you take a job out of state or whatever, that's going to help you sell the house because it's got that warranty. That's amazing. I know I've experienced it myself when I moved from one house to another. Having that lifetime transferable warranty really does matter. And they are locally committed. While competitors are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner is still here. They're still local, and they're still committed to their Michigan customers. Are you ready to get started? Get your quote today and visit mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
I don't know if it's bold, but I'll make a Tigers prediction today at 102. And, I mean, I don't want to do off-season stuff yet with the Pistons. I don't want to. But another mock has the same name, mocked to Detroit. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Multiple mocks, same name. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sam in Shelby Township. Hello, Sam.
Hey, Doug and Gator, how are you guys?
Okay. Right.
So, Doug, I got a bone to pick with you.
Here we go.
You keep talking about we can develop these guys. They've been on the roster for 4 years. They can't develop a jump shot in 4 years. What are we waiting for?
Well, who are you saying can't the jump shot that's been here for 4 years? I guess it's
You're talking about Asar Thompson, Ron Holland for 2 years. Jalen Duren has been here for three and a half years, I think, right? These guys haven't developed anything. All they know how to do is dunk the ball. So how long are we going to wait for them to develop?
Well, I mean, players tend to hit their prime and develop, mid to late 20s. So I'm going to give them time to yeah.
I think
3 years. I guess I would give you. I'll wait till they're 25, 26. I don't know for Duren for sure, Sam. I think Duren's a really tough case. If he's commanding a contract that's going to get him the max, and because he'll be it might be a third team All NBA performer, he gets above and beyond that. He gets even more money guaranteed. That's a really difficult decision to make. But obviously at 22, you don't think Jalen Duren. I'm assuming you don't think Jalen Duren has a chance to develop anymore.
No, I'm open to having him on the roster. The question I have is at what cost?
Well, it's going to be expensive.
And do they even know whether he has that desire to develop himself?
Well, Sam,
he doesn't have a low post.
He
doesn't have a low post. He doesn't have a jump shot. All he is good at is dunking the ball.
Well, he's a good rebounder. He's a good defender. He can block shots. But on the offensive end, his game has limitations. But I think there's really tough answers for Jalen Duren. Really tough questions that need to be asked. And when you brought up, does he have the desire? Desire, work ethic, heart? Is he putting everything in? And if he isn't, then maybe they need to move on.
Well, I think there's not every team is going to be stocked with jump shooters. It's not in every player's bag, and it doesn't have to be. But this is a team that does need shooters. They need more shooters than what they have. And to this point, Ron Holland, 2 years in his career, is not much of a jump shooter. But he's working on it, but he just hasn't developed it yet. Asar Thompson, I don't know if you're ever expecting Asar Thompson to be a jump shooter. Asar Thompson's the energy guy, leads the break, gets the rebounds, plays incredible defense, and has a role on this team. You can have guys like that on your team, and they can be a championship quality team if they have that. Dennis Rodman wasn't a shooter. He was all defense and all energy.
He could help you win. Though.
Absolutely. And I see that out of Asar Thompson to a degree, except Asar has way more offensive capabilities than Worm ever had. But it's absent on this team beyond the first couple guys that can, shoot from outside.
Here's the other thing to keep in mind. If you add somebody that is truly another legitimate scorer, okay? You add somebody else to the mix, and Duren isn't asked to do as much, and he can just do what he does and does well, and Asar just does what he does, that can be a formula that works. Like, are they ever going to be perfect and complete players? Probably not. Maybe not. I shouldn't say probably not. Maybe not. But if you add a legit threat to create his own shot that can go off for 30 points in a game, consistently get into the 20s, suddenly Asar and JD's shortcomings don't look as bad. Right. They're helping you win. And
they fit more into a role.
I'm trying to think of somebody. I keep going back to Chris Middleton as a player that the Pistons had earlier in his career, and then went on and became an important component for NBA championship teams elsewhere as he got deeper into his career.
Luke Kennard.
And Luke Kennard, yeah, we just had somebody call him say trade for Luke Kennard, which was a good take.
Well, that's why people were so mad during the trade deadline, Doug. That they didn't be more aggressive for.
We got another text. Somebody saying he should be fired for what he didn't do at the trade deadline, and I'm like, okay, fine. I mean, I'd like to know what trades he turned down, what trades he tried to make, what the costs were for the players that you wanted. If somebody said you got to move Asar, well, you wouldn't have moved Asar at the trade deadline. I don't know. I mean, I struggle with those criticisms, but then again, I have to answer to the criticisms. If I'm saying Trajan Langdon should be fired for the trades he didn't make at the trade deadline, I have to answer to that. Okay, you don't, but I have to go sit in and sit with him in the future. So I better be damn sure I'm right. And there are times where I will call for people's jobs and have, but Trajan Langdon took a team from 14 wins to 60 in 2 years. It was a big part of it. So he inherited some of the talent. Let's be clear about that. I'm not firing him for maybe swinging and missing at a trade deadline.
Well, and particularly when his reasoning was he wants to see what this team can do. Well, he's finding out what this team can do and what this team can't do. And that's also very valuable. If you're going to go through, if they get eliminated in the first round, they've learned some things about some players, right?
Yeah.
Okay, some valuable lessons that maybe they wouldn't have learned otherwise.
Well, that's the thing. I think the criticism or the counter to that would be people thought this was obvious, the flaws and the warts that this team had. And maybe Trajan's like, what, I want to see it for myself. Well, he's seeing it in real time right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't do anything, eventually it will cost him his job.
But the thing is, you're watching a regular season go by, and when the trade deadline comes and goes, the Pistons had, 40-something wins, and we're number one with a bullet in the conference, and Jalen Duren is a 20-10 guy. And you're like, I would think that that's pretty well defined. He's a 20-10 guy. Then the playoffs start, and all the finger pointing is going on, and he's averaging 9 points a game or whatever it is, and 9 rebounds, and that's not what you saw. That's not the player that you expected.
But to help him out and help other guys out that are limited offensively, I think you guys brought up the outside scoring and guys that can generate their own offense. That helps make those things not as you don't magnify the deficiencies of those as much if you have somebody else.
No,
right?
And the other thing is that from Trajan Langdon's perspective, is he thinking, all right, I'm going to let this play out because I'll know what I have to address and be aggressive about in the offseason, and I can do that through free agency without giving up guys that I still think are part of this core group of players, and it's an unpopular approach because everybody wants right now. They want the instant gratification. Hey, this team's built to win. Let's go. Let's get that guy to put him over the top. And they didn't go and do that. And there's no guarantee whatever they would have done would have provided that for him, particularly if it would have cost them Tobias Harris and other pieces.
Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh, my bad. Hold on, Brandon. My bad. I'm going to put you on hold. We'll get to your first thing out of the break because we're short on time. We got a hard break. Also, we'll get to some Tiger stuff next hour as well. Here on Karsch and Anderson, 248-539-9797. More of you next on 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers begin a 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves on the road tonight. Casey Mize is on the bump. He's given up just 2 earned runs in the last 3 starts. That encompasses around 8 in the 3rd innings. He'll face Martin Perez tonight. First pitch at 7:15 right here on 97.1. Spencer Torkelson also riding a 5-game homer streak. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson. After a 9-19 start, Don Mattingly will serve as their interim skipper. He was already Phillies bench coach and will serve in the role for at least the end of the season. Former Red Sox manager Alex Cora, who was just let go himself, was offered the job but turned it down. He wants to spend time with his family. The Royals have signed former Tiger outfielder turned pitcher Anthony Gose to a minor league deal. Gose, 35 years old now. Michigan basketball officially announced their transfer portal signings today, including 7'2" big man Mustafa Sham, who's coming over from Cincinnati. Ex-NBA player Damon Jones pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in a sports betting scandal where he sold information about player availability to bettors. Jones also involved in a separate scheme involving rigged poker games that Chauncey Billups has alleged ties to as well. Pistons traveling back here today. Be back on the court. That's their quickest turnaround so far in the playoffs. Right at Little Caesars Arena coming up at 7 o'clock tomorrow. All 120 minor league baseball teams across the country are selling $10 tickets through today for select dates. There are 4 teams in the general vicinity of the area here in Michigan. At the Corvallis Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so what are the 4 minor league teams here, Otto? We got
the Loons, the Whitecaps,
okay.
The
I was going to name
Toledo Mud Hens, which I kind of count, but it's not in Michigan.
Yeah.
And the Lansing Lugnuts.
Okay. All right, cool. I was going to see if I could name them. But
what was the question?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. The $10 minor league tickets that are on sale right now, it's across all minor leagues?
Yeah, kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for families. Minor league baseball
and it seems
is great.
like you can, like I selected one of the stadiums. I think you can click right behind home plate in some of the venues. So
For $10 sit right behind home plate? All right.
It's amazing
So
how.
let me see if I can name them. The Loons, the Lugnuts, the Whitecaps, and the Mud Hens. Did I get them all?
Boom, you got it.
All right. It's all right.
What's the one in Traverse City? The Cherry Pits or something?
Yeah, it's the Northwoods League.
Pittsbitters.
Yeah, Northwoods League. It's like a college league.
It's the difference between going to a minor league game today compared to like 25 years ago. It is night and day. They're all new stadiums now. They're fantastic. I remember going to a game to see the Mud Hens play way back in the mid 90s. I think it was. It was Ned Skelton Stadium or whatever they called it.
Yeah,
and
you can see it there from the turnpike.
It was it was quaint. It had a whole minor league atmosphere to it, right? I mean, you had nothing but bleacher seating, and you felt like it was like a big high school park or something like that. You know, Muddy the Mud Hen, the mascot was hysterical to me, walking around with a plastic bat, and he would smack the bat to try to get the crowd going, and it was just very kind of low rent, but yet quaint.
Yeah, sure.
It was fun. Now you go to Toledo to watch the Mud Hens play.
Yeah.
At I think it's Fifth Third Park. I feel like half the parks in the country now, Fifth Third Park. But it's fantastic. It's a major league experience now. It's a real ballpark. Now, it doesn't hold 40,000 people, but it's a beautiful ballpark that holds 15,000 people with restaurants in there, right in the heart of downtown. It's like professionally done. And I want to give credit. I think it was Oldsmobile Park where the Lugnuts played when they first opened it up. I feel like that was the first new ballpark that set the standard. Because I went there that first year that they had the ballpark open there, and it really opened my eyes. Like, this ballpark's beautiful. Loved it up in Lansing to watch a game there. And glad to see that the trend continues. And, here we are today with some great ballparks to check out.
All right, I'll get some Tiger stuff as promised, but in the mock draft, we got sidetracked and almost shortchanged our guy, Brandon, as we brought him on the air with 17 seconds away from a hard break, and we want to give you more time than that, Brandon. So thank you for holding over, and you're on 97.1.
I appreciate it, guys.
Sure.
So last night when you watched the game, so we came back from 17 points in Game 3, and we blew it. But I thought they were going to keep that over,
There was no carryover because they fell behind 17-5. 17-5, man.
I know, but sitting on my couch last night, I was like, we're going to take the momentum, even though we didn't finish it out in Game 3, that we're going to finish it out. Like, we're going to come out and have a great game this game.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then they came back, and then they were down, 6 in the first quarter, and then they were up, 8 in the first quarter, and I thought that was it.
Well, they got up. I think they got up 10.
They
Was
got
their
up
highest.
double
It was
digits,
35-13 run. After 17-5, the Pistons went on a 35-13 run, and Brandon, the thought hit my head. Here we go. This is yeah. They're getting stops. Orlando's coming back to earth. They were shooting up 3-pointers that were well west of the basket, and I'm like, okay, here we go. And it wasn't. They didn't capitalize on that. They couldn't keep it up.
I thought they put the hand up, and I said, no, stop it. Here
It's
we
too
go.
early. It's too early.
No.
That's the problem. It's the NBA. If you get a massive lead in the first quarter, it means nothing. Teams come back from that. They chip away with it. I don't know how many times we saw it happen with 20-point leads that disappear because it's a 20-point lead early in the game.
They had offensive flow. They were getting a defense. You know what happened in that stretch, Brandon, is defense was leading to offense. They were getting stops, runouts, steals, and they were getting easier buckets on the offensive end, and then it stopped.
Well, and then they started turning it over.
I wasn't thinking, here we go in this point of the time. I was thinking, here we go in the series. I thought that was when they were going to turn the whole series around, and we're going to go.
Didn't happen. 248-539-9797. All right, so my Tiger take. Tigers are in Atlanta against the Braves. Braves are 20-9, best record in the game. I think the Tigers should win this series.
that it? They should win?
But it's the pitching matchups.
Well, they've got their best 3 pitchers who are all pitching really well right now.
Okay, Martin Perez, who's pitching tonight for the Braves, is off to a really good start.
Yeah, 2.7 ERA. He's got a whip of below 1.
His career ERA, and he's a journeyman pitcher, is 4.39. His career whip is 1.43. He's been in the league for 12, 13 years.
He's left-handed.
Tomorrow night, it's Skubal versus J.R. Ritchie, who will be making his second career start. And on Thursday afternoon, it's Framber Valdez versus Bryce Elder, who gave up so much hard contact last Friday to Philly, but I think he only gave up 5 hits in 6 innings. He has an ERA less than 2 and a whip less than 1. His career ERA is 4.37 and his whip is 1.33. There's some smoke and mirrors going on down there with their starters. I like Detroit starters. I think they should win this series.
Well, we might be able to say the same thing about Casey Mize.
We might be. To be
who's
fair,
off
we
to
might
a
be.
phenomenal start, and I don't want to stop it because I love what I'm seeing from Casey
But
Mize.
where he is in his career is kind of where you can start to see a guy ascending.
He's not a 12-year veteran. He's in year 5 or whatever it is, and he's pitching awfully well. His ERA is 2.5. He's got a whip that's just above 1, and he's more strikeouts than innings pitched at this point in the season. I think it's 32 strikeouts in 28 innings. He's done great. I'd love to see it. I think it's interesting tonight with the Tigers facing a left-handed pitcher to see what kind of lineup A.J. Hinch puts out there. Is he going to go heavy right-handed hitting lineup, which he typically would do, or do you start to trust some of those left-handed hitters more? It seems like it doesn't matter with Riley Green or McGonigal. They're in the lineup every day. But with Colt Keith, does he get the start, or they go Jahmai Jones?
My guess is Jahmai Jones.
Or Matt Vierling or whoever it's going to be in his place. There's still not that trust that's there with Colt Keith like there is with the other 2 aforementioned left-handed hitters, and then you've got switch hitting hitter Wenzel Perez, and we'll see with the rest of them. But
now it's baseball; anything can happen, and we know this. But if you ask me my leanings, Tigers win this series.
I do have a concern with the Tigers, and with one player in particular, and I want to bring it up because I feel like when we bring up guys that are struggling,
all right, bring it up. Let's just let this guy have it.
What the heck is going on with Dylan Dingler? He is 1 for his last 21. His OPS has dropped 200 points during that time. Dude. What happened? We were talking him up hey, should Tigers start thinking about extending him ahead of time and get a deal for Dylan Dingler? Gold Glove winning catcher. He was provided the only Tigers power up till a week ago. And now Nothing.
Okay, can I play?
Yeah, come on.
All right. You know who's hitting the ball is starting to come around a little bit is Eduardo Valencia down in Toledo. Maybe they need to take a look at him.
There you go. He's a catcher, first baseman type.
I'm playing along here.
Yeah.
See what happens with Dylan.
Yeah. I mean,
he needs to get his act together,
let's
or
go.
else, Scott, or else.
They got to start thinking, what are we going to do?
Mm-hmm.
How many options?
Put the gear on Carp. I just made that up. Let's go to Trent and Howell. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Trent.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I wanted to touch on your guys' conversation earlier about the development offensively of Duran and Asar and Ron Holland. You know, obviously those guys contribute to winning in a way that doesn't necessarily score or show up in the scoring column. So I think it really limits what you can do roster construction wise. You need a very unique player to complement them. You know, you bring in a Duncan Robinson for his shooting, and he gets hunted on defense.
Yep.
The Pistons have a lot of specialists. You know, Javonte Green is a defensive specialist, Robinson, like I mentioned. And I think it really puts pressure on Trajan Lang to be aggressive. You know, Nickeil Alexander-Walker averaged 20 for the Hawks on the same contract as Karis LeVert. You know, signed same offseason. How much better would you feel about this team with Jaren Jackson shooting 8 threes a game? You know, he got moved this offseason. You know, those are both guys that can contribute offensively and defensively. And it's a lot easier said than done because everybody wants those guys. But when they're available, you know, especially in a season where you've secured the number 1 seed, I think you just got to be more aggressive.
There are guys, well, he probably will do it. I'm guessing he's going to do it this offseason, Trent. And, he didn't this year. That's obvious. Ayu Dosunmu, who was traded from the Bulls to Minnesota, is killing it now in the postseason for Minnesota.
43 last.
You've got to find somebody like that is what it's starting to look like. And that's okay. He wanted to see what he had this year. They're early in their ascension. There'll be other kicks at the can, most likely here, but he made the decision not to, at least, I don't want to say sell the farm, although I don't think Minnesota paid much for Dosunmu at all. But you got to find a way to make a move, whether it be through free agency or trade, it looks like, to add to their scoring options. And then the deficiencies of some of those specialists won't seem as bad. In fact, those guys can be huge assets on championship caliber teams.
It's a big offseason for Trajan Langdon. I think he gets kind of a semi-pass. Obviously, he's done a tremendous job. Anyone suggesting he should be fired is ridiculous. He took a 14-win team to the 1 seed and 60 wins. Now, the question is, can they get some playoff success? And I think now that you see the obvious deficiencies of this team and what they're lacking, this is a big offseason for Trajan Langdon to do something.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Look, I know the Bernstein family well. If you're hurt and you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect, that's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years because they demand respect for their clients. Do what I do. Call Sam. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. Pistons in a world of hurt here, and a lot of venting today. And this is a basketball team that had an exceptionally good regular season, and nobody is surprised that the postseason's different. What is surprising is how Orlando's been able to put the clamps on Detroit on the offensive end, and how the Pistons have lost some of their core principal things that made them so good in the regular season, like boxing out, like clutch performances, like getting the best out of what everybody can bring to the table. And right now, and probably the biggest thing is Jalen Duren has just been a no-show, and it's incredibly disappointing. And some of it's on
no-show
JD.
offensively.
Yeah, offensively. Yeah, he impacted game 3, for instance, defensively in a big way. But, it's the 10 points that they're missing from him per game is actually could be really useful. And now their backs against the wall. Let's get back to your phone calls. Oh, I did say this mock draft. This is the second one. Pistons selection at 21, and they get Minnesota's pick, so root against the T-Wolves. But is Bennett Sturtz, guard from Iowa. Point guard ability, can shoot the three. He is 23 years old when he enters the league. ESPN had Bennett Sturtz going to Detroit. NBA Draft.net, Bennett Sturtz going to Detroit. Bennett Sturtz would be a really nice addition.
Well, I like that he can handle a basketball and shoot. Those are things they need right now.
Yep. Let's get to your calls. Rich in Detroit. Hi, Rich.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
So it is extremely disappointing to go out like this, but not surprising. Two things have doomed the Pistons. And the primary one, I just don't hear people talking about it. But Cade Cunningham is somewhere at about 65 to 70% of the powers of Cade Cunningham since the lungs collapsed. And there's just no way. They built a team with a Batman and nothing even close to a Robin. So everything that they do, all of these role players and complementary players, they all go off of his flow and off of his powers. And when he is incapable of doing it, or when he can only do it in spurts as he's trying to do, or a couple of quarters, and his lungs don't have the endurance, he has nothing left by the time of the fourth quarter, and they're trying to play him close to 40 minutes. This team has nothing in the fourth quarter. And so that alone is doomed them in this series. They were doomed in the playoffs already, though, because Trajan Langdon in the offseason and in the trade deadline refused to upgrade his already playoff team. And when you do that, he said it out his own mouth. People don't listen to these people. He said it out his own mouth. We haven't even won a home playoff game. What are y'all talking about winning a championship? That's how he thought about them. That's what his actions said. And they also asked.
You know what that says? Hold on, let me ask you a question, Rich. Doesn't that say he kind of knew that they weren't a championship caliber team and he wasn't going to sell the future? He's going to continue to try and build, maybe take it slower because they got some growing to do?
It does say that, but what it also says is there were people talking championships, but what it also says, Doug, is he wouldn't even upgrade them. You don't go from first round knockout to winning the championship. He wouldn't upgrade them to the point where they could win a couple of series.
Thank you for the phone call, Rich. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Albania and Martin next. What's up, Martin?
What up, my boy?
What's up, Martin?
I had to sleep on that last night. Gator, what up, man?
You all right?
How are you? How's that haircut? Good?
It's good. Getting a little long again. I might have to, come see you again soon.
For sure. Hey, Doug, Gator, man. I am sick to my stomach last night, man. Watching that game, my boys. Like, why am I seeing Duncan Robinson out there in LeVert? Why? I don't understand.
Defense.
Why? Well, yeah.
He wants LeVert. He wants LeVert out there for defense, and he wants Duncan for threes.
And Holland's not good at defense?
So Holland is an interesting case study. Like, we have no idea why Holland isn't playing. We're wondering if something happened.
For sure.
But he hasn't played in 2 games.
But even Reed, Paul Reed last night, like, come on, man, Duran's getting killed, man.
Well, the interesting thing was the bench outscored Orlando when they were on the floor. Now, could they have done it more with Paul Reed or Ron Holland? Maybe.
Can you pull back some minutes?
Boys,
when guys aren't getting it going?
Do something. They got to do something, man. I see them winning tomorrow, 100%. Put that on everything. Game 6, they come out like how they did. We're not winning. But I feel like if they bring it back for Game 7, there's no chance we lose Game 7. No chance.
So it all comes down to Game 6 is what you're saying. You got a 100% win. Yeah. I want to be clear here. 100% win in Game 4, or Game 5, excuse me, and 100% win in Game 7. So this whole series comes down to Game 6.
Yes, 100%. They can't shoot 20% again, Game 6 or Game 5. I can promise you that.
Well, I mean,
now I kind of realize why Game 1 and Game 2, a lot of fans didn't show up, man. I think they have no faith in this team at all. It's kind of sad, bro.
Did they not show up?
Well, I was at Game 2, and I would say that it definitely wasn't capacity. It was a loud and boisterous crowd, and it was a great crowd, but it was not a sellout.
Yeah.
Probably a couple thousand shy of a sellout, maybe a little more than that. But
so the tickets that were available in the dot matrix, when I looked at that, they were mostly resales and not a lot of tickets that hadn't been originally sold. I estimated, and I'm terrible at estimating these kinds of things, about 500. But maybe people just didn't show, which is too bad.
Well, we'll see if they show up tomorrow night. I hope that they do. A little cooler tomorrow night.
Team kind of needs it.
Well, yeah, the
game's indoors. Weather shouldn't matter.
I understand. It's about. I keep talking about the atmosphere, that I want people to enjoy the atmosphere beforehand and be outside, and unfortunately, they're not taking advantage of that plaza area like I thought they would. But they need it. They obviously have to. It's do or die. They got to win it. I think they'll win tomorrow night, but who knows what they have the rest of the series. I mean, Martin knows.
Well, he's got 100%.
But they got to get past Game 6.
I tend to go with the longer track records over the shorter track records. After 4 games of this series, I can't say with any conviction that they'll win tomorrow night. I just can't. I'm hopeful that they can find something offensively that they haven't. The attention to detail stuff bothers me, but.
Well, I'm hopeful they can take care of some of the turnovers and not be, 18 turnovers a game is what they're averaging. It was 20 yesterday. Can they cut that down to 12? And if they cut that down to 12, they win the game.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Trajan Langdon, it's from an unnamed texter. Trajan Langdon better be getting held accountable at the press conference after the season. This is all on him. That trade deadline is unforgivable. So a lot of words in there. When I see unforgivable, when you get to unforgivable, that means you're done with him, right? If you can't forgive him for it, you need to punish him and fire him. Is that what you're saying? Now, there will be tough questions asked. Media does a decent job of that. They'll ask tough questions about what went wrong and why it went wrong. And Trajan's smart. He knows how this game is played. He knows he'll have to answer to that, and then he can give his side of the story. Don't worry, you'll get to hear some of that.
For me, it's not just like the results of the trade deadline. It was his approach to the trade deadline. It just didn't seem like he was willing to be aggressive at all. Like, he wanted to see this core play it out because they hadn't even done anything yet, right? And he wanted to see how they react in the playoffs when the pressure's on. And a lot of us that wanted a bigger move, and I don't know what move he was able to make or not, but it's his thinking towards it, what he let us know, and that's what we didn't like.
They did trade Jaden Ivey, though. And that's, maybe you can be upset with what the return was, but, that was, I'm not saying it was aggressive, but that was a move. Nonetheless, you had this player that we all thought was an asset. Turns out not so much because of injury reasons.
I think
other
also
reasons.
other reasons.
Yeah, there's some other
was,
things too,
to
but
me,
on the court, it's injury.
But that was addition by subtraction, if you ask me. I think they saw the writing on the wall. They knew more than any other team what Jaden Ivey was bringing to the court every day, and you saw by the Bulls just straight up releasing him. And what they got in return, by the way, too, was not much.
It's not really helping them now, which is what the point of making a trade deadline.
And like, look, Herder was almost he was kind of a game time decision if he was going to be able to play last night or not. So
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, good afternoon, Twin Peaks fans. If you're looking for a sign on where to go for lunch or dinner today, look no further than your favorite lodge. That's right. Two-step your way to Twin Peaks for their taco and tequila party. Take 20% off all tacos, queso, and salsa, along with $4 22-ounce Twin Peaks light drafts and house margaritas. They also offer up the best happy hour in the state with their $5 you call it and $7 big baller options on your favorite liquor, beer, and select food. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 Monday through Thursday, and again 10 to close. So take advantage for all those playoff hockey and basketball games, and mark your calendars for Wednesday. It's do or die local basketball. So bring your crew to the nearest lodge, and you'll find out if they can stay alive. And what is the best atmosphere for sports in the state outside of being at the game? Wall-to-wall TV, Scratch Kitchen, boasting the best bar food you've ever had, and the coldest draft beer in the country. Why go anywhere else? It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right. Cade is allowed to have a bad game or two, writes an unnamed texter. I didn't like some of his fast break choices or that fourth quarter, but the guy is got to be absolutely gassed. Everything revolves around him scoring. He literally has to do everything. Next text. I'd rather lose this series than win by flopping. Get that soft AS out of here. Kang, you didn't edit that at all. Were you trying to get me to read that on the air like I'm Ron Burgundy?
You're a pro.
Get that soft AS out of here. If you told Cade if you flop a few more times we're going to win the game, what would you tell Cade? Kang believes they need to start flopping because the way Orlando runs people out of, if Cade just falls down when they get there.
I'm all out of ideas, Doug, because I don't have any confidence in anyone else stepping up. I don't think Duren is going to all of a sudden become the 19-10 guy that we saw during the regular season. Duncan Robinson, Tobias Harris, open threes, Danius Jenkins. These guys just, I don't see it happening all of a sudden. I think at 4 games in.
Well, there's little evidence. 4 games in, there's little evidence that it's going to change. And you people know me, right? I'll take the long form view. I'll take the 82 games over 2-3 games. At 4 games here, though, I'm like, I can't see any proof of concept that the Pistons can put together 48 minutes of being better than Orlando. I see snapshots in time, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what the F is going on here. And I'm not sure even Orlando knows what's going on here.
Because it's not like the Pistons don't know they need to stop turning the ball over and start spacing the floor better. They know these things. Why are they not able to execute this?
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Richard in Detroit. Hello, Richard.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Richard. You got us on speaker? If you do, if you could take us off, that'd be way better.
Okay, yeah. The Pistons' problem is, our draft pick, like our number 4 pick, should be out there giving us some type of contribution, be it big or minimal. Our number 5 pick is not playing for some reason after playing for 2 years. And then you got Tobias and Duncan, true number 2s, playing against more athletic, stronger number 1s. And they doing their best. But right now their best is just not good enough. Duncan, like, he's scared, the moment too big for him. So I agree with that guy. They'll win tomorrow, but after that, I don't know. And I don't know what direction they can go in to right the ship. They see what they need, and they know what they need.
Well, what they need, I think, in the future is to add shooters without question. But I think what they need for this series, just to win this series, is take care of the basketball. They don't need to be some sort of offensive juggernaut. Their defense is carrying the day for them. Orlando can't shoot. But they're winning the games because the Pistons are just handing them the basketball and saying, take it on a fast break, which is going to be a high percentage shot. Because they're the only ones that are making. That and these, death-defying three-point shots that go in when they've missed the previous 6. The ones that are daggers, they then knock those down. If the Pistons take care of the basketball and make free throws, they should be just fine. But it's a big if for them because they've struggled taking care of the basketball.
The one thing that might give me hope is if you go back to the end of the regular season, and Kang, you brought this up before the show, Orlando is playing a game against Boston at the end of the regular season where they don't want to go on the road and play a road play-in game. And Boston gets 30 points out of Baylor Shireman. They get 27 out of Luka Garza. They get a career-high 27 out of Ron Harper Jr. because they benched everybody because it didn't matter to Boston. And Shireman, Garza, and Ron Harper Jr. had 30, 27, and 27 and beat Orlando in a game that Orlando deemed a must-win.
Never should have gotten rid of Garza.
So now they have to go on the road for the play-in game against Philly.
Being facetious.
And what happens? Philly beats them by 12. Orlando spun their wheels going into the postseason. They had a 7-game winning streak at one point during the season where they looked really good. Outside of that, there were people really questioning what this team was. We need that Magic team to show up again. The one that doesn't play over their heads. The one that isn't as good at the defensive end. The one that, quite frankly, sucked at times. And that's sad that that's what we need, but it is. It is. This 1 seed is not playing well at all. And so far, through 4 games, doesn't deserve to advance.
Well, the 8 seed isn't playing well either. That's what's really frustrating.
Well, see, I think they're playing better than you give them credit for. You keep talking about shooting percentage. They're getting offensive rebounds,
They're
second chance
scoring 100
opportunities.
points a game.
and they're playing great on the defensive end. Under no circumstances did Orlando think going into this series that Wendell Carter Jr. would outplay Jalen Duren, and he has.
They've shut down Jalen Duren. There's no question about it. Outside of that, the Pistons are playing better defense than they are playing. The Pistons are turning the ball over, and and it's not because, oh my God, this guy got into the lane and it was just a miracle steal. They're handing the ball.
I would
to the
agree
Orlando
with that
Magic.
if I thought the Pistons were getting enough offensive rebounds. They're giving up 3 more per game. Orlando's getting 3 more per game than they were during the regular season. These things add up, extra possessions. And then the turnovers have been brutal.
Yeah, the extra possessions add up, but they're still not knocking down the shots. It's the turnovers, period.
Well, I think it's more than just the turnovers. The
And
turnovers
by the way,
are bad.
I'm not saying like the Pistons are playing great because they're not, but they should be ahead in this series.
Well, I'll tell you what really
Very
hurt.
least it should be tied, and I think even then I'm not comfortable with that.
Some of the Pistons' youth really reared its ugly head in game 1, and they may pay the price for it. Like the idea that this could go 6 games when it was started. If you said Pistons in 6, Pistons 5, Pistons in 6, that made sense to me before the series started. If they had won game 1, held serve at home, and now they've got themselves in a world of hurt. And I think they might pay dearly for losing that first game and maybe not coming out with the intensity that they needed to, because they know they need to now.
Take care of the ball, they'll take care of the series.
Well, I hope it's that simple. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Fenton. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. Gator, I got to disagree with you. I think Orlando's playing incredible defense. They're waiting for Cade and Durham to turn their back, and they double team. My solution is to take the ball out of Cade's hand and start Jenkins. Maybe you got to sit Robinson. They don't have an answer for Jenkins, and obviously Cade's.
He hasn't exactly torn it
I
up.
mean, they don't have an answer for Jenkins. Jenkins
actually
hasn't done anything this series.
He helped them last night. The 4 assists were pretty good, but he seemed like he was more of a distributor. But they've had answers, Mike. He hasn't scored that
He's
much.
got 18 points in 4 games.
Okay, and how much does he play with the first team?
I don't know if that matters.
It does. I think it does.
Because here's why it doesn't matter. Because if he's out there leading the second team, he's the number 1 option.
Yeah, but that's his point. He shouldn't be. He should be a distribute first kind of guy. And maybe taking Cade off the ball might be a better 5. It's an interesting thought, Mike.
Got to try something different.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if they will.
I don't know if they will either. There are some veterans at one position visiting the Detroit Lions. I came in yesterday, and now another guy coming in today. They are clearly looking for help at this position. We'll get to that today at 1:47 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You want greener grass? You want the weed-free lawn this summer and be the envy of all your neighbors? Do the right thing and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I know a lot about because they've been in my house for like a dozen years. I love what they offer. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key, and they offer programs that are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and, of course, control those damn weeds. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. So, again, early treatment is the key. It sets the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you've got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Izzy next on 97.1. Hello, Izzy.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm with Gator, and the turnovers has got to go away. And so how do we do that? Well, if the starting five can't take care of the ball, get somebody off the bench to do it. Go back to the old boys, the bad boys. That's what they did. And they got a lot of mileage out of Sally, out of the role players that way. But you can't stay with it's not working. You're trying the same thing over and over again. It's not working. Try something else. And so I put it on JB, not Trajan. What's done is done. We can't trade right now, so we got to play with what we got. JB, get him off his bench, put him in as to who can play.
Well, I mean, his bench played quite a bit last night and outscored Orlando when they were out there.
Yep.
And so he's got some decisions to make in terms of, whether or not he's going to make any changes to the rotation.
But it didn't include the bench players that we've all expected to see. Like there was no Ron Holland, there was no Paul Reed, and those are two guys that can help with the offense. Ron Holland more as a cutter. And obviously provides great help defensively. Paul Reed he's instant offense. I mean, you don't need to play him 20 minutes. You play him 10 minutes, and he gets you like eight points in 10 minutes.
And they bring energy. Like I feel like the Pistons aren't attacking their own offensive glass enough. I think that's why LeVert was out there and why he was a plus 11. He didn't do much as far as like putting the ball in the basket himself, but he brought some energy. I thought he was going after loose balls, diving. They need things like that. They need something to get them going because they just seem like they're stuck in mud out there.
Let's go to Anthony in Clarkston. You're on 97.1. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Duncan Robinson, when he played for the Heat, he never got off the bench for Miami in the playoffs. So you've got a guy in the starting rotation that's giving you absolutely nothing.
Do you know how many minutes a game he averaged off the bench for Miami in the playoffs?
What's that?
What do you think?
7 points.
How many minutes?
Oh, how many minutes?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I just know he didn't play much at all for Miami in the playoffs.
He played 20 minutes a game off the bench for them in the playoffs.
How many points did he give them?
8.5.
There you go. That's not a starting caliber number 2 guard in the playoffs. Number 2, Caris LeVert.
Well, he's their best 3-point shooter, and they want to have that threat on the floor.
But he's proven that he doesn't give you production in the playoffs. And between him and Kevin Huerter and Caris LeVert,
who do you start instead of him?
Well, I don't have the answer. I would probably put Dennis Jenkins in, let him be the primary ball, the point guard.
It's an interesting thought. I mean, look, he's in this league. I think it's a good idea to have somebody out there that can hit 3-point shots. And believe it or not, he's been a 40% 3-point shooter in the postseason in his career coming into this year.
But he's not producing. He didn't produce for Miami before he got here. My whole point is,
if you're advocating for giving him less minutes, I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, he can reduce his minutes, and you can allocate those elsewhere to say Paul Reed or Ron Holland or somebody else, or more for Danis Jenkins, whatever you want to do.
It's tough because then you're taking clearly your best 3-point shooter off the floor.
I get it.
And that's a very difficult way to go about things. To have no proven 3-point shooter.
And this is why Kevin Huerter not being Kevin Huerter of old hurts. And we started to see that Kevin Huerter of old towards the end of the season when he got into the flow. But he almost didn't even play last night because of, I think was it an ankle or something he tweaked before the game. And he only played 3 minutes last night. If Kevin Huerter is 100%, then that's your trade-off. But that's not where they're at.
Daniel in Detroit is next on 97.1. Hello, Daniel.
Hey, how you doing there?
What's up?
Hey, man, listen, Detroit didn't get them 60 wins by just those few players that coach is using in the playoffs. I believe, like you guys were just saying, he needs to put in Holland, put in B-Ball Paul, And like you said, that's instant offense and pretty much defense, man. He to me, he's just using the same old lineup and getting the same old results, losses. So that's my answer to the whole puzzle, I believe. These guys haven't seen Holland and Paul all that much. They're in for a little bit, and then he's taking them out. Let those guys get in there and get down and dirty, man. That's how Detroit plays, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Beef Stew brought a lot with the down and dirty type of approach yesterday. Really untimely, unforced offensive foul at the end of that game. When possessions were at a premium, he just blasted Banchero for no offensive benefit. And, the thing about Ron Holland, an energy guy, maybe he can get out there and do a couple things like Kane did for Orlando. That was a real shot of adrenaline for that team. With that dunk, my God, that dunk. Over Duran? Ooh.
Yeah, they got energy from that for sure. Those two dunks, the one over Duran and then the putback, that energized the team. And the Pistons, they felt like they have no energy. They have no spark plug. As far as Duncan Robinson's concerned, is this kind of like Torque? I mean, who else are you going to go to at this point?
Yeah,
you know
right.
What I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of it.
You've seen him do it before. He's just got to come through now.
It totally, I understand the frustration. He made 1 3 last night. He's got to make 3-4 threes in a game, and he's capable. He's their most capable guy of doing that. And when he doesn't, it's like, why is he even out there? Well, he's still probably the most likely guy that can provide some consistent perimeter shooting, right?
He is, and he's got a role on his team, and he's being forced into a role that maybe he shouldn't be in. But like we said, he's forced into that position because his team doesn't have those shooters.
Yep. 248-539-9797. And then, do you move on from him next year? You'd like to have somebody better. Yeah, sure. If you can get somebody better, do it. Eric in Detroit. What's up, Eric?
Hey, hi, guys. I appreciate it. How you doing today? I love your show.
Thank you.
I got a question. Chiming in on one of the other callers, I couldn't understand why the coach is having problems making adjustments and not playing his bench players. And another thing a lot of people are asking about is a shooter. Well, you drafted a 6'5" guard who shot 40.5% behind the three-point line. Why didn't he season him as the season went on to get him acclimated? So that would be your other shooter right there from the three-point arc, wouldn't you think?
You talking about Chaz Lanier?
Yes, sir. He shot in college 40.5% from the three-point line.
Well, I'm going to guess he doesn't do everything that they want that keeps him from being maybe a liability on the other end, or they probably have less of the offense available to him. I don't know why he didn't play. Usually there's a reason.
Right. I was just wondering because there's your shooter. If he can replicate what he did in college and he gets, the playing time, there's your other guard right there.
Yeah, it's not likely that's going to happen at this point in the series, but maybe moving forward he gets, I would imagine they expect him to play a bigger role moving forward. All right, couple things here. I mentioned before the break that the Lions seem to be looking for this. Adam Schefter says a Steelers free agent wide receiver Scotty Miller is visiting today with the Detroit Lions. He's currently scheduled a tryout next week in Chicago. And the Porsche kid out of SMU has been with Baltimore. There are reports that he visited with the Lions yesterday. I remember liking him out of SMU.
I did too.
Hasn't done a ton in the league, but he is also visiting with the Lions. So one thing we can draw a conclusion, they apparently are looking for help at wide receiver, veteran wide receiver.
Or return, because I think Prochet is a return guy.
Yeah,
too.
maybe. So just something to keep an eye on. Although they signed Dortch, they drafted a guy. Interesting.
Competition.
Yeah. Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
I thought you said Porsche for a second. I thought
it's Prochet. Prochet, the
I
receiver.
Know Porsche's kid was in college. I don't know what he did, but I was like, oh, okay, they bring it back Porsche's kid.
It's the wide receiver from SMU who had really good film, but anyway.
Yeah, Robert Porsche is he's really let himself go. I'm kidding. Have you seen Robert Porsche lately?
No.
When we saw him at the Lions training camp, he still looks great. I mean, perfect shape. Great guy.
Yeah, it's funny because like the linemen seem to really get into shape. It's like the
Well, they go
other
one
guys,
way
They go one way or the other. Linemen either balloon, and the next thing you know, they're 470 pounds, or they lose a bunch of weight, and you're like, you weigh 195? But Aaron Wilson covers the NFL. I had the Prochet story, but what do you guys got planned coming up next?
The Pistons, after last night, they're down 3-1, and did we get a little duped with this regular season?
Well, they aren't playing like a team that is going to advance, and they got to pull something out of their butt tomorrow night.
Still a 4.5% chance.
What do you mean?
That they can win the series. That's the odds that they can
Is
win
it?
3 in a row.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. The Tigers begin a series against the Braves on the road tonight. Atlanta tied with the Dodgers for the most wins in baseball at 20. Matt Olson, one of the sluggers pacing their offense. He has 12 doubles and 8 homers. Martin Perez on the mound for them. He has a .270 ERA in 3 starts and 5 appearances overall. Casey Mize counters for Detroit. He gave up a single earned run his last time out. A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio that Justin Verlander is progressing and will have a bullpen at Atlanta tomorrow. It's possible he'll face a hitter. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson. The Pistons are traveling back for Game 5 tomorrow at LCA. Trajan Langdon finished third in Executive of the Year award finishing with 6 first-place votes. Boston's Brad Stevens won it. There are 3 other NBA games tonight. Both the Celtics and Spurs can advance to the next round with a win. Michigan basketball is formally introducing a lot of their new signings today, including 7'2" center Mustafa Sham from Cincinnati. I spoke with Bearcats beat writer Scott Springer about him. Per Adam Schefter, former Steelers receiver Scotty Miller is visiting the Lions today as well. No, at the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's my general sentiment towards this basketball team. Welcome. It's Tuesday. Where do we get started? Let's see, Rico. Let's go down the menu. You're trending to be the fakest 1 seed. You're basically the Bernie Madoff of 1 seeds. You lost the game last night where Suggs and Boncaro went 5 for 31.
Check.
The Magic shot like 6 of 50 from deep.
Check.
You didn't score 90 points.
Check.
You made a whopping 2 shots outside the paint the entire second half. Let me repeat that to you. This wasn't a pickup game at LA Fitness. 2 shots outside the paint in the second half of an NBA game. Yeah. Another game for Cade with more turnovers than made field goals.
Yep.
You're down 3-1 to a Magic team that's not even that good. And Wagner got hurt, by the way. And by the way, rest in peace, Jalen Duren. He got assassinated like Archduke Ferdinand last night by some scrub who was at OU for 10 minutes.
Jamal Cain.
Shout out WXOU. Look, I just, my question would be this to people. Do you feel like you were duped? I mean, you got lied to in this town by the media all year. You know, nasty old 2-6 were the only people questioning this team. Well, here you are. You tired of being a fool? No, more belts and rap songs. Let's do that. Like, I'm angry because this is effing embarrassing. If you're going to lose to the Magic and crash and burn as a 1 seed, like, could there be a level where I feel like the Magic even played well? Could there be a level where the series is hyper competitive?
Yeah.
You're down 3-1 to this team. You've won exactly 1 quarter. 1. 15 to 16 quarters, Rico. This 8 seed is dummying you.
Well, technically 2 quarters because you finished the first quarter last night. It was 26-25.
Noted. He's right.
I get what you're saying, though, because here's the thing, Mike. You felt better last year against the Knicks.
100%.
Felt like a fight, and the best team was going to win, but you were going to leave it all on the line. Orlando has exposed you so badly, and they're doing it with such precision, it's not even fun to watch because you know what they're going to do. Everybody knows what they're going to do, okay?
Rico, you went the last 6 minutes of the game. You didn't score a basket.
Right.
And what are we talking about?
They get the ball. Hey, where's Duncan Robinson at? Oh, you're going to try to guard somebody? Yeah, we're going to do ISO ball because you can't play defense. Where's Duren at? We're going to take you out of the game. Like, they are just doing, you're right, they're not this great team. But they found all your flaws that we've been saying for the longest, and they've exposed them to the world.
I'm glad you brought it up, too. I remember the arguments we got in when they signed Duncan. People were like, well, actually, his effective defensive rate. You know what? Blow it out your ass. I told you the guy sucked. He's not a playoff player. That's why Miami didn't play him in the playoffs. And Rico's right. They hunted Duncan Robinson until either they got his head or they got him out of the game. That's why he was about a -20 last night.
You know it's bad when the announcers pick up on it, and they're pretty much calling it like, yeah, they're just finding Duncan Robinson and abusing him. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was Orlando. Easy game plan. On the flip side, on the offense, hey, Asur, there's the basket. We dare you to shoot. We're not going to guard you because you're not going to shoot the ball. We'll double team somebody else because you can't play. I mean, if you could morph Duncan and Asur into one person, that'd be an awesome player.
I'd love to see that science experiment. Rico, they shot 6 for 30 from 3. Like this is when I say, are you tired of being the fool? Are you tired of being fooled? This is downright ignorant roster construction. Okay? All year we talked about it. Oh, you guys are hating. We're not haters. Watch basketball my whole damn life. You're not going to win in today's NBA not taking and making threes. You're just not. You're not going to win because you're tough or you flex or you throw people into the stands. You're not. This is always going to wait for you. This is the playoffs. And this is my problem with this stupid town. The idea that this is how a team is supposed to be built because Detroit and things. Well, good. Here you go. 2004 was an absolute anomaly. Okay? And if you cite the bad boys, they had Hall of Fame talent. And that was approaching, wait for it, 40 years ago. Let it go. So here we are. Pistons won again. Good. Keep falling for it. You're Lucy with the football in this town. And there's plenty of media willing to lie to you the whole way. So good. Here we are. What do you want to do? And who do you blame? And I mean, is anything impossible? No, because Orlando's not even that good. That's the problem. While they have matchups or they could be dangerous, did Orlando play well last night? No. Absolutely not.
No.
You couldn't win that game? No. Wagner got hurt. You couldn't win that game?
Bane came back down to earth.
Suggs and Boncaro, 5 for 31. You couldn't win that game? Rico.
I'm right. I'm thinking they weren't outstanding. They just did all the little stuff, and yeah. And then at the end, you put beef stew in there, and you get a couple of offensive fouls late in the game when you need a basket, and yeah,
dude, Orlando just sucked less than you. Okay, last night was so bad. I wanted both teams to lose.
Yeah,
I hate both teams.
But when you get 20 turnovers in a game, normally you don't win that.
Correct. You shoot, 6 for 30 from 3 and turn it over 20 times? Sure. Your best player, more turnovers and made field goals. We call that the James Harden. It's not good enough by Cade. And I'll take up for Cade. He doesn't have enough help. But that doesn't equate to the way he played. Awful in the fourth quarter, by the way.
And you know what? I think you're going to see a lot worse, Mike, as the games progress because he's wearing down, and you're seeing it.
Yeah.
Where, the first game or say, yeah, he's out there, he's getting it done, and now he knows if I don't do it, it's not going to get done. I can't rely on my teammates, and you're seeing now just bad shots. I mean, like it was the fast break, and I forgot who he hit, but he threw the ball at his feet, and he kicks it and goes out of bounds late in the game. It's like, yeah, Cade, mentally, he's trying to do too much instead of playing his game.
I just want to make sure you never get fooled by this crap again. Look, we talked about this before. Talked about it with the Tigers. You get seduced. Talked about it with the Lions. You get seduced. It's always have a standard. You should be smart enough in listener land to know this was largely fake. We talked about it. They're not a 60-win team. Oh, we're mean. This style of basketball won't win in the playoffs. You're mean. Or worse. I can't repeat some of the things you say. Then we bring up how Duren's not a max player well before the playoffs started. You're mean. Or we're right. So you got to make a decision as a fan. What do you want your organization to do? Because I'm going to tell you something. Trajan decided to basically throw this season in a dumpster by not doing anything at the deadline. That's cool. You know what else is cool? Your top 5 pick in his second season being so unplayable that JB is trying to pull fans off the street to play, but Ron Holland can't get any burn. Okay, I want you to think that one over. Now you got to make a decision on Jalen Duren. I know my decision. I'm not paying him. And if that means I let him go for a pick because someone else is dumb enough to, fine. Or I'll pay him and do a sign and trade. I can't do this. And no, it's not just because he got assassinated in a dunk. I'm talking comprehensively playoff basketball. What am I doing here? Oh, it's a bad matchup. Max players don't have bad matchups.
No, you're right.
Good God. Tobias Harris is your 2. Can't wait till they re-sign him. Why? Godfather Cade will want him back.
Yeah, you know that's going to happen.
It can't happen. He's going to be 34. Rico, look, there's a number of ways to go. I am disgusted. I haven't had this tone about them all series. I've tried to show some grace. I told you I was nervous about the series. Saturday, I thought there was a real shot they could lose. They did. Last night was about pride and effort. They played like such bleep holes.
Yes.
The effort was low, the execution was lower, and the result was the lowest possible thing. A loss where the other team didn't play well. You didn't even break 90. I mean, that's basketball equivalent of erectile dysfunction. You couldn't even break 90? That means you just couldn't even get a boner. Yeah. That's pathetic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm pissed. I wasted 3 hours of my life watching that garbage. I'll probably be dying of cancer at some point, begging for that back. I'll be whispering, please give me game 4 back. That was 3 hours of my life I'll never get back.
I'm sorry, buddy.
But straight garbage.
Here's the thing, and this is why Duren to me is just not doesn't deserve the money, because playoffs is where your legacies are made. Last year, Cade went out there against the Knicks, and it was his coming out party to the rest of the world. Hey, Detroit and Cade Cunningham's going to be a problem. Duren, still waiting to see what you're going to do.
You can keep them, but you better have a real second option. Yeah. And I need to see the path. Look, I nerded out for 30 minutes out there just looking at the cap, what contracts can I get out of, the team options. There's ways around this, but I'm sorry, there's no scenario you can pay him $5 at $200. I don't care if he makes the All-NBA team, God bless. There's no conversation. He caps out at a Tobias Harris deal. That's what he caps out at to me, 25 to 30 mil a year. That's the best I can do for you. Because frankly, when you have the ball right now in the playoffs, it's along came Polly. Rainmakers. It's awful.
Yeah.
And again, stop being fooled with these gym class hardos in the regular season. The Dennis Jenkins and the Javonte Greens. And it's all bollocks.
We were grifted.
No. We were on this all year. Oh, you're hating. We're not haters. I just know what the hell a 1 seed looks like. This is ignorant roster construction to win playoff games.
Well, it is. When people were like, well, you know what? The regular season does matter, and it counts. Like, guys,
no, it doesn't.
The playoffs is a different animal. You got to see the same team, and it's about adjustments. Orlando has made adjustments to you, and they haven't had to make many more.
The worst part, and I mean this when I say this, Orlando might have talent. They're actually a stupid team. They do stupid so often.
YOLO shots.
Dude, and it's like,
yeah,
you're losing to this? Mm-hmm. Franz Wagner was on a bike, and you still lost?
Bruh, early in the game when I think they may have missed like 5 or 6 3-pointers, and they weren't hitting the rim.
No, they were doing the Duren.
I'm like, guys, you may want to just take a timeout from shooting threes.
I'm so annoyed. I'm so pissed.
Right. They're afraid to go down low because they're afraid the Pistons are going to block shots, that they're just going to keep jacking up threes, and they still beat you.
I know it's not over, but, man, it feels like it. I mean, hey, maybe they turn the trick. Orlando, I don't have any confidence in. They're stupid. They do so much stupid stuff, and their offense is what? Dribble, dribble, dribble. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Mm-hmm. Dribble. Maybe a pass. Dribble. Dribble, dribble, hero ball shot. And you're losing to that. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
You may catch a break.
And what kills me with this team, and I know we're up against it, this is where I hate the attitude of that franchise, their players, and their fans. All this bravado, all the nonsense for a team that hadn't won nothing in a quarter of a century. And then they had the balls. I mean, you got to have some serious balls to cry disrespect at the start of the playoffs. You weren't favored in the East. You're about to go out in 5 to this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you almost understand why you weren't favored in the East.
If you can't tell, I'm disgusted. But we're going to talk to you guys about it. That's what we're here to do. Here's Rico to sell you things.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also what
And
if you
Jalen
had,
Duren would turn into Andre Drummond.
what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the device that you need the most, that finds and fixes issues even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment, no annual contract, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up, you still won't understand what 6-7 means. Your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price, lock-in reliability, fiber-powered gig-speed Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney Plus, Hulu Bundle, and Peacock Premium on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium includes for 3 years. Programming subject to change with availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Let's get to the people. I don't know what to tell you. You can take it anywhere you want to go. You want to talk trading people, firing people, you do whatever you want. I mean, the series isn't over, but yeah, I mean, you got a 5% shot. Those are the numbers. And right now, do you look like you're in any position after last night to rip off 3 wins in a row? Maybe if you show me that Wagner's dead, maybe if you showed me you playing a completely different brand of basketball, but give me a break. You can't win last night. You're not winning. Orlando played awful. They don't even run sets. They take dumb shots. They shot horribly, and you still lost. How about 7 for 14 from the free throw line of a fourth quarter of an NBA playoff game? Go to hell. What are you, out of your mind? 7 of 14? 2 shots outside the paint in the second half of a basketball game. Have you seen that at any level of basketball you've ever watched?
No.
And you watch a lot of crap. You're a manure farmer. You watch AAU. You watch the recruiting crap.
This is
the
mean
money ball
and hurtful.
Argue it. You've never seen
It's
that.
not crap. I see future stars in the making.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Jaren Jackson.
Good. Go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, guys? You know, Mike, I got to tell you, man, I'm glad you and Rico were seeing the exact same thing I was seeing. A couple quick comments, if I could,
sure.
And then my question to you. There was a stretch there in the third, fourth quarter when it was 77, 74, 70, and you're right. I mean, Orlando was just trying to give the game away, and the Pistons just couldn't do it. I think had Tatum been healthy all year for Boston, Detroit's not a number 1 seed. I think that's obvious. Bernie, I think Bickerstaff's done a great job with what he's got. Wagner was just schooling Robinson about 3 possessions in a row. They just isolated him one-on-one. And I just don't, Reed somebody missed a 1-and-1 late in the fourth, 2 free throws. They just couldn't score. But my question, what's been bothering me, in the third quarter, I watched Cabe throw a cross-court pass into the third row. 2 positions later, on a 3-on-1, he threw a bounce pass at the guy's ankles. He does not strike me as a true point guard. He strikes me as a small forward in the Adrian Dantley mold. Gets to the rim, gets to the rack, and can shoot the outside shot. I don't see him as a true point guard, and I think they got to change that up. What do you think?
Steve, I disagree with that. I'll give you reasons, and I'm not being nasty about it. Look, the turnovers in the playoffs, it's a problem, but it's also a byproduct of having no legitimate help. Okay, so he's got no help. They're able to be physical with him. They can blitz him a little bit because Lord knows you got a couple of guys out there that don't even have arms on the offensive end. And yeah, it's going to highlight this. He's averaging 8 turnovers a game. It's not good enough. But remember, in the aggregate, what Cade Cunningham has done when healthy is be an all-NBA player. Now, if you want to say to me he could spend more time off the ball, well, show me a point guard worth having. Show me a Peyton Pritchard. Show me a guy that is worth bringing in here that could relieve a little pressure from Cade and help you. Yeah. Don't tell me it's, LA Fitness's own Dennis Jenkins. Don't tell me it's Sasser.
LA Fitness.
Yeah, Moneyball Jenkins. Like, these aren't even real players. Seriously. Michigan Athletic Club's own.
St. Cecilia.
Yeah, but you get my point.
Yes, I do. Right. He doesn't have anybody that he can play off the ball with. Oh, by the way, we got some news on Franz Wagner.
What is he, dead?
According to Shams, he's been diagnosed with a right calf strain, and his availability for Game 5 against the Pistons on Wednesday is uncertain and will depend on the response to treatment.
I wouldn't play him if I'm Orlando. The odds of closing the Pistons out in 5 is minimal.
Yeah, 48-hour turnaround.
It's the shortest turnaround in the series. Yeah, I just look. Pistons get another break. Here it is.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? I mean, the guy had 17 points in limited minutes. He played well.
And then he went out, and you couldn't close out again. That's 2 games in a row, but you had a chance, and nothing. Cade's running on fumes.
They should have won last night. Wagner's hurt, and you're about to take a commanding 3-2 lead in the series. Instead, look at the position they put themselves in. And you know what I'm getting tired of, too? That glossed look in their face. What happened to the Tommy Tough guys swinging title belts? Their effort's not there. Their energy's not there. No. I'm sorry, it's not.
You could make the argument, Mike, they should be up 3-1. In the last game, they took the lead at 105 and then scored another point for the final couple of minutes of the game.
Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so hard to watch.
But you're right. Right now, they're out there hoping to win. They don't believe that they can win.
Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, Tobias Harris is a great guy, but I don't think he's that good of a basketball player. I think he's extremely overrated in his role. I think he'd be a great role player off the bench, but not as many minutes and not as big of a role as he's in right now. I think they should have done something with him at the deadline. But that's pretty much it. I think he's in way too big of a role, and they need a way better option for a guy to put some buckets.
I got to tell you something. Here's what you need to be afraid of, Tony. Cade has earned a level of influence in this organization, and if Cade tells him he wants Tobias back, they're bringing him back. Hate to break it to you. He's the one who kept taking up for Uncle T all year. I'd be very concerned, Tony, they try to bring him back.
Yeah, why do you think he didn't get traded?
You're not wrong in what you're saying either, Tony. I'm just trying to help you to emotionally prepare for what you're about to see.
Yeah, you guys are right. That's all I got, though. Thank you.
No, you got it, Tony. And look, Tobias Harris on surface, he could be a member of a playoff basketball team, but he can't play 35 minutes a night, and he can't be the number 2 option. On a true championship team, Tobias is your number 4. And I mean it. He's your 4th option. At this stage of his career, entering his mid-30s.
Mm-hmm. The guy wide open in the corner because everybody else got covered.
That's it. Otherwise, I don't want him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure as hell not paying him $26 million a year.
No, you're right.
No shot.
It's how Steve Kerr became the legacy he is. No, you're right. But yeah, he's that guy who everybody else got covered. He's just standing there wide open, hits the open 3 and breaks your back.
And occasionally, I don't have a problem. They want to isolate, let him post, go to that little pet, turnaround jumper he's got. That's fine. It's not about whether he's a good player or not. He's good. But this isn't a league of good. This is a league of exceptional. And when you get in the playoffs in the 4th quarter, Rico, look at some of the lineups. I mean, that just is why I hated the trade deadline so much. And by the way, for all the people who I've heard this today, this is a nice little political talking point, like on a 3x5. Well, player X is only 22, only 24. Blow it out your ass. These guys come into the league at 19 years old. You're in your 4th, 5th, 6th year in the league. Mm-hmm. I didn't change the rules. The rules changed.
Yeah, so that's what I've heard about Darren. Well, he's only 22, and all he has to do is just work on this. It's like, why does it take this for him to work on it? Either he can do it or he can't.
Yeah, and by the way, if I'm going to pay you $200+ million, show me the resume.
Yeah.
Empty calories in the regular season, I'm not paying $200 million for that. Right. Oh, but did you see what he did to insert, dead guy? I don't care. Said it all year. Why do you think we didn't talk about this team the way the other shows did?
The championship.
Oh,
belt.
Please. Every morning, Costa needed wet wipes. Oh, the Pistons won again. We didn't do that because we're adults. We know the regular season's garbage. Yeah. We know the East, it was the worst East in history, and you had up to 13 teams tanking.
I'm just glad to work with a fellow hater because I was told, you just don't believe in this team. I was like, see me in the playoffs. Do something in the playoffs.
No, and the point is, I want to believe, but there are things required in order to believe.
Yes. If you would have put the effort that you put in last year in the playoffs, I would have a much better feeling about it.
Last year, I was proud of him.
Yeah.
Last year, I felt good. I felt energized. I felt like, you know what? This was a big moment for them. And damn it, they could have won the series.
Yes.
Fine. This year, what was the lady's name in Game of Thrones? They walked her nude down the square
Cersei.
And they hit her with tomato cans.
Cersei.
That's
shame.
That's what this feels like. This sucks.
It does. And it's like the pride that you took losing to the Knicks, and nobody likes to lose, but it was like, okay, this is the beginning of
There was
something.
no slander. None.
This is the beginning. You got screwed out of some games.
Rico, if they lose this
Beasley
series,
drops the ball.
They lose this series, they're going to be labeled Enron. That's embarrassing. I don't want that. And the worst part, they might be out in 5.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose this game, and next year, hey, we won 50 games. Don't care.
Oh, please. Come up with a new song, championship belt. Save it. I don't want to hear a word of it. We'll get to more of your calls. 97.1. Straight to the people. We'll catch up on text, I promise. But we have full lines, and I want to respect the people who've called in. And you should be upset. You were played for fools. You bought into this crap. And now look, every concern haters like Rico and I had is being proven true, which doubly sucks. Because watching this is pain. This series is pain. Last night was horrific. Last night is like watching your Nona get murdered. That was terrible. That wasn't good for anyone. I don't think anyone left that arena feeling good.
No.
Even if you're a Magic fan, which automatically means you're a loser.
Yeah, you took the win. And for the fact is, Mike and I really hope the Pistons win. It ain't like we take celebration that they lose just because we said I don't think this team is ready for the playoffs. Just for the record, I just want people to know we're not actively hoping that this team loses. It just they were not prepared for what happened, and Orlando is taking advantage of everything that we have said. It's almost surgical because they're doing just enough. They're not dominant. If they win this series, nobody's going to pick them. Oh, Orlando could make the East Conference Finals. No, they can't. But they've neutered you. They've taken away so much. And Cade just looks like a guy, Mike, that after 4 games, he's running on fumes. Turning the ball over, and it's the types of turnovers. It's careless turnovers. That means you're mentally tired. That means when you're shooting the ball in the fourth quarter, you're hitting the front of the rim. You're gassed. That's what I'm seeing out of Cade right now. And if he can't produce, nobody else is doing it. I don't know how you win this thing.
Wagner's dead. You play a completely different brand of ball. If you can get to the fourth quarter of Game 6, it's a tight game. Maybe Orlando feels the squeeze, can't close you out. You get a Game 7 back here, and Orlando's dead. Best I could offer.
Fair.
Because I don't believe in Orlando. I believe in Orlando enough to break your balls. I talked about that all year long. I don't believe in what I'm watching because it's not even like Orlando's playing well. This is a Travis Shamockery.
No, I was expecting 2-2. You go up 3-2. Orlando ties it up in Game 6, and then you close it out here in Game 7.
Evan's up next, 97.1. Ev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
I share your sentiment.
Listen, like you guys, I don't really know ball, according to everybody that I talk to. But the first thing is I expected them to win round 1 and then be ousted round 2.
Yeah.
But this roster construction is just disgusting. In the fourth quarter, when you're kicking it out to Danish Jenkins and Uncle T in the belt, with a chance to tie the ball game, and that's the best you can do, you're not going to beat anybody of substance. And then, everyone raved about the Red Mamba. He can't even get on the floor with his 28% three-point shoot percentage. So, it's not a duping, in my opinion, because it was clear as day that this isn't a championship caliber team. The thing I think that disgusts me most of all, and like Rico, I've seen a lot of bad basketball, is just the effort. They pose themselves as dogs all year and this hard-nosed team. And they go out there and they get worked by bald Jalen Suggs every possession. He's out there hustling, diving on the floor for loose balls, and our guys are just standing around like they have no clue what's going on. It's a sad effort with a sad roster, and frankly, my hope is that if they do get bounced in 5 or even in losing the first round in general, that it wakes up Langdon to make some serious moves.
Well, this summer becomes a real pivot point. I mean, you have the Duren contract situation. You have a guy in Tobias Harris leaving in free agency potentially. I think you have to have a serious conversation as Ausar Thompson heads into the last year of his deal. Ron Holland, there needs to be a conversation that, albeit he's young, if he's not good enough to play a singular minute the last 2 playoff games, what am I doing there? You can get out of the Duncan Robinson deal for, I think, $2.5 million is only what's guaranteed on his deal. Oh, and by the way, Evan, aren't we all blessed we owe $15 million to Karis LeVert next year? This is a big summer because you can't possibly do this again.
Well, and the thing that's disgusting is everybody, a blind person could have seen that Michael Porter Jr. was the best move they could have made at the trade deadline, and they did nothing. They brought in a guy that's broken, and it fits the roster construction.
Let me shout
Everybody
out
on the team outside of Cade.
Let me shout out two people. One is Rico Beard and one is Mike Stone. Because, Evan, let's forget about the big ticket items, okay? Rico brought up the name Ayo Dosunmu. That would have worked.
Yeah.
And the Godfather, that's Mike Stone, brought up Luke Kennard. Saw him drop 100 the other night. These are players that are essentially free, i.e. dead bodies or second-round picks. So even doing something like that, think about the impact it would have on this series. If I could be +6 or +9 from the three-point line versus where I'm at now, they'd be winning this series. So, Evan, I'm willing to take the pressure off of Trajan. They chose violence at the trade deadline. I mean, they acquired an absolute tomato can in Kevin Huerter. So, yeah, Ev, that's the problem. They didn't even do the small stuff that non-ball knowers like Rico and Stoney even suggested. Yet those players have helped outright win playoff games for their said team. That's the last compliment I pay to you today. I've had enough of you.
Well, you know, I saw Mr. Dosunmu play in AAU basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I saw him play in the PAL.
You know, it was at Fort Wayne, Mike. It's always the first weekend of May.
Oh, there was open run at the Equinox.
I think something else happens in first weekend in May as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. Let's go to Bobby, 97.1. Bobby, what's good, pal?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good, Bobby. What's up?
What a disaster. I mean, how could you watch that game last night and not have flashbacks to the fall where the Tigers couldn't score a run against the Mariners, a team, by the way, who decided to make moves at the deadline?
Yep.
I'm the ultimate hater, according to all my friends. So that's fine. I'm a realist. I said back then when the Tigers didn't add anybody before they fell apart that they needed to do something. They needed to make moves, and sure enough, here we are watching a 4-hour baseball game and we can't score a dang run. And then last night, I'm sitting there watching on the same TV another Detroit team who refused to make a move. We're good enough, right? Remember that? Our roster's good enough. No, it's not. And it's hard to watch. It really was. It felt exactly the same as the Tigers in the playoffs last year. How could you not feel that way?
I feel exactly that way.
During the second half, yeah, I mean, literally. And during the second half, I kept thinking they're not coming back. They're not going to win this game. Because surprisingly enough, the other team played with way more energy and passion and fire, which was basically supposed to be our staple, right?
But, Bobby, the problem is all the energy and the excitement, Orlando still played like diaper. They still were terrible.
No, but I get Bobby, because you're watching all of the teams here, and you're told, well, you don't know ball, you don't know puck, you don't know football. And everything that fans cry out for is the reason why every team has died and their season has ended. And now you're watching it in real time with the Pistons. Hey, you probably need a second score. Nah, we're just going to wait. This is house money. We got to win something first. Well, that's how you win something first, Trajan. You go get that second score.
Or just get help. That's all. That's why I brought it to the last caller, Bobby. You don't have to throw the MPJ thing in his face. Maybe the price was offensive. But, geez, you get a Kennard or you get a Dosunmu, you're not down 3-1. I think that's really the middle ground in all of it.
Amen. And how good, it doesn't have to be a big splash, even like a CJ McCollum, like anything to alleviate the pressure, but you're rolling into the playoffs like we're good enough with guys like Green and Dennis Jenkins, who, I just don't get it. And then when I bring this up to people, they're in delusion land, like, oh no, well, we had this great regular season. And I'm thinking, are you people out of your mind?
I have a theory. Bobby, I want to address that, but I need time, and we don't have that in the moment. I will address what Bobby said, because I think I know what's going on. Why Bobby's friends are treating him the way they're treating him. We'll get to that. I promise.
Okay.
248-539-9797. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Spring's here. Tax refunds are hitting, hopefully for you. Maybe you have a little fun with it. I don't know. Then again, you might have 7 kids and the money's already spent. I don't know. But if you're in the market for a vehicle, 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8 starting $249 a month. They also have the 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases 24 months. Only $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, that's fine. MoranExpress.com has got you covered. Shop online anytime. MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we'll get right back to business, but we do want to maintain a level of normalcy here. So Rico has something for us. Let's hit music and see what the hell we're doing. Oh, dear. Is this Can We Say That NBA edition? Who were the bums broadcasting that game last night? I know your boy Robbie Hummel's one of them. He's terrible. The play-by-play announcer on that Pistons game, Holy hell, it was like a welfare version of Eric Collins.
That's why you needed Robbie Hummel on
What's his name? Pete Gravy? He's the T-Wolves announcer.
Yeah,
He's
Evan
terrible.
told us.
Guy screaming and yelling in the first quarter.
You know what? We can make this a Can We Say
No,
That
just
NBA
do you.
edition,
I
but
just needed to say that.
Well, one is, Mike, how far can the Lakers go when they get a full team back? They're about to win their series minus Reeves, minus Doncic. How dangerous could this Lakers team be?
The problem for them is there's just going to be two non-negotiables. You play the Spurs or you play the Thunder. You're not beating them. This is a very credible display by them. Once again, I mean, LeBron's greatness is ridiculous. But you do, I do want to flip the script a little bit for fraudulence alert. Can we please talk about the Houston Rockets? Really?
Well,
and by the way, Kevin Durant again. And, now KD's hurt. Doesn't even want to be there for the finish of it. Good God.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Mike. I'm going to skip ahead. Should Kevin Durant just retire?
Yes.
Let it go?
Yes.
Because right now, he's treating the season as if it's like one of those games where I'm just going to opt out load management. He's load managing seasons.
I feel like he's just a player of convenience at this point. If things are convenient for him, he'll do them. And if they're not, he'll find a way out of it. I have no respect for him. Not that he cares what I have to say. The point I'm making is his entire career, he has derailed this thing. There's a softness about him, and now he's turned into just a complete carpetbagger. He got a chance to have it all. He went to San Francisco and had it all. He bailed because he got hurt feelings. He wanted to build his own big three. That was a debacle. Then he goes out and he goes, okay, well, now I'm going to go to Phoenix. I'm going to build another big three. Absolute debacle. Now you go to Houston. You're supposed to be the last piece. Debacle. There's a common thread here. Might be you.
It's funny because when you really think about it, his entire career just went downhill after him and Draymond went after each other at half court.
Correct.
And everything else just kind of fell off.
All because Draymond called him a bitch. Unbelievable.
You know,
he did. That's what Draymond called him.
I know. Facts are mean. Mike, was Con Knuppel robbed of the Rookie of the Year by his old teammate Cooper Flagg?
Bobby Nipples?
Yeah.
But wasn't Cooper Flagg the first player since Jordan to lead his team in points, boards, assists, and steals as a rookie?
Yeah.
That's hard to argue. Now, listen, Bobby Nipples had a hell of a year.
But when you look at it, Cooper on a bad team, somebody's got to be the leader.
I wouldn't put up a fight if you wanted to reverse it. I'm also not going to yell that it went this way. Two really incredible rookies. They are.
Yeah.
I'm still stunned anything productive came out of the state of Maine besides maple syrup. But you could have Knuppel. I'm okay with Cooper Flagg.
Because when the Rookie of the Year came out, I was shocked. Like, you said Con Knuppel's name wrong. It's not Cooper Flagg. I thought it was him. Mike, what did the Warriors do with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry?
Space cannon for both of them. Kerr should walk away. And if I'm Curry, do I want to incur a rebuild or do I walk away and go live my life? He's a businessman. He's a family man. He's had a Hall of Fame career. He's done it all. Multiple championships. I'm in my mid-30s. I'd walk away. Because that's what I do, but I'm built different.
I mean, I just see Curry as the Fresh Prince at the end of the show where he's just standing in the middle of the living room and everybody's gone. Clay's gone. Kerr's gone. Draymond's gone.
And if I'm Steph, here's the other thing. And again, I know I'm different. I'm a boomer and all that crap. I think there's value in only playing for one team your whole career. I don't want to see Steph Curry in a Blazers uniform next year. Like I don't want that. I want Steph to just walk away with grace as one of maybe the greatest shooter in the history of the sport and a pro's pro.
You don't want to see the Ewing Magic jersey or the Akeem.
Patrick Ewing is a supersonic. No, I don't want to see that.
Akeem as a Raptor.
No. Good pull by you. No, I don't want that. Karl Malone is a Laker. No.
That just hurt my feelings. What's next for Devin Booker?
Brother, he's headed into year 2 of a $150 million extension. His three-point shooting's gotten worse the last 4 years. I don't know because the cost of acquisition, what are you really giving up for a guy who's $75 million, and he's not a good three-point shooter anymore? He shot 31% this year, 33% last year. That's not good enough. Rico, I don't know, man. I view him now at this stage, about to turn 30. That extension is so egregious, and then you have to extend him again. I view him almost as a negative asset at this point. Plus, there's injury concerns. I'm going to treat Devin.
Can the Suns even move away from him?
You could, but I don't think you're going to get what you think. And second of all, what team is going to sign up for that? $70+ million, while not half your salary cap, is over 40%. And then you got to pay him again. It was only a 2-year extension.
Yeah.
I'm going to term Devin Booker a YP, not an MP. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Gotcha. Are we making too much of the Portland Trailblazers owner Tom Dundon's cheapness?
No.
Or is this an NBA problem that maybe you got to get a new owner?
No, I think it's just the fact most billionaires are scumbags.
Because his latest thing is he made sure that you normally see the T-shirts on every seat.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
No T-shirts.
We're not going to have certain members of the staff travel when the team's on the road. He's cheap as the day is long. It's embarrassing. I don't know another way to say it. Guys like that have no place in sports. You want to be cheap? Go ahead. Do private equity. Go strip companies down, flip them, sell them, do what you want. When you buy a team, you're making a civic promise to that community.
Yeah.
And you could say that's wishy-washy. I don't think it is, because scumbags like this will be the same guys begging for public dollars to build their playpens. Right. The least you can do is try to win for people.
10 seconds. Who wins that series, Knicks or Hawks?
I'm rooting with my heart. Hawks. I hate Spike Lee. Sad Spike Lee is great. Go Hawks.
It's your NBA round ball blitz.
Lou Williams wings.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Orlando Magic star Franz Wagner has been diagnosed with a right calf strain. He's questionable for tomorrow's game. His status will depend on how he responds to treatment. The Tigers start a series with the Braves tonight. Spencer Torkelson is the first Tiger since Marcus Thames and only the sixth in team history to homer in 5 straight games. 6 will be a record. Casey Mize will face Martin Perez on the mound. Atlanta went from being one of the worst teams record-wise to tied for the most wins in the Bigs this season with the Dodgers. So what's the difference? That's Braves dugout reporter Wiley Ballard. Here the game on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:15. The Phillies have fired manager Rob Thompson after a 9-19 start. Don Mattingly will serve as their interim skipper. Per the New York Post, Lions receiver Jameson Williams has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA, Big Ten, and SEC over name, image, and likeness without proper compensation. Ex-NBA player Damon Jones pled guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in a sports betting scandal where he sold information about player availability to bettors. Jones also involved in a separate scheme involving rigged poker games that Chauncey Billups has alleged ties to as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. You know what we're talking about, and can't redo the monologue that we started the show with, but, I mean, it's simple. We're disgusted. Orlando didn't even play well last night. That's how bad you are. And right now, while it's not official, you are staring down the barrel of the gun of you're the biggest fraud in the history of this league. You're Enron. You're Bernie Madoff. This is embarrassing. I mean, last night you made 2 baskets in the second half outside of the paint. 2. Dude, this is a 5th grade pickup game. That's not possible. You lost on a night where Suggs and Boncaro went 5 for 31 from the field. 5 for 31.
Yeah, Boncaro stunk. Let's
They
just call it
both
what it
stunk.
is. Right, but he's their star.
Wagner got hurt.
Yeah.
You still lost. And again, this team is down 3-1, and it's not even like Orlando's playing well. The Duren story, it continues to be a story. So we did ask a question to start the show, and then I do want to address caller Bobby. But the question was, do you feel like you got duped? Didn't matter what Rico and I said all year long. Okay, we're mean. But do you feel like you got duped now? Everybody who was playing slap and tickle with you about how special this team was? No, they're not. This is why I couldn't get super excited about the regular season. It's fake. You're playing 13 teams that are tanking. You played another collection of teams that were down their best player. That's before we get to load management in the East. And then your secret weapon, according to your coach, effort. That's how bad the NBA is right now. Effort is your weapon. And what did we tell you? In the playoffs, everyone tries. It's like the children's book. Everyone poops. Everyone tries. And here we are. You're down 3-1 to this crap. Let me address caller Bobby. Remember the guy who called in before we did the Blitz? And he said, my friends call me a hater and they think I'm mean. And here's why Bobby's friends are doing this to him about the Pistons. And I think this is everything in this town sports-wise. The last decade, essentially, before the Lions' rise that started in 23, the Tigers' rise that shockingly began in 24, and the Pistons' rise that shockingly started in 25. The previous decade was awful. By the way, notice
I got the Wings.
Remember the part about ED?
Yeah.
That's the Wings rebuild. So let's get back to
their Bob Dole.
So let me get to, oh boy, Bobby's friends, a.k.a. Detroit sports fans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I would compare it to. Detroit sports, it's been a horrific relationship for so long. It could be man or woman, doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. They're horrendous. They come home drunk. They're banging other people. They don't spend no time with the kids. Yeah, I don't know. Dad's a crackhead. It's terrible. So the minute that stops, it's not that the new person you're with is good. They're just less bad.
They're not a crackhead.
Right. So like you've taken some of the degenerate behavior away, and they're not addicted to crack anymore. That's all this is. The minute these teams get semi-good, people have forgotten how to watch sports. They've forgotten how to have standards. Much like a person in a terrible relationship. Fans here have lost the ability to have standards, to understand what they're watching. And the problem is, much like you'll have like family enablers who enable that type of behavior, even though the rest of the world knows it's wrong, the media here is the enabler. They lie to you. They feed you a lie. They tell you how great things are, how perfect it is.
Not that bad.
Oh, the bad people at 97.1. And they feed into it. Yeah. So then poor Bobby is getting crushed by his friends because Bobby hasn't forgotten about true love. Bobby understands what he's watching.
See, I always thought it was because the teams are good, and it's like, Bobby, kind of what you remember when we sucked? You should be happy. Look at what we're doing.
Do you remember the crack, Bobby?
Hey, we're winning games. We're no longer eating bologna and ramen. We got steak on the table. That's what, to me, that's what a lot of people are, where it's just like, well, you can't criticize them because they're good. Okay, but you want to be great. You don't want to be stuck in good. I think Detroit gets stuck in good.
Yeah, you're right. And I think the losing softened this town. Yeah. And I also just think people are getting dumber. That's just a societal thing, not just a sports thing, but like we're reaching, it's like Wolf of Wall Street. We're reaching the drool phase. That's where society's getting to, because no one thinks for themselves anymore. It's echo chamber. Now people just create whatever McDonald's play palace they want, the little ball pit for their favorite team. And then if somebody says, well, no, that's not the way it is, you're Satan.
Name that echo chamber. Well, of course, you got to give him time. He's 22. He can get better, and we're not going to just throw him away. He's a max player.
Give him a chance. He only cheated on you 7 times, and the crack, we can fix that with Vrabel rehab. 10 minutes, it's all set. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll get him a vape pen. He'll leave the crack alone.
Much easier to make excuses. Yeah. You get all kinds of hearts and likies and ding-a-lings versus call it the way you see it, and you're essentially like the Ayatollah.
Yeah, you get called out. You're gotcha.
The difference is I don't care, so I just do it my way. But that's Bobby. So I hope you're still listening, Bobby, and I'm sorry your friends are treating you that way.
Trust me, I've lived Bobby's life where it's just like, what are we doing? Why, as you like to say, why are you caping up for this team? You don't get bonus points because you stood by them all of these years.
Cash in those loyalty points. They'll let you coach the team.
It just means they know you're stupid enough. You ain't going nowhere.
Why do you think the Brad bots exist? Why do you think the Steve bots exist, the let Brad cook folks? Yep. Why do you think those are people that live among us as sports fans? It's exactly what you just said. It's about the media caping up for these teams.
Hey, Joe Rogan, I do rocks.
Right.
That's what this town turned into in that 10 years. Remember when he was napping on the worms? I mean, that's what 10, 15 years in Detroit was. Mm-hmm. So now the teams are good, not great. And people don't know what to do. And it's like, no, we want great. We used to be great. We used to have greatness in this town.
This town doesn't want great. Because in order to get great, you have to risk good. So they're willing to hold on a 15 playing 21.
That's fair.
I'm going to hold at 15.
So the minimum standard becomes try? Is that what we've settled on?
Kenny, the minimum standard becomes good. Because if you risk good for great, you could fall on your face. So I'd rather just be good. I'd rather just be a 7. And I can live with that for a long time. Because what if I go out there and I try and I fail and we go backwards? Well, great teams just say, okay, we made a mistake. Let's fix that. Let's go. But here, it's like the Hall of Good.
But it used to be a standard around here to be like, all right, we got to expect greatness at some point. It seems like we've completely lost our way.
No. Your current team doesn't do crack. This is good enough.
Oh, all right.
That's the phase we're in.
No crack. All right.
No crack. Now, for the first time today, maybe I'm on crack. We're going to go to the texters. Let's see what they have in store. Kenneth?
Text communication. This falls at the feet of Langdon, and they basically told you this year was free fun coupons, no drive to win at all.
Hey, the house money line that came out after the deadline, that's absolute. Now, listen, maybe Langdon's going to be the wise one. By waiting and evaluating and seeing the dirty diaper, maybe now he's not going to blow this thing up. That's not what's required. But the Duren thing, a Ron Holland conversation, a Soares future with the team, Uncle T, etc. Oh, hey, if you were waiting to evaluate, here you go.
Hate the lack of effort. Unexcusable now that we're facing elimination. What happened? What happened to our effort level being our superpower? That's from Bill. No real number 2. No chance to win. It's that simple. Orlando didn't play well, and somehow we looked like bleep.
There you go. That's what gets me about last night. Again, it's not. I would have been not happy. I would have been more accepting if the Pistons played the way they did, but the Magic came out and hit 17 threes, and they played great. And you're like, at a certain point, you just tip your cap. Last night, Orlando was begging you to beat them. They were horrendous, and you still said no. Mm-hmm. That's where I lost my mind.
Yeah, this wasn't one of those games that you would have even stolen. It was just a game that nobody wanted, so Orlando just said, all right, we'll take it home.
You know what's funny is if you juxtapose this with last year I really wanted to go to one of those playoff games. I ended up at a couple.
Yeah.
But this year, now looking at this game 5,
no,
I have zero interest. I have a buddy who offered me a free ticket to go with him in his box
Oh,
seats.
but what about Mason's intros?
You don't like the stop sign?
Kenny,
they don't deserve the final countdown. Period. I wouldn't even do it tomorrow
You just
night.
want to play like a fart sound effect, and that'll be their
No,
intro.
they should bring out Kenny G and his kazoo. That's what they deserve for pregame. They don't deserve final countdown. Are you kidding me? They should open up with Benny Hill.
I don't disagree.
That's, you know what, Kenny, the funny thing is I thought about going, and I'm like,
No, you should
not.
go. You should go. No. You deserve it. I'll buy you a ticket. You should go.
Rico, that might be the meanest thing he's ever said to you. You know that?
Why do I deserve this?
Because you love bad basketball. Your whole brand is bad basketball.
It's not bad basketball.
Hey, Rico, what
Mike.
are you up to? I'm at a local park. There's a good pickup game. You love bad ball.
It's not bad basketball, Mike. It's AAU or it's Moneyball. And it's actually entertaining.
Rico, how was your weekend? I went to a fire department versus cops charity game. Let me tell you, they were running some great cuts.
Did your fake high school have a team?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I did not have a fake high school, but yes, we had a basketball team.
We're going straight to the phones next. All things Pistons, everything's in play. The Duren thing, Bickerstaff, Langdon, the team, the fraudulence, the anger, the sadness, the crack. All of it's available, whatever you like. All right, if you're in an accident, it can feel like you're on your own. The insurance company, they're not your buddy. The paperwork's a total nightmare. That's why you got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action, you need it now. They have counselors to keep life moving. Forensic experts lock down that case. It's smart, it's fast, and unlike the Pistons roster in the playoffs, it's built to win. Get David, get paid. That's not a tagline, it's a playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people. Paul has been very patient, as is everybody, and he's up next. Paulie, how you been, brother? What's good?
Oh, Mike, I tell you, everything's good except for one major glaring thing going on right now, and that would be your, mine, and Rico's Detroit Pistons. I got to tell you guys, and what I'm about to tell you is absolutely true. I watched a lot of regular season basketball with the Pistons, and I'm not going to tell you I'm some basketball guru and had a crystal ball or anything. I didn't know nothing about the Orlando Magic other than the fact that they were a play-in team. And I listen to you guys all the time, as you know, and, you know, well, all the shows for the most part. And I got to tell you, everything you said was spot on. Now, my night last night was this. 7:30 I put on Peacock, and I turned the sound all the way down because I can't stand them four clowns doing pregame. And those announcers, you can bag them up and toss them in the blue sea for all I care. I kept Mahorn and Blaha on, even though they were a little bit behind. And Mahorn's keys to the game were beat them and beat them soundly. Oh. Well, none of that happened.
Keys to the game.
Well, you know, and here's the thing, guys. I watched a total of 4.5 minutes, and I shut it off. And I went in the living room and watched Landman with the lovely missus, and all we did was check the score on the phone, you know, for the rest of the evening. And she goes, oh, well, they have a lead. It's in the fourth with 3 minutes left or whatever. You're going to go put it on? And I said, nah, just wait for Jansen in the morning, see what happens. It's a must-win. Hopefully they'll pull it out. Now I'm hearing you guys, and Orlando wanted to give it to us, and here's the Pistons looking all dazed and confused like, we don't know what to do. They're actually trying, and they're not supposed to do that. And now we can win, but we're not going to because we don't know what to do. I mean, come on. What is this?
Paul,
it's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous, too, is for a team that was built on defense and toughness and effort, all three of those things are lacking. And I mean, look, I know I can both say there's a value to beef stew, but there's also, for me, it's a high level of annoyance. I mean, like, what are you, a child? Oh, my God, I'm going to walk away so I don't punch somebody. Like, I'm tired of it. There needs to just be a level of professionalism where you can be tough without being nonsense. It's just
hey, grandfather Rick Mahorn, take a page out of his game. I mean, you know, he got bounced a couple times, but the guy could, you know, he could body somebody up. He could score, you know, he could do it all. I mean, you know, for crying out loud. And, you know, Beef Stew's out there sometimes, you know, like, you disrespected me. I need to start a fight with you and get tossed for 8 games.
They were lucky. They were lucky he didn't get kicked out of game 3. That's for sure. Last night he was a little bit better, but then again, you're always, oh, look, he just threw a guy into the third row on a discard. Oh, look, now we're separating players. It's like, dude, do me a solid. Get your teammates to play comprehensive defense. Get everybody playing on a string. There's always someone out of position. I don't know. I'll be honest. Beef Stew has far outplayed Duren. Duren has been lost defensively on a number of occasions.
You know, I'm not paying him, and I you know, okay, yeah, he's 22. You know what I'm going to do? You're on a prove-it deal for 2 years, buddy. You want to be here? You're on a prove-it deal.
Oh, somebody will sign him. Somebody will offer him. He's an RFA, and then you're put to a decision. But I'm not, Paul, look, I'm being upfront with you. Like, if you ask me right now, I'd risk it for the biscuit. If Duren wants that type of money, maybe I can work something out with the Lakers for Austin Reeves. He's going to be unrestricted, though. It's just the idea of, look, I need a second scorer. I can find a version of Duren. Maybe not the exact same thing, but I continue to talk about it like what the Celtics have done this year. You lose KP, you lose Horford, you got to rebuild this thing. They've pieced it together Moneyball style. And I'm not telling you it's dominant. I'm not telling you I'm confident it'll hold up to win a championship. I'm just telling you, while my team's already won a title and played for multiple championships, they're piecing this together to stay relevant. Neemias Queta, Luka Garza, and Numbnuts McGee. Like, they're piecing it together. It's easier to find that than it is a second scorer.
Yeah.
When you start talking about paying guys $40 million, you got to be the real McCoy.
Yeah, you can't just be, well, if you put him in the right situation, every situation has to be the right situation.
And Numbnuts McGee was Vooch, who they traded for at the deadline. And he's 36. He's baked. But he's a body. They need, guys who are 260 don't grow on trees. That triumvirate has allowed the Celtics to look like they got a shot to make the finals. So that's my point to Piston fan. It is not about, it's not binary of good or terrible. I like Jalen Duren. What I'm saying to you is I can like him, but not be willing to pay him that money, meaning I'm moving on.
Right. Because if you pay him the money, then we're going to be having this conversation next year and the year after. Well, you don't have any more money to go after people. What are you going to do? We need him to step up. Maybe he'll work in the offseason and improve this and improve that.
Well, the other problem is, what is this team's floor spacing if Tobias walks and you decide to keep Duren? What does that look like? Pathway that for me. Because for me, Duncan Robinson, you got to launch him into space.
Well, that's a lot of defense, Mike. That's Duren and Thompson out there.
Yeah, you know what really helps your three-point shooting? Toughness. I heard you can tough those three-pointers.
Oh, yeah.
That's my point to you. They have to make a decision, because I said this to you yesterday, and I stand on it. I will be very surprised if in the next 18 to 24 months there's a scenario where Ron Holland, Ausar Thompson, and Jalen Duren can play together in the starting five. I don't see it. And you got 1 year left with Ausar. You got to figure out the Duren thing now. And I got to be honest, if Ron Holland's not ready to give you any minutes in a series where you desperately need boner pills, you couldn't get to 90. If Ron Holland can't play, and his greatest skill, Ron Holland's greatest skill is, then you need to make some difficult decisions this summer.
Yeah, I was about to say, when do we get to put the label on Holland? Because
not yet.
Okay.
I think what I'm willing to do with Ron Holland is this. I'm willing to offer him to someone who would be enamored.
Yes.
Because I can't keep waiting.
Yes. Somebody who has, you know what? We can fix him. We can make him into something while he still has some value.
And here's the problem. He looks like a smaller version of Ausar Thompson. So I got two guys now who can't look at the rim, can't shoot, and their biggest skill is hustle, athleticism, and defense. It's like, all right, well, I only need one of those.
I'm with you. If I'm Ausar, I would be insulted the way the Magic are treating him.
I think he likes it.
That's
why he dribbles around and doesn't do anything.
They are begging him.
Just do something.
Ausar, basket, 5 feet away. Why don't you just turn around and shoot that thing? No. I'm going to put my back to the basket.
I'm good.
I'm going to kick it out to the three-point line.
I could build around Ausar if I have a stretch big. If I can open up the floor spacing from the paint, meaning my center is going to invert the defense, I can then have Ausar kind of patrol that baseline for lobs, for back cuts, for tip-ins, for the athletic rebounds. I can pathway that. What you can't do is have an anchored big like Duren and Ausar on the floor at the same time. It's never going to work in playoff basketball. So I'm fine if you want to keep Ausar. Now, reminder, you only got him for next year, and then you got to figure out, what do I pay this man? Ausar's job this summer is pop in a tape of Bobby Portis. Can you stand in the effing corner in late shot clock situations on the baseline, and if the ball comes to you, throw it at the rim? And could you do it at 35%? I could work with Ausar. The Holland thing scares me is that he has been benched. They're not even giving him burn. And before you call in and say, well, he's only 20. Guys, he's a top 5 pick, and they are playing garbage men. They are emptying the bench to figure out who can help us. The fact that Ron Holland is not a part of that recipe in this series, that's pretty damning to me. Mike, everything has to be on the table. If your name is not Cade or maybe Ausar, I'll listen to trades.
The fact that we're 2 years in and he's really not cracking the lineup, that's why if you can find somebody who's interested in him, sell him immediately.
Well, for the right price. Now, let's be clear. Oh, stop it. You can't act like he's some kind of torn up comic book. Cut it out. You got to get something for him now.
Okay.
This isn't
Even torn up comic books have value.
Of course they do. I knew I walked into that. Go ahead, nerd. Do what you got to do.
All right. Well, you know what? The only good thing about last night is I got to watch it downstairs.
That it ended.
Well, I got to watch it, and it ended in my basement. Built by Matrix Basements. Guys, I'm telling you, you need to go online right now. If you've been thinking about doing it, do it right now. In the paralysis, go to matrixbasements.com and let their award-winning design staff come up with your brand new man cave or exercise room or new addition to your basement. Or if it's totally unfinished like mine was, let them come up with something, and then you will be the envy of the block. Your boys will be over there all the time. And if you go to Matrix Basements right now, it'll be ready by football season. But you got to get started. It's a great return on investment. It's a win-win across the board. Go to matrixbasements.com. A design that pays off.
All right, let's get right back to the people. You guys have been very passionate and patient, and we're going to try to rock out as many calls as possible for you. We're talking Pistons. We've laid out 8 million different things, whether there's something that sticks out that especially angered you last night. Who do you blame? The Duren conversation. It's all there. And look, I don't believe in Orlando. They didn't even play well last night. Do I think you have a better than 5% shot of winning this series? Of course I do. Yes, I do. I'm not telling you it's a great shot, but I'd put it at 25%. I mean, it starts by winning Game 5. And then all the pressure in the world is on Orlando at home. If you can get to the fourth quarter of that game, look at Orlando's fourth quarters. Not great, Bob. Not great. So I can pathway something here, but man, my God, could you play worse? I also got a name for you. I want to get to the callers. Remind me at 3:45.
Okay.
I got a name for you that could be maybe a straight up Duran swap this summer.
Okay.
You got to tell me if you're okay with it. Fair?
Okay.
We'll go to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, Lones? How y'all doing today?
Good, Anthony. What's the good word?
I was watching Game 3. I was frustrated before the game. Before we even started fourth quarter, I took my wife to go see the Michael Jackson movie. Okay, we lost this game. Then when we was in the popcorn line, they tied it up. Then they lost that one. Then last night, I'm just looking like, oh, my God. I got Orlando people talking trash to me, people I actually know that live in Orlando. And it's like, who do I blame? It's easy to kick Jalen Duren back in. It's easy to pick on the sir, he can't shoot. But at the end of the day, it's Trajan Langdon. Maybe he has a plan this summer. That's why he didn't do nothing at the trade deadline. And he got all his picks. I was telling my best friend, like, I don't want no draft picks. Go out and give me another scorer. At first, I said Devin Booker. Then I heard you say $70 million. I'm like, oh, no. And I'm thinking, Kawhi, I can't trust him. He don't want to play sometimes.
No.
I think Kyrie Irving would do great with Cade as a second option. I don't know how many years you get for him. He's cheaper. Or I'm calling Pat Riley. You want to get Greek Freak? Okay, I'll give you 4 first-rounders unprotected, Jalen Duren, Ron Holland for Bam, and another player.
But you got to remember something for Miami. I'm just telling you. And the only reason I know this, Anthony, is Pat Riley spoke and he made a fool of himself. They're so over the cap. All the trade rules with them are different, and they're not in a position to really get Greek Freak. So I'll tell you what, Anthony. You called and you were patient. Here's the name I came up with. Okay, it's a team that's having their own playoff disaster. It's a team that probably could use an infusion. And
Paul George?
No. I want you to look towards Houston. What about Alperen Sengun? Now look, he's 23. He's made an all-star game or two. Hold on. Now he's not a three-point shooter, but man, is he skilled offensively. It would give you an opportunity to run a two-man game late in games. Serious post ability, moves, turnaround jumpers, fadeaways. He even got a little meat hook he does. He signed for 3 more years. You send Duren plus, you get Sengun. Does that interest you at all?
Yes, sir. And I was looking at Sir Thompson, a couple pick and pops turnaround he made last night. So he got it. Damn. Why he just can't? I don't know, man. People want to fire JB. That's not fair to JB.
No, I think the JB conversation is next year. If there's another playoff flame out or something, then we go Rick Carlisle with him. But I'm not ready to do that now because of the downright ignorant roster construction. There's nothing I can do with this.
And I'm seeing people I'm talking about destroy Cade to a point where, or like, y'all don't have the same energy when there's Aiden Hutchinson. He can't beat one-on-ones, but why Cade gets all this.
Oh, I'll tell you why. Because one guy's a pretty boy who went to U of M, and the other dude went to Oklahoma State. That's all that is.
It's like one is actually carrying the most he's carrying. He's beating double teams while the other one just not there.
Anthony, one came in with a built-in fan base.
There you go.
The other one had to earn his fan base. Plain and simple.
Yeah, and again, I understand while Sengun is not a three-point shooter, immensely skilled, you can post him up 10, 12 times a game. And here's the other key. About 7 dimes a night. He's a great post passer. Why does that matter? Creates. There's an ability to force a double team, to be able to kick out. Yes, you need shooting, but my point is that's someone that could grow with Cade in a heavily offensive manner. I'm not telling you I got Shaquille O'Neal on speed dial in his prime. But Rico, there are only certain guys that are going to move. Is there a chance they move Sengun? It's possible.
You know what? I don't hate it.
Okay.
I actually like it. And Mike, how about this? Let me add to this because I think this is pretty smart and outside the box type of thinking. Maybe you get this thing done. Well, you wouldn't have to, but I was going to say, is there any way? No, because you do it straight up for Duren, right?
I might have to add something.
Because I'm saying you could send Ausar to go play with his brother.
Oh, boy. Well, at that point, I'd want Reed Sheppard. See, it gets too complicated there. But I'd want Reed Sheppard, who year one was a redshirt year. Year two averaged about 14 a game. Really good shooter from deep. Could Reed Sheppard be your Peyton Pritchard? Could he be a guy then in late game? Now, again, you're not going to get great defense.
No.
But Cade could go off ball, and now I got a dead-eye shooter out there with him. You could do these things.
Mike, here's the thing. I know this Detroit team is built on the toughness and the grit and all. You don't win games by just playing defense. You got to be able to put the ball into the basket.
Yeah.
If you could just outscore the opponent, I can live with a team that just outscores the other team.
If Cade had shooters around him, he could average a triple-double.
Yes.
Because so much of what Cade does goes unnoticed based on he's got bums. These are bums by NBA standard.
But I like the saying. I like that.
I try. All right, well, prepare for them.
Not as good as Sumu. But
no, prepare for him to overpay for Norman Powell. That'll be exciting. Let's go to Kenny, 97.1. Kenny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, man. Hey, can I give you your flowers while I'm here? Remember when the New York Giants game when y'all had the ceremony for the New York Giants game? I was that one with the dress that you met.
Oh.
Hey, remember?
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
And I was annoying, right?
So go ahead.
I was an asshole, right?
You can't say that on the radio. Uh-oh. Well, Kenny, we'll have to continue that conversation down the line. You can say the first part of that word. You can say the word ass. Can't say the second half of that.
Right.
And the worst part is he wasn't even calling us that.
No.
He was just comfortable.
He was calling himself that.
He, in fact, did. Kenny, we'll pick that up at another time. How about we go to our Kenny with texts?
Is it as simple as media causing the standard to have dropped so low in this city?
Yes. Yes. Media that sits in the Falwell chair. Yeah.
The Falwell.
Yep.
My friends mock me like caller Bobbies do. I tell them I told you so, but at this point, who really cares?
No, and there's no satisfaction in that. You just want to have a conversation as sports fans that's honest. And instead, you feel like you're dealing with cult members, whether it's the Tigers, the Lions, the Pistons. I think the Wings, it's turning. But for a while with the Iser plant, it's the same thing. No, guys, you can have independent thought. You can say this is what it takes to win an NBA championship, and this team doesn't have it. This team is fake. That doesn't mean you don't like your team. It doesn't mean they're not good. But it is a faulty premise to drink the Kool-Aid. I had them out in the second round. I did not have them losing to Orlando. Cool. This is an especially delicious brand of bad. I can't believe what I'm watching.
No, see, I thought that it was Orlando, so they would win this. It was the Hornets. That was the one that I thought was going to be problematic because they can shoot the three like nobody's business. But, yeah, I don't think anybody saw this.
Last night's game, I can't even – I don't have an adjective to describe it. I mean, Orlando wanted to lose. Suggs and Banchero go 5 for 31. The Pistons' response, after Wagner gets hurt too, we're going to shoot 7 for 14 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter of a playoff game. We're only going to hit 2 shots outside of the paint in the entire second half. How? And we're going to go 6 for 30 from deep. And we're not going to score the last 6 minutes. And Cade Cunningham will have more turnovers than made shots.
Anything else?
How was the play, Miss Lincoln?
Right. 20 turnovers, yeah.
I can't believe how poorly they played in a game they had to have.
Yeah.
Orlando didn't win. They simply didn't lose. That's how bad that was. That's why I'm angry today.
And this team is now 1 game away from Cancun.
Last year, I was proud of this team.
Yes, because they fought. And you saw it was going to be the beginning of something. This team, you know what? You make some tweaks here and there, and this team could do something. And then when they actually went out and won the 60 games and went wire to wire, it was like, yeah, but then when you really look at the games that they won, you're like, hey.
But not this. Not in the first round.
Yeah, not like that.
And not being down 3-1. And yet I'm still not ready to totally write them off because I think
Really?
25% shot. Orlando, here, let me break this down. Ready?
Okay.
Orlando, not good. Orlando, not smart. Like, Rico, you watch the games like I do.
But Mike, this team that is not good and not smart is up 3-1.
I know. I know.
They've dummied their way here.
I know. I look.
They're
I
coming
know.
to LCA to close this thing out, probably minus their star player, who you're right. I wouldn't even play in this game.
Oh man,
I would
know.
just use this game as house money, guys. Don't even make the flight. You stay here. We'll be back in 4 days if we have to. Either we're preparing for the Cleveland game or we're getting ready for Game 6. But you don't even take the flight.
Spring is here. Weather's starting to turn around a little bit. Moran Buick GMC Sterling Heights right now at 26 Sierra Elevation, starting at $199 a month, 24 months, or the 26 in Vista at $249 a month, and both leases start at $999 down. If your current vehicle needs attention, just go to Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. All the certified service. You get the loaner vehicle. You get on your way. MoranExpress.com for all of that, and shop online anytime. You can visit them on Van Dyke just south of 18 Mile. And again, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Straight to the people. Connor's up next, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, guys. How you doing?
Good, Connor.
Hey.
What's on your mind?
All right, so I've been listening to you guys, actually at the beginning of the season for the Pistons, I actually predicted that we would do better, and I felt like there was a lot of doubt that we would even be able to maintain, the level that we were at. And I think a lot of this is just pent-up emotion for Detroit sports, honestly, from the fan base. And, I mean, I got to ask the fan base, did we even really think we would get, number one in the East, right? And obviously, last year during the playoffs with the Knicks, that was a better series. But I think that, one of the biggest reasons is that, most notably this year, we've had 2 separate rotations. I mean, we didn't have Cade in. And I got to ask, what was the plus minus in the third quarter when Cade was out and we got back up? We got tied again,
Connor, I'm sorry, man. I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is the problem I have with this town. You're down 3-1 to an 8 seed, and I'm hearing about did anyone expect them to be the 1? Who cares? Because it's fake. That's my problem, Connor. I'm focused on the fact they're about to make NBA history with one of the greatest flameouts ever. And look at what you're still trying to build a case for them. Why? Help me.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a case, really. It's just more for a 1 seed, yeah, obviously we'd expect more, but we are, in a time of a generational tank-off. So I would have to argue that, the teams that are performing in the regular season right now, they're not taking it seriously, right? And
but
so
that's what I said all year, and I was the bad guy. So that's what I don't understand.
So hold on, Connor, are you saying the Pistons shouldn't be in the 1 seed? They should actually be seated lower?
Honestly, and we could all argue this, but honestly, if everyone was really trying, right, if Magic was the team that everyone thought they would be at the beginning of this year, I don't think that we'd be a 1 seed team.
Right, but here's the argument. Connor, the argument would be, let's say you were the 2 or the 3 seed. There is no room for this team to go to the playoffs and play the way they're playing. There's no world it's acceptable to lose a first-round playoff series again.
I agree with that, but my main issue right now is the rotation, right? Because there was times throughout the season. There's times throughout the season where we were playing B-Ball Paul, and he was tearing it up, right? There's times during the season when B-Ball Paul was next to Jenkins, and they were tearing it up. But why do we need to make a big change to the lineup, run Cade and everything, and have people have to go off of Cade when he was sitting out for 3 weeks and we were still winning?
Well, because again, Connor, this is where you're kind of shaking both hands here, because it's a regular season, because it's exactly what you said. You're going to face welfare opponents who are shorthanded or largely not trying. That's where the others, like B-Ball Paul or Jenkins or whomever, shine. When you get to the playoffs, everyone's going at it. Everyone is largely full strength. That's why it's different. Yeah. And by the way, when Jenkins had his hot streak, when Cade was hurt, the season's over. Even more teams aren't trying. So Connor, you're kind of shaking both hands here, man.
Yeah, I was a lot confused where Connor was going with that.
And you had the luxury of playing a team that was playing like poo, as you put it earlier, Mike, and you still couldn't get the job done.
That's the thing. That's the thing for me.
Yeah, so he was saying that they should have been seated lower, and it's not fair that they were seated
I don't know.
1.
Dude, I don't know, man. He's trying to figure it out in his own mind. It's okay. I'm not mad.
It's no argument. I'm just confused.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up, Rico?
What's going on?
Watching that game yesterday was disgusting, man. I'm going to be honest. That was just awful watching that. And the only thing good about yesterday is now Trajan said that we got to wait to see. Well, we saw. You have nothing.
So what do you want to – let me ask you a question, Chris. If you were able to call your shot this summer, what's the one move you'd want to make? Could be a trade, could be a signing. You tell me. What do you want?
Well, this is what I want. I want a 2-guard, and I want a power forward. That's what I want. Duncan Robinson cannot be our 2. I love Unk. He can't be our power forward, starting power forward. It just can't happen.
Okay.
It can't happen.
So who do you want? Because ultimately, the offseason starts and ends. with the Duren conversation?
I got actually two names, actually. If we can get the guy from the Pelicans, Trey Murphy, or maybe possibly the guy from Utah. I know we're going to have to give up some assets, but after what we saw yesterday,
Lowry?
Yes. If after what we saw, if it, other than Cade, I don't care who go.
Yeah, I think that's a good place for me. Yeah, Chris, I'm with you. Like I'm fine. I can understand Asur Thompson long term. I could find a way to make that work. He could be your Draymond Green, meaning an unbelievable difference maker, defender, a hyper athlete, an open floor terror.
But at least Draymond can occasionally hit a three.
I know. Well, I'm trying to be fair here. Is like I can't carve out pathways for certain other players. Like Chris, like
and I don't cut you off. I don't want to hear come next week when we get bounced. I don't want to hear them at the podium talking about some. Well, we got a young core. Just be patient. We don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear it either. I'm not interested. Chris, I'm with you, and we're spitballing a few ideas. Maybe I'm a horse's ass, but I think they got a 25% chance of coming back here because I don't believe in the Magic. I don't think the Magic are playing well. And by the way, they don't have Wagner. You got to show me he's going to be back for a 30-minute performance on a strained calf potentially. True. Need to see it. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to play the way you played last night, no, it's a wrap. It's over. I mean, last night was a joke. It was ridiculous. Yeah. But this summer, like you say, I need a two-guard or a wing. Man, if you look at free agency, buckle up. It's gross. It's going to have to be a trade. Unless you think, 34-year-old Norman Powell's going to be the answer at $30 million a year. I love how a guy waits until 32, 33 years old to make an all-star team. Yeah, let me pay him on that.
He's a late bloomer. No,
brother, that's a decade in the league, man.
But here's the thing. Knowing what you know, Mike, you're probably going to have to go the DVD discount route because they're going to re-sign Uncle T and they're going to bring back everybody.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
So, yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to go and get somebody cheap.
I hate you. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Magic 20-point per game scorer Franz Wagner is questionable to play tomorrow after an MRI revealed a calf contusion sustained in the win over the Pistons yesterday. Kevin Huerter questionable for Detroit. Tickets for tomorrow's game at a bargain right now with a get-in price around $50 a seat. I'm proud of you, Rico. The Tigers kick off a series against the Atlanta Braves tonight. Casey Mize has only given up a pair of runs in his last 18-plus innings of work. He'll continue that, or look to continue that, against Atlanta's Martin Perez, who's also been sharp lately. You can hear the 7:15 first pitch here on 97.1. Tigers' number 7 prospect, Tyrone Lorenzo, is off the injury list and reported to Erie. Max Clark, one of their hottest hitting prospects right now. President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris said they aren't ready to bring him up on MLB Network earlier, but would they be willing to at some point? Spit it out. Per the New York Post, Lions receiver Jameson Williams has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA, Big Ten, and SEC. It reads, quote, Williams has received no fair compensation from defendants for the full commercial value of his name, image, and likeness, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, all right, 4 o'clock. We're going to scrap a football today because the Pistons talk is passionate and people want to speak. And it's the main deal. One piece of audio we're trying to source that we don't have yet, and the quote would be bad enough. Jalen Duren, apparently in one of the newspapers, and we're going to try to find the audio, is still on that whole we know we're the better team thing.
Okay.
What was that? My niece used to watch this movie on repeat when she was young. What was it? Let It Go, Let It
Frozen.
Go. Whatever it is. Jalen, pop in Frozen. Let it go. Rika, she watched that damn movie for 6 months straight. Anytime I had to get out of
Uncle
the house.
Mikey, I want to watch this.
No. But look, we'll get that for you. We're talking all things. I mean, if you're just joining.
How could he say that?
Dude, what do you want from me?
I want the truth.
How could you shoot a basketball over the hoop?
Right, but at some point, you can't get, we think we're the better team.
How could you have Bob Kane put a baby in you? That was one of the singular most disgraceful playoff dunks.
Jamal Kane.
Whatever his name is. That's one of the worst playoff dunks. Even Frederick Weiss was embarrassed. That was unbelievable. Yeah. And the biggest indignity was after getting put in a body bag, he did the woo and fell over. I go, oh dear. Yeah. I actually felt bad for Duren in that moment. Yeah, he's a good player. This has been a nightmare.
No, because before it was Cade crossing over Banchero, and it was like, okay, and drives to the basket, and Banchero falls down. But that dunk, well, I was like, no. What? Don't, wow. And it was just like he just rose above him.
And it wasn't Vince Carter.
And I was like, when did he learn? You know what, Mike? He didn't do that watching AAU games.
Right. It was.
I don't know where that came from.
Okay. Just throwing that out there.
I don't know where that gear came from, but Kane was just like, no. You will not stand there. I don't know how you could sit there and say you still think they're the better.
I want to source the audio. Evan came in. I want to get the full context of the quote. Again, what has annoyed me with this franchise and their fans all year? A lot of talk, very little walk. You haven't won anything. Why are you acting this way? The belt, the nonsense catchphrases, the whole tough guy crap. It's like, guys, the playoffs are different. Let's not go down this road. No, I didn't have them losing the series. I had them losing in the second round. But this, come on, man. Like, they're too good of a team, and unfortunately, they're one game away from being viewed as Enron. And last night was awful. So, look, we're talking all facets of it. some of the power stats, if you're just joining, you may need to grab the paper bag in front of you on the airplane. They hit 2 shots last night outside of the paint in the second half. Yeah. You lost in a game where Jalen Suggs and Paolo Banchero shot 5 for 31. Let that sink in. You turned it over 20 times. You missed 7 fourth-quarter free throws. And Cade Cunningham did the Harden. No, he didn't sprout a beard. He had more turnovers than made field goals again. And Orlando was awful last night. And Wagner got hurt. So
these are all true.
Yikes. If you want to do the Duren conversation, we can do it. If you want to talk about JB or Langdon, we'll do whatever you want. Did I miss anything?
No, you got it all.
Want to go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Go to T. He's in Detroit. He's up next. T, I'm sorry that took so long. What's going on?
No, it's all good. What's up, fellas, man?
Hey, man.
Thank you all for accepting my call, man. Mike, hey, I love you, man. You my guy, right? I rock with you. You keep it like you tell your truth and don't care who don't like it, right?
I try to. But
here it comes, Mike.
Sure.
Here it comes with love, right?
Go ahead.
Altree Sengun, man.
Yeah.
Do you realize that guy is a cone? That's a worse offender than Duncan and Herter combined.
I understand. T,
Let
me sell you this pen. Let's have a conversation. You're right. I'm trying to find playmakers, and I'm trying to find someone I can put with Cade to not only 7 minutes to go to close people out, run a 2-man game, but also Sengun is unique in that he's a point center. I could have him operate the offense, which gets Cade off the ball. You're right. He has limitations. He's not going to shoot the 3. And defensively, we're going to struggle a little bit. But T, listen, buddy, I don't have Bill Russell on speed dial here. I don't know what to do.
And T, here's the thing. You already have Thompson. You already have, you got Beef Stew. You have defensive players. You need somebody who can put the ball in the basket. So I'm willing to make that trade-off. Okay, he's not great defensively, but he can score. And right now at the end of the game, you can play a 2-man game in the final 2 minutes.
Okay, so look at what our potential would be. We would have defending non-shooters and possibly shooting non-defenders.
And together it's perfect. No, T, buddy, I hear you. I'm not mad in the least. And believe me, I'm trying to find players that could help you, but also might be available. Hey, look,
you want just a few quick suggestions?
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
One guy stole my thunder earlier with Trey Murphy, but hey, let's go see if we can pry Drew Holiday away. And the reason why I say this, yes, Cade is a guard, but that's from the newer. Let's get away from the traditional NBA model. No, he needs an actual point guard, so get him off the ball and let him have the ball in certain situations. But Trey Murphy, that's if possible.
Yep.
Right. We need just someone in that 3 that's like 6'7" and above who can kind of play.
I'll give you a name. Okay. And I don't know if we can get him because he's going to be a free agent, and you know my feelings on bringing free agents to Detroit.
Yes.
Austin Reeves.
I'm not mad at Reeves because at least I'm going to get some more consistent shooting, but that defense, that defense, though.
I know, it's push and pull, man. This team has erectile dysfunction. They didn't score 90 last night.
Yeah, you know what though? So I would use Ausar as a. I don't want to. I'm saying this begrudgingly, fellas, but Ausar has to be one of my biggest trade pieces. I honestly believe that with Jalen Duren dropping the ball like this, he knows he has to come back at a discount.
Yeah.
I don't want to disrupt that chemistry with him and Cade because I have a kind of suspicion that if the business deal goes sour with Duren, that may be a set of precedents for Cade when it comes time to re-up, right? Because the league will be wanting Cade.
Well, here's the other problem. Cade, and look, part of this is just the cost of doing business. He's attained a certain level of influence in the organization. I got bad news for you. If Cade pounds the desk and says, I want Uncle T back, guess who's coming back?
No, and I mean, no disrespect to the bias. He's been great, but that's a filler, man. You know what I mean? But I want to say one last thing. I don't think nobody in this sports town realized the importance of Malik Beasley.
Oh, dear God.
everything. But all jokes aside, our shooting is good.
Yeah. Well, Tim Hardaway Jr. too. I mean, we talked about this when they made the moves, and of course, we were haters and non-ball knowers. I hated Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert. Why? They're not playoff players. Duncan Robinson was out of the rotation for Miami for a reason. You're seeing it. He was minus 18 last night.
Absolutely. I would say this, though, too, in closing, fellas. Ryan being benched, I understand why, right? You can't have two cones out there. Well, two offensive cones, if you will, right?
Yeah.
But that's why I would push the chips to the center with the sword. But give me Ryan. I think Ryan's jump shot is a little bit more workable. Now, you still have to kind of reel him in because he's still a young man.
Yeah.
As far as, understanding when and when.
I think it would come down to this, too. T, I think it would come down to what does the marketplace view these players as? Whoever has more value.
Yeah.
I can't speak for how the other franchises feel, but no, everything would be on the table. If your name's not Cade, I think it's like we talked about. You sit in the office room, you lock the door, and you figure out who's going to get to wear this jersey and not. Because, there's no scenario you could bring back a team that resembles this next year. You can't.
No, you can't have everybody who's this great defender because, as you saw last night, somebody has to score, and you couldn't do that. And it got late in the game, and they fouled you knowing you're not going to hit your free throws because you guys aren't scorers. So there was no threat there.
I might be crazy. I just don't think they're done. I don't trust Orlando. I thought Orlando would bust your balls, but I don't trust them to close a series. And until I see Wagner out there playing 30 minutes, if they lose Wagner to this calf strain, Rico.
And I'm reading, Mike, that there's a possibility. I don't know, but there's a possibility he may not play for the rest of the series.
That's what I'm saying. And and again, he had 17 last night. Hey, believe me, I'm not Guy Smiley here, but I call it like I see it. Doesn't mean I'm right. I understand the percentages through NBA history are 5%. I'm giving the Pistons a 25% shot to do this.
A bonus, okay. A Mike Valenti bonus.
I don't trust. Orlando's offensive sets are null.
Hey,
their shot selection is awful.
They come from the land of the mouse, okay?
They come from one of the biggest hellhole metropolises in America. I hate
Orlando.
Their airport, MCO.
Not Jacksonville, but Orlando.
Well, Jacksonville, that's more of a hillbilly Riviera. Orlando is awful. Their airport is awful.
Why don't you look at Kenny?
He strikes me as a Jacksonville radio host.
I knew that. I was waiting on the stray.
Duval. I hate Orlando. I'll fly to Tampa to avoid that airport, even if I have to drive further. I hate MCO. Wow. Hate.
I haven't been through Orlando in a long time.
It's a hellscape of unshowered people in double strollers. It's awful.
Yeah, it's been 26 years since I flew through
You're
Orlando.
not missing anything. It's a lot like MSU hoops. You're missing nothing. Okay. It's been 26 years.
Okay.
Reed. Tell them all about it.
Everybody gets a stray.
Tell them all about it.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody telling you they can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, and scrolling or whatever else you could do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. Wild, right? Now, all you have to do is think about how you're going to spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or just visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
All right, let's check text before we get right back to the people. Pistons is the hot topic. And if you think I'm insane for not totally writing them off, that's fine. I'm willing to take the slander. There's no world I can watch this Orlando team and believe that they're this indomitable thing. You didn't lose last night because of what Orlando did. You lost because you played arguably the most egregious playoff game designed in a lab that I've ever seen. It was awful on every level. And now Wagner is hurt. Like the word MRI and calf strain. If he's not around, one of their big advantages is gone. Here's the difference. Your bench, as goofy as they are, is better than Orlando's bench. Orlando does not have such depth. You take a Wagner out of the mix. Oh, yeah. It's not more cowbell. It's more Bedanze. Like, come on, dude. I think that's a major thing. I'm just so angry at this team. There's part of me that just hopes they just go away.
No, because if you get rid of him, you get bad Wagner. So
great. Kenny, text.
This lineup was only built to succeed in low-stakes settings, not in the playoffs. That's from Bill.
I mean, it kind of, well, it doesn't kind of. Yeah, it is that way.
Do you guys think Cade's major influence on roster moves will keep us from building a winner? That's from Jim.
I got to see it. I don't know. I'm just trying to prepare people that you've rarely had a superstar in this town, like a true superstar. Cade is that. So all I'm trying to impart on you is the way the NBA works. Your superstar is going to get a say, and more of a say than you're comfortable with. If Cade capes up for Tobias, he's back. If Cade says pay Duren, they're paying Duren. Like, otherwise, here's what happens. Cutscene, Brian Windhorst on ESPN, and Cade wants to trade. That's the NBA, guys.
Yep. Because trust me, other cities are saying, got to get Cade out of Detroit and bring him here because he's never going to win there.
That storyline is if they get aced out of the playoffs next year. Then that story builds. Right. And then you fire JB, and the whole cycle repeats.
Right, but if not, you're right. You'll see Paul Serra saying Cade wants out of Detroit.
Okay, that's unbelievable. Over to Kenny.
Playoff basketball interest is already at an all-time low for me. How can I be expected to care about this Pistons team coming up against whatever the Magic were last night? That's from John.
You don't have to do anything. I think the biggest question we've asked today, besides some of the player personnel stuff or who to blame, do you feel duped? I think you were duped. I think you were duped by this team, and I think you were duped by the media who caped up for him. Anyone who knows basketball knows this was ignorant roster construction for playoff success. Last year, we were proud of this team. We loved the way they battled. And what did they answer the bell doing? Here's what we're going to do to get better. We're going to give you Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert. Cool. And then the deadline, that's what we're going to give you. And now they're on the precipice of making history in all the wrong ways. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, this one is making fun of something that you said earlier, or laughing with you, I suppose. Mike, I don't think toughing three-pointers is a sound strategy.
No, it's not. Like, that's the whole idea. Is everything is we're gonna tough our way to wins. We're gonna play tougher defense. We're gonna reap. You can't tough skill. You don't have it. They shot 6 for 30 from three.
And that's why I say in the offseason, you may have to get rid of one of your tough guys for somebody who could actually score. And well, he can't defend. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm past the point of caring. It's not like Jokic is some elite defender either.
Right.
I guess what? You need to make sacrifices. Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing? Paulie?
All right, Mike. How are you?
There he is. Paul, what's good?
Well, I'm feeling kind of awful after last night's basketball game. I totally agree with you. I mean, we need to rebuild the. I don't want JB Bickerstaff to go because he is a good coach, but I heard Costa and Jansen's head was about to explode because Costa brought up the whole thing with Jalen Duren and Angel Reese, and it's like, hey, keep your head in the game, Costa. You of all people should know that. Jalen Duren should not be paying attention to that.
Yeah, and that to me, that's not for me. If Jalen decided to make comments about a prior relationship, it goes into the public discourse. Yes, we know who his ex-girlfriend is with. I don't care. And I'm not allowing that as a reason he sucks right now. Because if it is, you're not prepared to be paid $40 million a year.
Well, you know what? No. But here's the thing, and I'll leave it at that. He is 22, and maybe it does affect him. So.
Yeah, but Rico, you're playing a professional sport, and I'm with Mike. You're getting paid $40 million a year, and if that's Costa's excuse for Durham playing so bad, then who else do we have on the team? Why is Senka's missing his threes? Why is Tobias, not being Uncle T?
It's sympathy. It's sympathy for him. That's all.
Yeah, it's just a weird form thing, and I can't believe Costa brought it up because, I get that past relationships might better you, but you got to keep your head in the game.
Yeah, and look, from a non-Duran standpoint, you mentioned Tobias, Duncan, Dennis Jenkins. 1 for 15 from 3 last night. It's just, it's unbelievable how poorly they played last night, Paul, because it's not like the Magic played well. That's what kills me.
The Magic didn't play well. Faulkner and Suggs, you were right. They were like, what, 2 for...
Well, Boncaro and Suggs were 5 for 31 from the field. 5 for 31.
Yeah. That's just...
So let me ask you a question, Paul. Where are you at on Duran? Do you want to pay him? You want to get rid of him? What do you want to do?
Well, if he keeps his head in the game tomorrow night, I'd say keep him, but...
I think it's going to be, Paul, I'll tell you this. I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation because remember, we talked about this at the start of the year. They were trying to sign him, and the negotiations weren't going well. Mm-hmm. And
they weren't.
The conversation was about $30 million. There's no scenario I'm paying him $30 million. I don't care if he makes an All-NBA team. He's a restricted free agent. If somebody wants to do the Zach LaVine and overpay him, fine. I'll take the pick, move on. I'm not doing that. Because ultimately, I've already been down this road once when they paid Andre Drummond. Now, again, it's not a perfect vis-a-vis comparison, but it's that way. More similar than not. Limited offensive ability, massive human being, regular season darling, but what's the upside? If Duran can't take and make 18-footers, if he can't take and make wide-open threes, if he has no true postgame, I'm sorry, but it's not like he's putting the ball on the floor and driving it a whole bunch. Like, what are we doing?
And I'm saying you can't do it against the Orlando Magic. So we're not saying, oh, this is the Spurs. We're not saying these are other teams.
Like, if he had a rough series against Wemby, you just tip your cap. The guy's an alien.
Right. But it's like, dude, you can't do this against the Magic. That's problematic.
Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, not bad. Glad you guys got me on the show. Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, Rico.
Hello, sir.
Been hearing all day. Yeah, been hearing all day we have lemons, and that's true. So let's make some lemonade. My suggestion is you start Jenkins, Cade, Harris, B-Ball, Paul, and JD. You pick up the guards full court. France is already a game-time decision. They ain't had hamstring issues. Press these guards, wear them down like they've done Cade. Starting Jenkins takes pressure off Cade, and Bernie, get your head out of your behind and bring off the bench Hollins, Asar, Stewart, Green, and Duncan.
All right, hold on.
4 straight games.
All right, hold on.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm just, who the hell's the primary ball handler in your bench lineup? That's what I'm talking about.
But Cade or Jenkins is going to stay in the game. I'm just saying you bring those 5 guys off the bench and rotate them in.
I mean, look, Thomas, the only reason I'm not going to push back on this is they got to throw as much bleep against the wall as possible. They got to win tomorrow night. And I mean, you got to win, survive. Let's go back to Orlando. I'm with you on the Wagner thing. I'm not going to totally write them off. I can be both disgusted. I can be angry at them. But I also believe their odds are better than 5% because I don't buy this Orlando team. It's not that Orlando's playing well. It's that you're playing substantially worse. So yes, but Thomas, when you're talking about lineups, Thomas, and we're talking about Asur, Holland, Duncan, Stu, do you plan on scoring? This isn't football. You don't bring in a goal line package. I just,
And that's what I'm saying. For all the defensive players that you have, it's time to part ways with a few to get some offense on this team. But that lineup, yeah, good luck with that.
My God.
You better be up 30.
I mean, that's like the fourth quarter lineup they started game 3 with. That was the crack lineup, as we called it. You did what?
Yeah.
All right, distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. You might be seeing it on the road right now. If you're on the road, you're at risk. And if you don't have life insurance, well, you're really not doing right by your family. Call Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. He'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans different? Well, they'll shop 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. You're going to get the best deal, and you're going to have your family protected in the event of a tragedy. So call Mike Purpura or go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get right back to the people talking Pistons. And again, if anybody wants to push back that I'm not totally writing them off, that's fine. But yeah, I'm pissed. I mean, that last night was a joke. This series has been a joke. And it does highlight, no matter what happens, even if they somehow make history and rescue this from the fire, I think this calls for a high level of action. Because the regular season, I don't know how else to say it to you. It is meaningless as it pertains to playoff success. This roster is not built to win an NBA championship, and no amount of development is going to get it there. This cannot be another summer where another Detroit general manager sits on their hands and is trying to win a gold medal at the Coward Olympics. It is time. You have Cade Cunningham, who's a superstar, and you have him signed. Guess what? The clock is ticking. He's making $50 million next year. He doesn't have an endless runway. And this is a league where players can sour real quick. Oh, but he wears buffs. Dude, I'm telling you. Rico, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Your job is to get this man real legitimate help and real fast. Mm-hmm. All right, to the people. Go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Play the song. Play the song.
What's the song?
That's what the Pistons do every time they win the game, right? They walk by the camera, play the song.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. More nonsense and cliches from that organization.
Yeah. So, I'm in a safe place right now, right? 2-6.
Yes, 100%, Chris.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I know the 10-2 excuse express left the station. So, I can't listen to the show before you guys. I'm not trying to call them out or anything like that, but it's excuse after excuse after excuse. So much so that the fans and stuff that call in are saying the same things. Like I heard one guy call in saying he was pissed that the camera was showing Ja Morant so much.
Oh dear.
And one of the hosts was pissed that Austin Rivers said, "Oh, he deserves that shot." Like if you are mad about that stuff, you got to do something about it, right? Like that's how it works.
Well, I think what those phone calls are is cope. It's copium. That's all that is.
Because they show too much of Ja. Wow.
People are coping because they don't want to look at the mirror of what they're really dealing with, which is a team that right now is being viewed as a paper tiger and potentially Bernie Madoff levels of fraud.
Correct. And I know all about that as a Mets fan. So,
the poor Will Ponds. Go ahead.
Exactly. Before I get going, Mike, you said you're rooting for the Hawks. You know, I'm a Knicks fan. I call in and stuff, but like we need the Hawks to lose so we can see little Deuce Tatum and Spike Lee, and we can have a little counter and see who they show the most.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Deuce Tatum thing drives me insane. Insane.
I know. And then real quick, just a little off topic. I don't remember which update guy it was, if it was Brendan Shabath or if it was Jeremy Otto. But I'm sitting here and I watch my Mets games, and my 6-year-old now is coming up to me and saying, "Who's coming up, Dad? Is it Blow Bichette?" And it is Blow Bichette.
That's Jeremy Otto.
That's the version I got.
It's
Blow Bichette on my team.
Your whole team has been a debacle.
Yeah, I know.
Unbelievable.
So
how's that Juan Soto thing working out for you?
Blow Bichette.
You enjoying the Juan Soto experience?
I'm going to give that one a little time. I think can I just say, I'm not hijacking the show.
You're fine.
There's something going on with the relationship between Soto and Lindor. I find it very odd. I hear things, from it's Dominican versus Puerto Rico.
No, but when a guy's hurt and he doesn't talk to his teammates during a 12-game losing streak, I think that tells you a little bit about the person you've just handed $700 million to.
It could be problematic.
And then he comes back, and all of a sudden Francisco's hurt.
So I know.
Make it make sense.
No, I can't.
All right, guys, I love the show. I hope the Pistons can do some damage, and I'll call you next week when our teams are playing against each other, Mike.
That sounds like a plan. I can't wait. More Spike Lee in my life. That's what I need, Chris.
Really? Ja Morant was on TV more.
Listen. Doug and Scott were struggling to process this. They had a higher opinion of the team than we did. Their listeners were struggling to process this. It is what it is. It's why I think a lot of people got duped. So, yeah, it's easier to bitch and moan about what Austin Rivers said. First of all, why does Austin Rivers have a job? Terrible. Second of all,
famous daddy.
I don't care. He's not qualified to broadcast. He's awful.
That's half the broadcasters, buddy.
Okay, you win. But I quit. I'm done. I'm just going to Adam.
No.
No, you're right, and I have nothing further. The defense rests. We go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind?
I've just gone through through a journey with this, being super optimistic when the playoffs started to now I'm at a point where I really think it'd be the best thing for them to just flame out as embarrassingly as possible.
To make sure the organization responds?
Yeah, I mean, you can't imagine just running it back the exact same as this. I mean, it's obviously been happening so much with our other franchises, but also, you know, last year was us overachieving. A lot of those other years we were just overachieving, but, you know, we were supposed to be the real deal, and we're clearly not. So you just anything that'll just provide the impetus to get somebody.
Let me tell you this. What if Trajan Langdon, not the media, not the fan base, not any of that, what if Langdon knew? Like, he did nothing at the deadline. They viewed this as total house money. What if Langdon knew how deeply flawed this team was as a former player? And now, because it's playing out, maybe the postmortem's already written at him, that no matter what happens, he's got to make seismic changes this summer. I mean, maybe I'm selling you hope. I'm just trying to pathway this. It's not like you got a GM that's some Ivy League nerd. This is a guy who played the game.
Yeah, I mean, so far he seems like an intelligent guy, and that would definitely be some 4D chess if he was thinking that far ahead. But I mean, yeah, you can't possibly commit to the type of money that you would have committed to Jalen Duren a few weeks ago, even at this point.
What do you do? So what do you do, Adam, if you run the team?
So I don't want to let go of Asar. I understand he has huge limitations. His limitation is something that's so important to the game, but he is truly elite at something. Yeah. And anytime that you've got a player who is the second or third best in the league at something, you hang on to them, especially when they're, you know, what is he, 23 years old? Mm-hmm. Like, he's still got time. I don't think that he's going to become a sharpshooter, but I think he's got time for his offense to come along enough. So I think I hang on to him. And Duren, I don't know. I mean, if you can get something decent for Duren, I'd be somewhat okay with moving him. But, I mean, he's got an incredible chemistry with Cade, so I can see
There's your problem. And if Cade wants him here, he's going to be here. And this is the issue. And it's a story to track, Adam. The salary cap is not going up. So that's a bit of an issue when teams are future casting. It sounds like we could be in a period of the cap staying flat for a few years. You better be careful what you pay Duren. And look, you've got some outs. Like Duncan Robinson, only $2 or $3 million of his deal is guaranteed of the 18 he makes. Tobias is gone. You got a team option on Jenkins. You can move some people. Now you're stuck with Karis LeVert. I don't know what Trajan was doing, giving him a second year, but here we are. Adam, look, there are ways to play this where they could keep Duren and get a number two. But it would require something I've never seen in my lifetime, Adam. Detroit Pistons on the open market landing superstar max free agent. I've never seen it.
Yeah, I'm not holding out my hope for it either. I mean,
but who's that guy?
You've got to trade.
Austin Reeves.
I don't know. I mean, Austin Reeves, you like his offense, but I don't know. I think he's got some of the same limitations we're seeing. I mean, he's a better player than Duncan Robinson, but at certain points, like, he's going to be able to get targeted.
100%.
So, I mean, if you could,
Adam, if you know of,
maybe facilitate Austin Reeves somewhere else,
look,
maybe that's.
It's why for me, it's why I think the conversation starts with Duren's value in the marketplace in a sign and trade. And what that looks like. Because I'm telling you, if you build this thing off of Jalen Duren after these playoffs, and you truly look at his limitations and how he's been exposed, it's going to make roster construction really hard. And look, there is no perfect player. Adam, I wish I could name the perfect two-way wing who's a top 5 offensive player and a top 5 defensive player. Like, that was Kevin Durant in his prime. Kevin Durant was the ultimate two-way player in his prime. Kawhi Leonard in his prime. Even with the weirdness and the cackle, like prime. Those guys don't hit the market, and when they do, they're going to South Beach. I don't have a perfect answer.
No, because I think most Pistons fans are going to say it's Devin Booker.
It's not, though.
He loves Detroit, Mike. He's
not a great defensive player. And second of all, three-point shooting has gotten worse in 4 of the last 5 years, bud.
Yeah, but did you see he had
Okay.
on Detroit gear?
Okay.
No, I'm saying for most,
We're done
what
here.
you're saying makes sense.
He signed a 2-year, $145 million extension. $70 million for a guy who just shot 31% from 3? And you got to pay him? And you got to give up stuff to get him? My response? No.
See, I think Phoenix would be willing to work with you.
I hate you. No, you 70 million. Your cap.
No. Phoenix, I'm sure, will work with you.
What are they going to
You'll
do?
trade some stuff back to them and defer money.
Oh, good. What is he, Otani? All right, FanDuel, happy hour every day. They got special bonuses and drops you don't want to miss. Profit boost, bonus bets, and a whole lot more. So whether you're betting the early game or maybe the late night NBA, whatever it is, FanDuel's got you covered. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, 21 and up. Present in Michigan, opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Quick news item before we get back to your calls, etc. So a little bit of Lions news. Picked up the 5th-year option on Jahmyr Gibbs. So positive, because it means they're not close to a deal. Meaning we're going to exercise our right to keep you here. He's going to make good money. The other side is they didn't pick up the option on Jack Campbell because I think making him the highest paid off-ball middle linebacker in the history of the sport is downloading. We've said that for the last 6 weeks. He's getting paid this year. He is the defense. He is the supercomputer. They're paying him. And it's going to be egregious. I mean, it will approach $20 million a year. As far as Gibbs goes, you know where I stand on it. But I'll lose that fight. Eventually, I'm sure they'll, back up the truck for him too. So just a small bit of news. Good?
Yeah.
Kenny texts. We'll get back to your calls. We punted a couple of other things we were going to do today because of the passion for the Pistons from you, the listener. We're here for it. And again, if you're like me, I'm still giving them a 25% shot to win this thing. The Wagner injury is something to focus on. That's not to be taken lightly. Why did the Magic blow for a lot of this year? Oh, wait. Wagner missed 47 of the last 51 games. It takes away one of their advantages. And also, I just find it impossible to believe you will continue to play this poorly. Your performance last night should be put up in the NBA Hall of Fame as one of the worst NBA playoff performances ever. Oh, but we didn't get blown out. Right, because the team you were playing played like complete ass as well. You made 2 shots outside of the paint in the second half of a game. You missed 7 fourth-quarter free throws. Mm-hmm. Just, no. Your 3 3-point shooters go 1 for 15 from deep. No. I sound like Iserman. No and no. I just get tomorrow night and we'll figure it out. But there's part of me out of spite where I'm ready for this to be over. That's how angry I am. Last year, I was proud of this team. And I thought, man, they're laying the groundwork. They busted the Knicks' balls. They could have won this series.
Yeah, last year you were proud of this team. And this year, you're sitting there thinking you were sold a bill of goods. You were sold that this is the best team in the East. This team went wire to wire. They were the 1 seed. They won again. They had the belt, played the song.
Oh, play the song?
Now?
That song should be banned. This should be like North Korea where they ban South Korea music. Right. That song should be banned. The Pistons won it. No.
You get to ban one. You either get to ban that or Final Countdown, one of the two.
No, you could do Final Countdown. I ban Mason.
Okay.
I would ban the whole walk up and pointing to the camera because they did that all year. Oh, look at us. We got the W and we won. Yeah.
World Hunger or Mason? Mason. Nope. I'd ban him.
So Mason over the Pistons won again.
I'd ban Mason over kids starving in other countries. It needs to stop.
Jeez,
it's the most cliche thing in the world of sports. I can't take it anymore. I don't care about Mason. I hate the intros. It was 25 years ago. It was cool. 25.
Yeah, but
what is he going to die on the mic?
Yeah, you got a new generation of Pistons fans, and to them, Kenny, you know what 9 means?
No.
Stop sign.
Please don't empower
Go ahead,
him. You know what? Hire Stoney. Have Stoney do the intros. No more Mason.
3-pointer.
No, I'm different. I don't celebrate this team's history. It's 2026. The history doesn't matter. Evolve or die. Stop with this idea that it has to be bad boys or going to work or the lunch pail crew or that you have to bludgeon people or do this nonsense.
See, I would give you a sledgehammer and say, go ahead and tear down that brick wall, but the Pistons already did that, Mike.
Yeah, that was Ben.
Right. That's just what...
I'm tired of it.
You are fighting upstream. You realize that, right?
I know.
Okay.
And that's never stopped me before.
Okay, I'm just letting you know.
But why can't people just admit he's played out? It's played.
It's not.
I
love hearing Mason.
Do you?
I do.
That's good. Enjoy that awkward chair.
What? Wow. Heaven forbid.
I'm sorry.
Heaven forbid I like something on my own.
Okay. Mason.
I gotta have an awkward chair.
Mason or forward down the field? Mason. And I hate forward down the field. I hate it.
Mason stays.
I would ban. No.
Mason would stay.
Mason or the dancing usher? Mason.
The dancing usher.
No, Mason goes.
At least Mason has something that I can remember. Like, yeah, they won. The dancing usher? Bruh.
He's useless.
But
unlike Mason, he doesn't hurt me.
How does Mason hurt you?
Existence. I hate that open.
The
I
dancing
hate that they're
usher.
trying to recreate something from 25 years ago. Stop it.
Well, I can see if they just brought him back, but he never left.
That's the problem.
The dancing usher?
Also useless. If you're asking me which I would ban, I'd ban that.
So the dancing usher can stay.
Yes.
Forward down the field can stay.
Yes.
Okay.
World hunger stays.
Okay.
Jeez.
Nuclear threats stay. It's no more Mason. He can go to the games. He can do stadium announcements. No more. They don't deserve Final Countdown.
No, they do. They do.
Yeah, for looking at the basket. Automatic red light. Mason can stay. I get to write the opens.
Sure. Okay.
Construction cone, Duncan.
In Mike's world, what does the 9 mean? It has to rhyme.
Let me think about this. The 9.
The 9 means cone time.
Yeah, something. The 9 belongs on the pine. I got nothing, dude. I hate that open. I can't stand it. I've never liked it.
But forward down the field in the dancing usher.
I don't
dancing usher. I don't even understand that.
What did he do to you?
Nothing. I just was like, it was funny the first couple.
Oh,
times.
you mean like Mason?
No, at least Mason actually. It reminds me of happier times. The dancing usher is just like, oh, okay, you're still dancing. You're still okay. Wow.
You're still doing bollocks. Can't stand it.
Come on. I'd rather watch the Red Panda than the dancing usher.
Sure.
You hate her too, right?
I'm indifferent. The poor woman's made a career out of balancing plates on her head. Like, what the hell am I supposed to say to that? You think that's how she wanted life to end up? Like, you think she grew up saying, I'm going to ride a tricycle and put bowls on my head? You think she graduated from Lawrence Tech with a degree in that? She's just trying to make a buck, man.
97.1.
And the latest in the NBA brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. No, I'm sorry. Orlando Magic star Franz Wagner has been diagnosed with a right calf strain. He's questionable for tomorrow's game. His status will depend on how he responds to treatment. ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania weighed in on how the Pistons' offseason might go. Trajan Langdon finished third for NBA Executive of the Year. The Tigers start a series with the Braves tonight with a home run. What is happening? What did you do? Spencer Torkos had become the first Tiger in history to leave the yard in 6 straight games. Casey Mize will face Martin Perez on the mound. Atlanta went from being one of the worst teams record-wise to tied for the most wins in the bigs this season with the Dodgers. First pitch at 7:15. You're on 97.1. Per the New York Post, Lions receiver Jameson Williams has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA, Big Ten, and SEC over name, image, and likeness without proper compensation as well. FIFA has approved a rule amendment that will hand players a red card if they cover their mouths during a confrontation with an opposing athlete in the World Cup. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're talking Pistons. Some of the stats from last night are just mind blowing because Orlando didn't play well. But where are you at with the team, the franchise, the deadline that was or wasn't, what they do this summer? And look, I've even said it. Like, obviously, you're up against it. It's 3-1, but I don't think it matches the NBA historical odds that you have a 5% shot. I think you got a 25% shot. This Wagner injury, the fact that he may be gone for the series, that's major. The fact that Orlando didn't even play well last night, they just sucked less than you. Well, look, I just have to believe at a certain level, as fraudulent as this Pistons team's regular season was, they're better than this. I mean, here are some of the things. You hit 2 shots outside of the paint last night in the second half. 2.
Yeah.
You lost a game where Suggs and Banchero shot 5 for 31 combined. Think about that.
Yeah.
You missed 7 fourth-quarter free throws.
Right there.
Cade had more turnovers than made baskets again. We call that the James Harden combo plate. Rico, yes, I'm angry. I want to write them off because, frankly, I don't want to watch this anymore. But I am going to not write them off. But there need to be major changes this summer.
See, I can see why you feel that way with the 25%. And just to backtrack, missing 7 free throws in money time is just inexcusable because you're professional players. There's nobody guarding you. Just make the damn points. But I think you feel that way, and maybe some Detroiters feel the same way because Orlando, even in the games that they've won, have struggled to just put this team away in the last 2 games. The Pistons find a way to have a shot, and then at the last second, Lucy pulls away the football, and they go falling flat on their face. Yeah. But I can understand that. But the Wagner thing not playing, I think that's going to be big because
he had 17 last night.
I do think that if I'm Orlando, I don't even put him on the plane. Just stay at home.
To try to pray you can get him for game 6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because without him, think about this now.
Or even just a game 7. Like, you know what? We're going to hold you off, and we're going to break glass if this thing goes to game 7.
And his defense has been great because who ends up guarding Cade in long stretches? Him. Yeah. His size, his lateral movement, it has affected Cade. Look, do I think the Pistons deserve to win this series? No, God, no. But it's not about deserving. It's about what will. Orlando has to show they can close somebody out. Last night, how the series isn't 2-2, I can't even believe I wasted 3 hours watching that last night. Unbelievable.
It did feel like a little bit of this isn't even good basketball.
It was horrific. You show that at Guantanamo Bay to torture people. Hey, Bob, we can either waterboard you or show you game 4 of Orlando and Detroit.
Just go ahead and dunk me.
Waterboarding. To the people?
To the people.
We go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Good, Justin. What's on your mind?
Oh, not much. I was just wanted to tell you who I think they should trade for.
Let me hear it.
I heard you saying the guy from the Rockets. I was thinking of Jabari Smith, honestly.
Okay, no. Look, Sengun is a different player. It's also a playmaker at center, a point center, elite passer, post option. No, he doesn't shoot threes. No, he's not an elite defender. But if I'm making a trade, I'm trying to get somebody that's a difference maker. I'm not giving Duren away. Duren is a decidedly different player. But I'm trying to put numbers out there and names out there that I'm willing to go all in on. And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to compare him to Jokic. That's not fair. But he's that style of player. And if you add a playmaker who can operate the offense, drag himself and the opposing big out, and he's your point forward. Now Cade can be off ball for stretches of the fourth quarter. Now you can run a two-man game. You can post and repost. They can't do these things with Duren. So, look, it's an idea. There's some reporting that the Rockets might try to do something to blow this thing up. I put it out there because Rico was yelling at me about I need a name.
Right, yeah. And Reeves would be solid, too. I like that pick you were saying earlier.
Yeah, he's a free agent. Now, can you get him? I don't know. Remember, the reporting was this, Justin. The Pistons wanted to draft Austin Reeves years ago.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, don't do that. I'd rather be an undrafted free agent. I would hope time changes that, and the ability to play next to Cade Cunningham would change that.
Yeah. The only other guys I was thinking, any of the three-pointers from Boston that we could grab would be amazing. Or I really like Buddy Hield.
Look, I'm aiming a little higher than the Buddy Hield Lethal Weapon 3 DVD bin. But yeah, Justin, look, this is going to be a summer they've got to make some big changes. Now, if they keep Duren, that's their prerogative. It's all about the price.
For the right price, absolutely. And then obviously we're going to have to see what we're going to do here, come draft time. They have to absolutely smash the draft, and then I think we'll get a better handle on everything.
I wouldn't even use the draft. That's the difference. I'm not interested in any first-round picks moving forward. I need players because you're just not picking high. Now, okay, you're at pick 21 this year. Are you really interested in the 21st best player entering this draft? No, thanks.
Unless it's one of those that was supposedly a top 10 and just kind of drops to you. But you're right. At 21, you have reached the crapshoot phase.
Yeah, plus the Pistons as an organization throughout history, what shooters have they developed?
None. The unfortunate part, Mike, you may have had people at the top of the draft this year. You really didn't have to develop, but you're not at the top of the draft this year.
No, but you get my point. I mean, you drafted Ron Holland, and now you can't even play him. You drafted Asur. The 9 does mean stop sign for offense.
But let's just when they drafted, those drafts were literally 3-person draft and then G Leaguers, or 4-persons draft and G Leaguers, and you had picks 4 and 5 right outside the cutoff line.
Yeah, the last 3 first-round picks where it's an Ivy, it's an Asur, it's a Ron Holland. Like, you're getting nothing. And Asur, the defense is wonderful, but let's be real. You're trying to close out playoff games. It's hard to have him out there. Now, if you have the lead, you're up 8, that's different. So Trajan's got his work cut out for him. Let's go to Duke, 97.1. Duke, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good. Hey, Duke. Good to talk to you again. What's going on?
Yeah. So this is where I want to start.
Okay.
I want to talk about what trade options we may have, but I also want to ask you guys and just get your opinion on a couple players and whether or not they even would fit or even if it's attainable. First, where I want to start is if we do want to get someone back, like something of true value, I feel like Asar has to be in that trade package. Like for us to get something back of like someone that can truly help the team.
Is that? Can I ask you a question before we go forward, just so I know? Are you saying with Duren or aside from Duren?
They both could go, actually.
Okay.
With Duren. I'd say with Duren.
Well, then my answer is 100%.
Mainly just him. But if we did get rid of Duren, I wouldn't be mad. Because, for one, I heard the comparison earlier with Andre Drummond. The thing is, Andre Drummond could actually shoot the ball. Like, I don't know if people remember. He was here in Detroit actually making threes, shooting the ball, and was able to actually just be a threat. With Duren, we don't have that. So if we got rid of him and got in a guy who could maybe be a threat from 18 feet or step out from three and make a shot, that would be great. But just number one, I think for us to get something back of value, Ausar has to be a part of that trade. He's the only player I can see in our roster that I'm willing to give up who other teams will be raving about.
No, I think Duren would have a market. Duren would have a market because, again, I could have Jalen Duren somewhere else where they're flush with shooting. The problem for you is that Duren with Ausar and presumably with Ron Holland moving forward, that doesn't work. So, no, Duke, I think Duren would get you a lot. I want him here, but I got to see what they pay him because you still have to have the ability to max somebody else out. You've got to get Cade somebody to help him, and I don't know how they're going to do it.
And that's where I was going to go next. And that's where I wanted to ask you. Now I have a couple players. I heard Lauri Markkanen's name.
Yep.
But I really love Walker Kessler Jr. or not Jr. but Walker Kessler. I love him a lot. I know he's coming off a torn labrum or whatever, but if you look at his numbers, every year he gets better.
Sure.
Every single year his numbers get better. And
well,
better.
If you do that, he's a free agent. If you do that, Duren's got to go. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, if you trade Duren and then you backfill with a Walker Kessler, no, dude, you're not wrong. My theory on the big position is simple. I think you can fake it till you make it. I don't think you need to have a max player center. You know, we've brought up other teams that have kind of faked their way into this, where you can piece together the center position. I mean, look, let's be real. We've seen what Oklahoma City did, where it was Isaiah Hartenstein that kind of solidified that thing to go with Chet. The Celtics have completely faked it. They got rid of all their bigs because of their tax liabilities, and it's Neemias Queta,
kind of
Luka
Frankenstein
Garza.
thing.
Yeah, and then you go and get a dead body at the deadline like Vooch. There are ways to do it. What you can't really fake is a legit bucket getter, number 2 scorer in this league. That's like starting pitching. It's hard to fake that.
Yeah.
I can do center chaos. I can't do elite, number 2 chaos. It doesn't exist.
Every night somebody comes off the bench. Well, you're trying that, and it's not working.
Correct.
91, 60 games, but it doesn't work in the playoffs.
97-1.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Hey, if you're looking outside, the weather has changed and the grass is now growing. But if you didn't call up Natural Way, you probably have weeds and dandelions also sprouted up in your lawn. You're wondering what to do? You call 888-GET-GREEN right now, and they'll come out and design a program to strengthen your turf, improve that color, and control the weeds. Because, look, they got a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn: fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, so much more. Whatever you need, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can come out there and make your lawn the best lawn on the block. But you got to start now, and if you want to start to control those weeds and dandelions. Look, they came out, they've done my lawn now for the last month. No weeds, nothing like that. Trust me. 888-GET-GREEN. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. 97-1, we've been talking Pistons all day. Down 3-1 to Orlando, one game away from Cancun. Yes.
But not without hope.
There's still hope.
Hold on. 248-539-9797. As much as we have slandered this team, as angry as we are, both are justifiable. Do you think I'm insane for giving them a 25% chance to do this?
Do I think you are insane? Yes.
Okay.
But the 25% chance? Nah, that's...
Doesn't it feel like, how about
both
this?
things can be true.
Okay, noted. I'll take that slander. But like...
No. Wagner not playing has really changed the whole scope of things, because now if you can get out of your way and just take this game tomorrow,
all the pressure's on them.
You have a brand new series, because now Orlando has to make the choice. Do we break the glass now and play him in game 6, knowing if he gets hurt, we don't have him in game 7, or take our chances and let's see? Because if you win tomorrow, now Orlando is thinking, okay, we have to win in Orlando. We don't want to go back to Detroit.
Right.
So it's not over.
And it's only because I just don't believe in Orlando. And they're so flawed. And it's the talent is there, but Orlando's the byproduct of not playing together all year. There's nothing cohesive. There's nothing consistent. Like when you watch their possessions, I don't even think it's Detroit's defense on a majority of these possessions. They're hunting a matchup. If they don't get the matchup they want, they don't know what to do. They're good to throw up a bunch of YOLO ball crap. Their turnovers are awful. Rico, they're terrible shooting the three.
Yeah, Mike, when Detroit went on that 20-something to 7 run,
30-5,
their shot selection, you guys aren't even hitting the rim.
It happens every game. I mean, last night, the way the Pistons played, if Orlando played their B-plus game, they win by 20. That's how bad Orlando was. Yeah. So I'm just giving the Pistons a level of hope here. Am I angry at them? You betcha. I think I'm more angry at the fans and media who want to scream and yell or claim you don't know ball because you had the audacity to see the truth, which is this team was fake. They are not a 1 seed. They are not 60-win good. The Pistons win again. Yeah, great. Have your belts and your slap and tickle fests and take it elsewhere. They weren't built to win in the playoffs. It's dishonest. I'll never like Duncan Robinson. I'll never like Karis LeVert. Those were not legitimate moves after what they did against the Knicks. And after that, they did nothing at the deadline.
Yeah.
And now you end up here. And the Duren thing is going to be a huge storyline. If you thought the Dylan Larkin shows were something, wait for the Jalen Duren shows. Because I don't know what they're going to do. I'm fearful they're going to pay him. So that's where we're at.
No, it's because I think it's going to happen.
Kenny, some text, please, and then we'll get to the callers.
Text communications,
yes.
No added shooting, no success. This isn't winter basketball anymore. That's from John.
Truth.
Still confused by the Cope fans. It's legal to say this just wasn't built well enough. That's from Rob.
Yeah, but again, we talked about it earlier. I mean, fans went so long without watching legitimate sports. I don't even know if people know what they're watching anymore. Some of the stuff that we get, it's just like, really? So you just can't see it for what it is. It's because we went 10, 15, I mean, Piston fans have gone 20 years without seeing a real product. They don't know what the hell they're watching.
And then they saw a team that, won the East and was number 1 seed, and they thought,
play the song.
It was legit. And yeah, they made sure they let everybody know.
Well,
we're going to play the song, and here's the belt, and here's the celebration.
Right. Cutscene, you're down 3-1 to this crap. Go ahead.
I'll fully admit I was duped. That's from Bob, the non-knower of ball, with a frowny face next to his name.
What is Wojo texting in?
Mike would take World War III over Mason. That's from John.
It might be a push. I don't know. It depends. Is it mutually assured destruction, or do we get to live through it? I've had enough. I don't like any of the cliches anymore. I'm tired of it.
Kenny, I have something that'll make Mike smile. If I may, please.
What?
Can I have 30 seconds non-Pistons talk?
Sure.
Mike, what is a few things just make you smile, and it's New York related? Anything to do with the Mets, you chuckle.
Oh, yeah. I love those losers.
And then there's the Jets. The Jets, who already have Geno Smith on their roster, has brought in Russell Wilson for a workout. And may reunite the two like they were reunited in Seattle.
Oh, my God. Poor Aaron Glenn. What did Aaron Glenn do in a prior life to deserve this? Your job is on the line. We're giving you Geno Smith dressed as a garbage can and ultimate weirdo intercontinental champion Russell Wilson.
See, I'm upset because I may lose my bet now because it was all set for Geno.
I'm the biggest Russell Wilson fan ever
Look
now.
at that.
Oh,
see?
man.
Nothing is imminent, but told that there's a lot of mutual interest between the two parties.
Here's what's imminent. Weirdness and checkdowns. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1.
See? You're smiling.
Yes. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, guys, I'm doing okay. The problem with this series, amongst the many of them, was during the season, unlike previous ones, they were so dominant inside. So their margin for error when they were so bad on the perimeter was okay. But now they have no interior defense and already had no perimeter defense. And now all bets are off because that allowed for them to be better even when the shots weren't falling. Now all bets are off because of how bad Jalen Duren has been. And for the cherry on top for all this, and this is me personally, is Oakland University alum Jamal Cain puts Jalen Duren on a poster. So it's just like all things are bad. But as far as the offseason,
Kevin, in my life of watching NBA basketball, that might be a top 5 playoff poster embarrassment I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That was as bad as it gets, including the stumble, collapse post dunk. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, the Orange County police are out there looking for Cain.
That was tough.
It's a chalk out line.
But even like in the off season, you can't pay Duren because he can't make more than Şengün because I don't think he's as good as him. And I'm not a big fan of Şengün to begin with, but you can't pay him nearly as much as him or even more. So if the deal is okay, I'm fine with re-signing him. But at the same point, like this has been such an atrocious like playoff run, and he's been so exposed that I don't know if you can.
No, I mean, even if by current market, take the non-all NBA max, and I know you better pray he doesn't make the all NBA team. Even if the 5 at 200 were the conversation, I can't do it. I can't pay him $40 million, and Cade's making $50, and I got $70 million to put a roster around these three. I got 1 year of Ausar left. I got Ron Holland, who right now can't play in a playoff series. Tobias walking out the door. Kev, I'm with you. I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
Here's the other part of this, too. And what makes this playoff run so bad is even with how bad Duren has been, Tobias has been tolerable.
Yeah.
Ausar has been okay, and they're still not running the pick and roll with either of them, even though Jalen Duren is not even there. He's not even in the right position. And when when Cade runs the pick and roll with Ausar and Tobias, it works out because that's how bad the Magic are. But the coaching, this is where the JB coaching has been showing up and not really showing up, is that even those, they're not even running that. They're not even giving Cade the green light to run that. So yes, I know people can say that they're frauds and they won 60 games and that wasn't real. You still won 60 games, and I still believe they can do something because of how bad the Magic are. But I don't know if I trust the coaching staff the rest of the way. And I was on board with them because, again, how good their interior defense was. Now that's gone, all bets are off.
Yeah. No, and Kevin, I've largely, outside of that game 3, fourth quarter, lineup that JB put out there, I've tried to defend JB to a point of, look, he doesn't have levers to pull, but it's closer to him being on the hot seat than not. I mean, you next season, they don't make a deep, meaningful run. It's Rick Carlisle time. That's the way the league works. Mm-hmm. But right now, I don't want to knock JB or, look what he did in Cleveland. What do they have when you really look at this? But if you don't think losing to an 8 seed puts you on the hot seat, well, then we don't live in the same world.
It should put him on the hot seat, Mike, but this means I walk in trades as often. You got to get me some players. I cannot go into the postseason with this collection
Correct.
of players again.
I totally
So you
agree.
want to put me on the hot seat? Fine. But go out there and get me some guys.
Totally agree with you. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up. A lot more business to take care of. 97.1. Is this Can We Say That NBA edition? Who were the bums broadcasting that game last night? I know your boy Robbie Hummel's one of them. He's terrible. The play-by-play announcer on that Pistons game, holy hell, it was like a welfare version of Eric Collins.
That's why you needed Robbie Hummel on
What's his name? Pete Gravy? He's the T-Wolves announcer.
Yeah,
He's
Evan
terrible.
told us.
Guy screaming and yelling in the first quarter.
You know what? We can make this a Can We Say
No,
That
just
NBA
do you.
edition,
I
but
just needed to say that.
Well, one is, Mike, how far can the Lakers go when they get a full team back? They're about to win their series minus Reeves, minus Doncic. How dangerous could this Lakers team be?
The problem for them is there's just going to be two non-negotiables. You play the Spurs or you play the Thunder. You're not beating them. This is a very credible display by them. Once again, I mean, LeBron's greatness is ridiculous. But you do, I do want to flip the script a little bit for fraudulence alert. Can we please talk about the Houston Rockets? Really?
Well,
and by the way, Kevin Durant again. And, now KD's hurt. Doesn't even want to be there for the finish of it. Good God.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Mike. I'm going to skip ahead. Should Kevin Durant just retire?
Yes.
Let it go?
Yes.
Because right now, he's treating the season as if it's like one of those games where I'm just going to opt out load management. He's load managing seasons.
I feel like he's just a player of convenience at this point. If things are convenient for him, he'll do them. And if they're not, he'll find a way out of it. I have no respect for him. Not that he cares what I have to say. The point I'm making is his entire career, he has derailed this thing. There's a softness about him, and now he's turned into just a complete carpetbagger. He got a chance to have it all. He went to San Francisco and had it all. He bailed because he got hurt feelings. He wanted to build his own big three. That was a debacle. Then he goes out and he goes, okay, well, now I'm going to go to Phoenix. I'm going to build another big three. Absolute debacle. Now you go to Houston. You're supposed to be the last piece. Debacle. There's a common thread here. Might be you.
It's funny because when you really think about it, his entire career just went downhill after him and Draymond went after each other at half court.
Correct.
And everything else just kind of fell off.
All because Draymond called him a bitch. Unbelievable.
You know,
he did. That's what Draymond called him.
I know. Facts are mean. Mike, was Con Canoople robbed of the Rookie of the Year by his old teammate Cooper Flagg?
Bobby Nipples?
Yeah.
But wasn't Cooper Flagg the first player since Jordan to lead his team in points, boards, assists, and steals as a rookie?
Yeah.
That's hard to argue. Now, listen, Bobby Nipples had a hell of a year.
But when you look at it, Cooper on a bad team, somebody's got to be the leader.
I wouldn't put up a fight if you wanted to reverse it. I'm also not going to yell that it went this way. Two really incredible rookies. They are.
Yeah.
I'm still stunned anything productive came out of the state of Maine besides maple syrup. But you could have Knipple. I'm okay with Cooper Flagg.
Because when the Rookie of the Year came out, I was shocked. Like, you said Con Knipple's name wrong. It's not Cooper Flagg. I thought it was him. Mike, what did the Warriors do with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry?
Space cannon for both of them. Kerr should walk away. And if I'm Curry, do I want to incur a rebuild or do I walk away and go live my life? He's a businessman. He's a family man. He's had a Hall of Fame career. He's done it all. Multiple championships. I'm in my mid-30s. I'd walk away. Because that's what I do, but I'm built different.
I mean, I just see Curry as the Fresh Prince at the end of the show where he's just standing in the middle of the living room and everybody's gone. Clay's gone. Kerr's gone. Draymond's gone.
And if I'm Steph, here's the other thing. And again, I know I'm different. I'm a boomer and all that crap. I think there's value in only playing for one team your whole career. I don't want to see Steph Curry in a Blazers uniform next year. Like I don't want that. I want Steph to just walk away with grace as one of maybe the greatest shooter in the history of the sport and a pro's pro.
You don't want to see the Ewing Magic jersey or the Akeem.
Patrick Ewing is a supersonic. No, I don't want to see that.
Akeem as a Raptor.
No. Good pull by you. No, I don't want that. Karl Malone is a Laker. No.
That just hurt my feelings. What's next for Devin Booker?
Brother, he's headed into year 2 of a $150 million extension. His three-point shooting's gotten worse the last 4 years. I don't know because the cost of acquisition, what are you really giving up for a guy who's $74 million, $75 million, and he's not a good three-point shooter anymore? He shot 31% this year, 33% last year. That's not good enough. Rico, I don't know, man. I view him now at this stage, about to turn 30. That extension is so egregious, and then you have to extend him again. I view him almost as a negative asset at this point. Plus, there's injury concerns. I'm going to treat Devin.
Can the Suns even move away from him?
You could, but I don't think you're going to get what you think. And second of all, what team is going to sign up for that? $70+ million, while not half your salary cap, is over 40%. And then you got to pay him again. It was only a 2-year extension.
Yeah.
I'm going to term Devin Booker a YP, not an MP. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Gotcha. Are we making too much of the Portland Trailblazers owner Tom Dundon's cheapness?
No.
Or is this an NBA problem that maybe you got to get a new owner?
No, I think it's just the fact most billionaires are scumbags.
Because his latest thing is he made sure that you normally see the T-shirts on every seat.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
No T-shirts.
We're not going to have certain members of the staff travel when the team's on the road. He's cheap as the day is long. It's embarrassing. I don't know another way to say it. Guys like that have no place in sports. You want to be cheap? Go ahead. Do private equity. Go strip companies down, flip them, sell them, do what you want. When you buy a team, you're making a civic promise to that community.
Yeah.
And you could say that's wishy-washy. I don't think it is, because scumbags like this will be the same guys begging for public dollars to build their playpens. Right. The least you can do is try to win for people.
10 seconds. Who wins that series, Knicks or Hawks?
I'm rooting with my heart. Hawks. I hate Spike Lee. Sad Spike Lee is great. Go Hawks.
It's your NBA round ball blitz.
Lou Williams wings. Unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Racing.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get back to the people. And again, I'm okay if you're making fun of me for saying I can't write the team totally off. I can be mad at them. I can be bitter about having to watch this crap. But I just don't believe in Orlando. And the hardest thing to do is close the series out. And the Franz Wagner injury matters, man. It matters. And I need to see him play before I believe he will return this series. In the NBA, calf strains have turned into a death sentence. He was on the bike. He didn't come back last night. He had an MRI scheduled today. I'm not going to write the Pistons off, but I'll be damned. After last night, boy, howdy, if they play the way they played again last night, they're dead. It won't matter. So you can make fun of me. I'll give him 25% chance to do it, not the 5% that the true odds say. I'm trying to be nice.
You don't have to be nice, Mike. This is NBA basketball. And
is it? Because what I watched last night, that looked like Horizon League.
Yeah, because it was funny because I was looking at the halftime score, I think of the Suns game, and they were already
at 70. I know.
I'm like, wow.
Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Ben, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not giving up on the squad. I thought before the series started, this would probably be a 6-game series because playoffs are all about matchups that you're seeing with different series like the Knicks and Hawks. The Orlando is, I know they're an 8 seed in seeding, but in talent-wise, they're not. I think you have to do more the product of injuries. They're not really an 8 seed. When you look at the talent on that team, they've got a lot of upper-tier players like Banchero, Wagner, Suggs, and Bain. So I thought this would be a physical, and they play the type of style that the Pistons, they're basically replicate what the Pistons do. They're a defensive first, grind you out type of bully you type of team. And so I didn't think this was going to be easy. I just think the Pistons are an ascending team, and I still do think they're going to get through the series. I think they're going to win I'm going to be at that game. They're going to win Game 5, and I think they're going to win out. So I'm not giving up on this team. Obviously, Trajan Langdon is going to make some more moves in the offseason to build this team up to win a title, but it takes time, guys. It's a process. Like Oklahoma City took a decade of being turmoil at the bottom before they were able to build up their roster to what they currently are now. So
yeah, well, you took 20 years. I mean, that's a bad. Come on, yeah. Ben. Now that's a bad comp. Come on. You made the playoffs last year. You gave the Knicks hell. We were all proud of the team. We all felt like they were turning the corner. You had a crap off season.
But guys,
come on.
Yeah, but guys, here's the thing about it. I love where the Pistons are at going forward. You look at a franchise like Philly, who's in perpetual going nowhere mode with a dead weight like a guy like Embiid. The Knicks they're trying to make moves. They're better, but they're not really a contender in my mind. So I think the East going forward, outside of Boston, I think the Pistons are set up for the going forward to be one of the top contending teams to come out of the East. So this is not the end. They have a lot of flexibility this offseason, what to do with guys like Durant, and to make trade kits and moves. So even if they do get past the series, I'd give them a shot to beat Cleveland. You look at the Cavs, outside of Donovan Mitchell, who really scares you on that team? I think if they play a team like Cleveland in the next round,
hey, Ben.
assuming they get past Orlando, I think they're gonna lax down defensively on Donovan Mitchell. Harden. You see Harden flame out every year.
Okay, I can't take anymore. I tried. You're done. You're done, and I can't take anymore. You're down 3-1 to Orlando right now. You're telling me about beating Cleveland.
They can defend Donovan Mitchell.
I tried. And I'm not writing them totally off, but dear God, Ben, it for Pistons.com. Write a blog.
Yeah, let's not break down how you're going to beat the Cavs. How about you win Game 5?
Yeah, you're right. They're in a great position where we just had a guy that might want max money tank. Ben, come on, man. Not when you're down 3-1. All right, I did my damnedest. But come on, dude. Oh, who scares you on Cleveland? I don't know, bro. I'm down 3-1 to Orlando. I'm not really thinking about it. Oh, my God. Okay. Hi, Rieger.
What's up, guys?
I don't know.
How you guys doing?
I'm fine.
What are people talking about? Oh, let me guess. Yes. What an embarrassment.
No, it is, but I also think the Wagner injury is major, and I'm giving him a 25% chance to come back. It just, tomorrow night, look, I can't change what's happened. Last night was one of the worst playoff games I've ever watched. That was horrible. That was an atrocious game. That reminded me of 2004. That was a crime against basketball last night.
I just find it hard to believe they can win another game. Like, you make sense, right? And yes,
Orlando
Wagner being
sucks.
out, I agree with you, but the Pistons suck. Like, honestly, like, come on. They had every opportunity yesterday. They had every opportunity in game 3, and they just can't take advantage of anything. When Tobias Harris and Duncan Robinson are essentially your second and third option, you're screwed. And we keep waiting for Jalen Duren and waiting, and then Jamal Cain dunks in his face. And then Angel Reese posts on social media.
I don't care.
The dunk.
Okay, I don't care.
I do. I like it. I get caught
Fine.
up in it.
That's
I'm just
fine.
saying I don't share your confidence. I
It's
hope
not
you're right.
confidence. It's that I just can't blatantly say they're done based on the team they're playing, how bad that team plays, how stupid Orlando
They really
plays.
do play stupid. There was like 5 straight threes that were air balls. They just kept jacking. They didn't care.
Here's what I heard, that they're going to win this game, and then Mike's going to break down the Cavs breakdown tomorrow.
Rico, I can't believe that's a phone call.
That was very, I mean.
No, because if you really think about it, they can handle Donovan Mitchell. You can't handle Wagner. You can't handle
Meanwhile,
Montrezl.
Cade has 2 games this series with more turnovers than field goals.
Do
We
you
have our
know-
own problems here.
Do you know Cade has, and I know you know this, but 24 turnovers in 3 games, which Stephen A. Smith told me today is an NBA record. I had no idea.
Doesn't surprise me.
Brutal.
But
absolutely brutal.
Wait till they take out the Cavs.
Wait till they take. I have a question though. Can I ask a question about? I got a question about the show. I listen all the time. You know, I'm a P1. Do you have a Grandma Nona?
No.
Okay. You kill Nona all the time.
They've been dead for a long time.
Okay.
It's
I was listening today.
It's just a phrase, man. Don't overthink it. It's just a phrase.
Poor Nona's been killed many times.
Where's your partner?
Hell if I know. The Knights, maybe? Do you know one of those tornadoes hit very closely to the Knights? Woj was very concerned.
He wouldn't have felt it if it hit. He's hammered 24/7.
I mean, that's a very good point. It's a very good point.
What do you got coming up?
We're going to talk about the Pistons, obviously. We're on until Tiger Baseball, the collective we, yes. Tigers and Rico's Atlanta Braves. So we'll get into that. But no, I mean, listen, I don't think they're going to win another game. I understand the people that do, but I'm most interested in what makes you the most angry, because there's so many things that should make you angry. And I think something that went totally under the radar was doing nothing at the trade deadline.
Sure.
And at the time, a lot of people were like, well, you know.
But it was the offseason into this.
That's true.
Your answer for an offseason after that great series against the Knicks was Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert. Okay? Really? Your microphones.
You never really replace Malik Beasley. I mean, hell, you have nobody that can shoot a 3 on this team. So we're going to talk about that, and then I got into an argument.
They did pay their
And I want to
rent.
ask you guys this.
What?
It's part of the topic. It's not the entirety of the topic.
All right, let me hear this.
But what's more embarrassing? This or 28 losses in a row, what they did 2 years ago, which
This.
tied an NBA record? Is it close in your mind?
But again, if they lose this series, but they haven't lost the series yet. So I can't answer that. The 28 losses in a row, let's be clear, nobody outside of us remembers it. No one was paying
Probably a good
attention.
point. It's probably a good point.
Tanking in the NBA, as a society, we're numb to it. 15, 20, 30 games, who cares?
You know
It was
what? No.
amazing, though. It became national news.
Here's how I remember it. It was almost like Thanos. You know, when you finally broke that streak, what did it cost you? It cost you everything. That was the eligibility game in Dallas. A few hours later, you broke the streak, and then the Lions lost to the Cowboys.
That's right.
That was the eligibility game.
Oh, that was the Dan Skipper
he's right.
reporting
It
game.
cost you everything.
That is wild how you remember that stuff.
But yeah, this is making history. I mean, this would validate all of the fraudulent claims. I mean, you're a 1 seed that, look, Rieger, if you're right and they don't win another game, losing to an 8 seed is one. Losing in 5?
Yes.
Come on, you didn't score 90
And let's
last
be
night.
honest, losing to that team, I know everybody wants to prop up because this is what
No,
fans
I'm
do.
not going to prop it
I
up.
know
It's one
you're
thing to
not.
say they're going to bust your balls, but their sets are terrible. Their shot selection's terrible. Their ability to shoot is terrible. They're not a smart team.
They wanted Mosley fired before the season or
He
before the
still
playoffs
might get
started.
fired,
I know,
depending on what you
insane.
read.
It's crazy. I heard Banchero hated the guy, and yet they're beating you. It's preposterous.
Yeah, the same Boncaro who went 4 for 18 from the field last night. I mean, it's nonsense this series isn't tied to. Nonsense. But
yeah, or the Pistons easily could have been up 3-1.
Which is why, again, I'm not writing them off.
Yes. The problem
They'll
is
win by a zillion tomorrow night.
I totally disagree.
I'll tell you what. I'll book your action.
All right.
I'll give you 10.5.
Give me 10.5. Oh, I got the Magic covering that for sure.
Okay. Well, then we'll talk on the side.
All right. Sounds good.
You don't need your little application.
Sounds good.
Nona will take that bet.
Nona, baby. Nona's back. She comes back.
She's like Kenny from South Park.
She is. She comes back to life. Oh, no, they killed Nona.
Rika, that's free money.
See,
you know what?
What would you take? What would you take?
No, I'm
Would you take
abstaining.
Magic?
These are two bad teams. So, no.
Well, exactly. It's going to be close.
You want me to book that action?
No, you know what? I'm going to wear an NBA hat. That's
I
what
like
I'm
you'll be
gonna wear.
Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
Rico's just going to watch the game with the Jerry West logo on a Q-zip.
Other than Franz being out, what gives you so much faith they'll blow them out? I'm not just talking about winning.
I think, well, for one, your role players will play better at home.
That's fair.
Orlando's role players will tank on the road. And I am yet to see Orlando play a comprehensive game.
So you don't think there will be too much pressure on the Pistons?
No. Pistons won again. Okay.
Play the song.
We're good. We'll
Guys,
see
have a
everybody
great day.
tomorrow.
9.